some rest. I gave you my everything, but I guess it's not my best. But you're still in my ear at night. Next year a flight back home is only an hour in snow and ice. One sweet goodbye, make a moment last forever. Stained all of my clothes and won't come out. Trust me. So I closed my eyes so I could get some rest. And I gave you my everything, but I guess it's not my best. I wish you never knew me sometimes. I wish you never came into my life. 'Cause it's why I cry myself to sleep. I'm singing words that I don't mean most of the time. I wish I didn't feel this much. But the way you look into my eyes, oh darling, I'm in love. But it's why I cry myself to sleep. I'm singing words that I don't mean most of the time. But I just get so in my head, and you don't understand that I know the way you leave better than the person that I am. And I can't love like this. I wish I knew where to draw the line. I wish the world could give more signs. It's why I wish I was the rain. You wash away the things I say so I don't mind. so much I had to pull off the road. There's nothing out in the horizon. There's just some things you'd have to die to know. You'd have to die to know. But I just get so in my head, and you don't understand that I know the way you leave better than the person that I am. And I can't laugh like this if you're not in it. I'm a temporary fix until you're finished. You told me, hold me tighter when the song plays, and you say one day we're both on the same train tracks. Don't let go. You'll always be my home. You'll always be my home. You'll always be my home. You just get so quiet and you smile without your eyes. And I've read this book about 1,000,000 fucking times, and I can't. Until you're finished, until you're
Test 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2.
Hands are on my waist, you're pulling me close. It's warm outside today, and I hope it will snow. You're wearing that sweater I say that I hate, and you don't like my hair curly, so I'll wear it straight. And every single road is like a ghost town. Haven't heard your voice, the silence is so loud now. We've dwindled down to I hope all is well, so I hope all is well. And 4 years ago on my stained carpet, I fell into an unrequited love. So I got it all replaced. Had to let go of till I met you. Till I met you. I hear music in the room next to us, where I only really wanna hear you say my name tonight. And everything that's wrong feels right. Every moment I'll rewrite with you, with you. Feel lights, could we leave a bit early? I hope that's alright. I won't say a word, so we'll always be fine.
I don't know where I've been, how I feel, what's within. I won't know till I try. Oh, will I terrify?
My mom told me the other day that looks like love and feels like hate you leave. But all I've ever known is you, and I've got time to think it through. I'll stay. My dad says that it's anxious thoughts, it's written in the way I talk. He sees it in the way I walk away. I don't know. Whatever, I don't know. 'Cause I am only 18 and young. And the boy down the street with the frogs on the leaves makes me feel grown up. And I spend nearly all my time wondering what they all might like from me. These feet wanted to move away, 100 days simply turned to 3. And Diana says, slow down, 'cause she went to Greece for 2 weeks and learned what life's about. And if no one even likes my songs, I'll have her to sing along enough. And if I happen to lose my voice, my parents will fill all the noise with love. 'Cause I am only 18 and young. And the boy down the street with the frogs on the leaves makes me feel grown up. Makes me feel grown up. Makes me feel grown up. I listen to indie bands that don't get a lot of views, 'cause I'll do anything and everything to impress you, 'cause really like the way you smile after I say your name. I like to tell you everything that makes me passionate, 'cause you make all the little things feel oh so extravagant. And I really hope that deep down you feel the same, 'cause I thought maybe your mind would change when you realize the way I make you feel on summer days. But I guess I'm just a summer day to you. but you don't drive me away. I say I hate you and you say you love me back. So I'll say that I hate your smile and the way you laugh. You know I'm lying. I'll never mean it in that way. 'Cause I thought maybe your mind would change when you realize the way I make you feel on summer days. But I guess I'm just a summer day to you. My everything, it felt like yours, but there's nothing left to do. No words to say, you're miles away, but at least I'm just a summer day to you. Oh, at least I'm just a summer day to you.
When I go, I won't know my worth. Every day, I step away the goal. I know that I've gone where I belong. My friends, so it's been there all along. I'm kind of worried, like, if, I don't know, I think about my future, and then I think about, like my relationship with, like, my friends right now, or just how happy I am right now, and, like, I feel like I'm going somewhere new, for a new place to be, like, happier and more successful, but, like, I don't even know if that'll be better than
That's true.
what I am right now. That's like the other scariest part.
Yeah. I think about that too, actually. Yeah.
Because once we're there, and then we'll realize how we were right now, because we're in it.
I would miss this.
Yeah.
right now, is it open? Yeah. Okay. Hello, welcome everyone. Hi, the event will begin in a few minutes, 1 minute literally. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second annual BCE Conference right now in Boston. This is the second week of the BCE Conference. My name is Valerio Cando. I am a senior Business of Creative Enterprises student, and I am also one of the executive producers of the BCE Conference. And I have the honor to introduce you to today's event. Shortly, I will explain the flow of the event, but right now I'll pass it on to Wes Jackson, the director of the BCE program. Wes has over 25 years of experience as an entrepreneur and innovator in the music business. He helped launch the careers of many recognized artists. His first venture was Seven Heads Up Entertainment, and it was a boutique independent record label and a management company. In 2005, Wes founded the Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival with the mission to create a world-class event to honor hip hop music and culture. The festival has hosted a range of amazing talent, including Jay-Z, Kanye West, and Kendrick Lamar. He's currently a senior director in residence and the director of the BCE program. Right now, I'll pass it on to Wes Jackson.
Thank you very much, Valeria, and welcome everybody in the building with us now and those tuning in online. Very happy to be here for the second annual BCE Conference. And thanks to everybody who came to LA last week, and shout out to the Emerson LA team and their production staff. Had a great time, and all can imagine how difficult it is to produce these events in sort of the COVID era. So everyone's been working very, very hard. I want to get started out with a couple of thank yous. I want to thank Valeria, of course, who is leading our student team. And we're gonna be able to talk to the whole crew who's in the corner here. For those in the audience, so y'all could wave your hands and say hi over there. There you go. So during lunch, we'll be able to sit down and talk to them. And one of the things I'm most proud of with this conference is that it is student-led. We have wonderful faculty and executives and administration who are supporting us, who I'm going to shout out in a minute. But to our students in the building and anybody maybe tuning in, this is a great opportunity to get some practical experiential learning. This is, when I say that Larry is executive producer and these folks are producers, this is really executive stuff that they're doing, negotiating with talent, dealing with production, dealing with snowstorms. It's one of the things that makes me very proud of the BCE. This is how we teach. It's just not lectures and theory, but we like to say we throw you into the deep end of the pool as well. So shout out to Valeria and the crew. I want to thank Paul Pegger, the Director of Operations in the School of Comm, who is an honorary member of the BCE crew, whether he likes it or not. Paul's been basically taking the production, as I like to say, keeping the trains running on time. I do fear what would have happened without Paul here. So thank you, Paul. I want to thank Dean Rice, the Dean of the School of the Communications, whose office has supported us not only with various resources, but an expertise. Then I want to thank Dr. Brent Smith. These are all folks you're going to hear from in a minute, who's the chairperson of the Marketing Communications Department, where the BC program sits, as well as his right hand, Cynthia, who, again, I fear what would happen to us if Cynthia were not here and without Brent's leadership. I also want to thank Robin Elkins and Isaac in the advancement office, as well as John Malcolm, who heads up that office, who have helped us with alumni engagement. And for those who weren't here last year when we had our keynote, is Bobby Brown, who's one of Emerson's most famous alumni. That was much through the efforts of Robin and her office. So these are people who you may not see who make this happen. And then lastly, I want to thank Sanjay Pothan, who's our faculty advisor, liaison. I forget what Sanjay's been very helpful mediating and managing everybody's time along with Paul and myself as we really support Valeria and the team. So I just want to say a couple quick things about how the conference started for those who don't know, and shout out one last person, Kristen Kowal, who's one of our alums. Kristen and Valeria were our student assistants for the last couple of years. And when we initially got set into lockdown with, when everybody got sent home, I called it yesterday the dark summer, right? With that summer when everybody was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. We were sort of, really, I just want to point out that Kristen was working with me and Valeria really cold emailed me, although I had taught Valeria, I knew who she was, just 1 June said, I'm not doing enough. And I'm not, maybe the other part of it is I'm not getting enough out of this major. This is an important time in my life. I want to do something. And I sort of sat with Kristen. I said, well, I did have this conference idea that Kristen and I didn't have the bandwidth to actually execute. And I said, all right, Valeria, this is what I want to do. And she said, bet. And just for you students out there, no title, no money, no student job, no nothing. She literally just put in the work. That I had to come back that fall and talk to Brent and Ann and these folks and said, we got to find some money for Valeria. We just have to do it. So you talk about getting a seat at the table, which I'll talk about in a second. Valeria really is an example of that, of had an idea, made some sacrifices, and the seat was made for her at the table by me and a lot of other folks. But we were just sitting around there, and the theme of the festival is coming from the professional world, as I did, and entering this world of higher ed. I quite admired the conferences and the high intellectual discussions that would happen with my colleagues on the 7th floor of Walker. And I thought to myself, we don't do that where I came from, right? We'll go to a conference, but we all know that's 6 people in the room and 300 people in the bar, at the end of the night, maybe doing deals. But being a little bit of a nerd, I said, well, I'm always the one in the front row. Like, that was an interesting point, right? And I said, we need more of that. We need more of that energy. And what I want to do with the BCE is connect this high level of theoretical and academic work that we do with the practical world. Because as you'll see with Christina and Lori and all these wonderful people that are going to come, they want to talk to us and we want to talk to them. So what this conference is a bit of, a little bit of Match.com, right? Of putting 2 people together who walk around looking for each other, and we realize this. So we hope that as we continue to grow with all of your support, that we will be the premier place that meets the executives and the future and current scholars. The last thing I'm going to say before I toss it off to our dean is the point of this year's conference, as you will see from the title page, is disenfranchisement. And we kind of cooked up this word over the summer, is that you always hear the word disenfranchisement. You hear the negative spin on it, but we don't talk enough about the root word, enfranchise. So we all know, we talk about how people have been excluded, BIPOC, women, LGBTQIA plus have been excluded, which is our focus right now. But after we talk about that, how do we fix it, right? And how do we get them in the table? So what we're doing here is doing that. We want to document the things that have happened to old folks like us, right? This is how I got jerked on a deal. This is what I didn't know. This is how I was a victim of maybe that sort of silent racism. And this is how I overcame it. And this is the lesson I want to give to you, so you don't have to go through what I went through, so we can just really get to that better place that much faster. So that is the theme of everything we're going to hear today. And we have wonderful speakers that Valeria's going to come back and break down for you. But without further ado, I want to welcome Dean Raoul Rice, the Dean of the School of Communication, to say a few words.
Thank you, Wes. That was a great introduction to the day. And good morning, everyone. And thank you again for being here virtually or in person to participate in our 2nd annual BCE Conference. It feels good to say 2nd annual. It's a tradition in the making. So I wanted to take a minute again to recognize the amazing work done by our student organizers. Valeria Okando, as Wes was saying, had the idea and and try to bring everyone together. So we have Jessica Savadra, Chloe Williams, Karthik Ramaswamy, Nising Hershkovitz, and Eugenia Camacho, among others. So thank you so much for all the work that you did to put this together. So they have been hard at work, as Wes was saying, since the summer, planning the conference and making sure we have this incredible lineup of topics and guests today. To those guests, thank you for joining us here today and sharing your insights, experiences, and wisdom with our students and participants. Along the way, our student team has been guided by our BCE faculty and leaders, especially Wes Jackson, but also Brent Smith, chair of the Marketing Communication Department, Sanjay Pothan, the conference faculty coordinator, and all the faculty. So thank you, Wes, Sanjay, and everyone else who contribute to this effort. I also want to give a big thank you not only to Paul Pegger, who has behind the scenes making this happen, but also the Dean's office staff, who worked very hard behind the scenes on the organization and logistics of the event, including Jonathan Satriali, Molly Loffman, Robin Elkins, Diego Salazar, and also Cynthia Intinen from the Marketing Communication Department, who spent many hours promoting, planning, and doing so many tasks behind the scenes. We also owe gratitude to the skillful staff from Emerson Productions, especially Eric Fox, Dan Lewis, and Pierre Robison, who made this hybrid live stream production possible. You might think it's easy to do in the age of Zoom, a production like this, but it's actually quite complicated, and this team has innovated in an approach that was truly Emersonian. It gives me great pride as Dean of the school that we have been able to support and help make this conference come together. I'm also proud of the topic of the conference today, disenfranchisement, getting a seat at the table. The organizers couldn't have picked a more timely, urgent, and important topic for this event. I'm looking forward to watching and listening to the presentations, discussions, and conversations that will happen here today. So enjoy your day, have a great conference. And now I'm proud to introduce Dr. Brent Smith, the chairperson of the Marketing Communication Department. Brent?
Thank you, Dean Rice. Good day, everyone. So, enfranchisement, a very timely, very appropriate topic, not just today, but always. I'm really looking forward to hearing from our speakers regarding their stories on how they found enfranchisement, what might have been afforded to them by the work of others, and how they try to do the same thing for those who will follow them. So as you hear the examples, as you hear the stories of the day, I hope that we will all think about enfranchisement not just as something that we need for our own selves, but something that we need to create for others. Just as we are today beneficiaries of people whom we know and people whom would never know us, we do have a responsibility to pay it forward. I would also encourage us to think about how we can together co-create the kind of community we hope to see in the not so distant future. As the saying goes, we have not come this far just to come this far. So as we look forward not only to the third annual BCE conference next year, may we also look forward to what diversity, equity, and inclusion should always compel us to do. Think about those who have difficulty getting to the table for a variety of reasons. It might be their identity, it might be a shortcoming, it might be a struggle, it might be a challenge, might be mental, might be physical. Once upon a time, we compelled people to hide who they were when they got to the table. May we think forward about how we want people to bring all of who they are, each of their identities, to that table so we can co-create value as it really should be created. May we also make opportunities to share in the creation of that value and in the benefits derived from that value. And just in closing, I want to say, as February is Black History Month and we all know the name Martin Luther King Jr., I want to encourage us in our own lived and professional experiences that we find a mountaintop somewhere and look on some other side and that we be a bit unselfish, and we try to find a way to make a way for others who will get to see the beautiful things on the other side of that mountain that we may not ultimately see ourselves. Ultimately, that is, enfranchisement is about each of us and all of us, especially those who are not here yet. So to the future, teamwork makes the dream work. I'm excited for the day, and I now pass it back to Valeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brent. Right now, I'll introduce the flow of the event, and then I'll introduce our first keynote speaker, Christina Norman. So today, we will have Christina Norman first, then we will have the street art panel for social change, then we will have a short break where you will meet the students behind the scenes and see a video, a conversation with Kevin Bright. Then we will continue our day with a panel on crypto, then an independent music artist panel, and lastly, we will have Lori Bula as our last keynote speaker. So right now, I have the honor to introduce Christina Norman, who truly speaks to me. I am a Latina and a woman, and I hope to enter in the entertainment world. And seeing her story, I felt truly inspired to and honored to introduce her on this topic. So our first keynote speaker is Christina Norman. She's an accomplished creative executive and has launched, transformed, led, and grown brands and businesses. She served as a creative advisor to Level Forward, a new breed entertainment company producing multi-platform stories to drive industry and economic transformation. Previously, she was CEO of the Walter Cooler Group, an agency specializing in marketing for the entertainment industry. As CEO of OWN, Oprah Winfrey Network, she managed all creative strategy and operations for the network. Christina came to OWN from Viacom, where she spent 17 years rising through the organization to ultimately lead some of the world's biggest media brands. She at Viacom, she was president of MTV Music Television, where she provided leadership, strategy, and management for MTV, MTV2, MTVU, and MTV.com. Currently, she is the lead of content for Think 450, the innovation engine of the National Basketball Player Association, overseeing all original content and building opportunities for players to share their stories through the production of documentaries and long short-form series. In addition to Think 450, she creates opportunities for players to leverage their influence through strategic brand partnerships. Right now, I have the honor to introduce the Christina Norman.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just hope everyone can hear me. I don't know if I can get a thumbs up or something.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to dive in. Thank you so much for having me, Valeria. Thank you for that kind introduction. You and I are definitely having a lot in common, so I'm excited to get to hear more from you today. I'm really happy to be joining this conference this morning. I've, of course, got to thank Wes, who I know way back from lacrosse days, which I'm sure he's told a bunch of people about. But this is a really amazing program, and it's a thrill to be able to be here to speak to you. I'm going to have to ask your apologies. Initially, this conference was supposed to be 2 weeks ago, and I would have been home with my Zoom set up the way I like it. But unfortunately, I'm on the road today. So I'm kind of jerry-rigged in a hotel room, and you'll have to forgive my eye lines. But I am really happy to be able to share a little bit about me, to hear a bunch from you, and to talk about how we're all navigating this media and entertainment industry at such a momentous time. So thank you again to Wes, to Emerson College's Business of Creative Enterprises program, and to all of you for joining me on Zoom today. I think I'm just gonna dive in and give a little bit of a talk. So I love this theme of getting a seat at the table, since it's such a big part of the conversation that we're all having in the industry today. You know, it's like, who gets to decide, who gets to create, and how do we serve our audiences? And really, at the end of the day, it's all about access. Now, I've had some pretty wonderful opportunities in my career, as you've heard from Valeria's introduction, and it's been filled with incredible highs, definitely some disappointments, and, you know, real talk here, a lot of good luck. While I wish I could start by laying out all the ways in which I worked my access to climb the corporate ladder, that's just not the case. When I get asked for advice, which happens pretty often, like how do I move forward with my career? What would I tell my 25-year-old self? What do I regret? I find myself coming back to sort of 5 core things that have really kind of become core beliefs that I've honed over the years. They're kind of like guardrails, a little bit of touch points. Sometimes they're BS detectors. And I'd like to share them with you today and hope that they inspire you in some way. So, spoiler alert, I'm going to go through what they are first, and then I'll tell a little bit of some stories around them. So the first one is raise your hand. The next one is share the glory, followed by trust your instincts, stay curious, and because it's fun. So as I share the story of my career path, you'll see how these core beliefs became a part of my life. Now, my journey started when I began working as a production manager at MTV, responsible for overseeing the budgets and all the production shoots of the MTV on-air promos department, which was kind of like an in-house ad agency. I've been working in freelance commercial production for a long time, and a job at MTV was a big deal. I mean, aside from the fact that this was a brand that was at their peak, I had just gotten married and I was expecting my first kid, so it was health insurance and stability, which after being freelance was no small feat. But even more important than that, it meant that I was going to get my foot in the door into this industry that I was starting to realize I really wanted to be a part of. You know, MTV's on-air promos team were these creative geniuses who were creating these 30-second miracles that aired between videos when MTV played videos. And it was, as I said, sort of their in-house ad agency. I moved up in the on-air promos world, becoming a supervising producer and helping craft and guide the creative work we did, sometimes on series like Beavis and Butthead, and also on the positioning and marketing of big pop culture events like the Video Music Awards. I worked my butt off, throwing myself into my work, sacrificing way too much, but it was the chance that I was hungry for. So when I was presented with the opportunity to take what I had learned as a marketer and apply it across all of MTV as the head of consumer marketing, I was all in. From there, I had a front row seat to the world of music and pop culture. And it was thrilling to be at MTV at a time when the network was young and growing and thriving, and the cable industry was too. And my enthusiasm more than made up for my lack of traditional marketing experience. I'd absorbed the MTV marketing mantras, which were show, don't tell, be maniacally obsessed with your audience, lead, don't follow, and absolutely never talk down to your audience. Plus, I had the support of MTV legends like CEO Tom Freston and President Judy McGrath, who had began their own careers in marketing for the network, and they thought I was up for the challenge. I learned a ton while I was at MTV, but the most important lesson, which has really become my base core belief, is this: put your hand up. It always pays to put your hand up and step up to a challenge, even when you don't think you're ready for it. Now, that's not a fake it till you make it kind of thing. It's really about having a vision for yourself before anyone else can really see that vision. Because if you don't, how do you expect them to? It's interesting to hear Wes talk about Valeria calling him up and saying, yo, I need to do more. And that's something that, you know, that's putting your hand up at its core. So for me, the first step into getting a seat at the table was that hand, that sheer blind belief that I had more to offer. And I said as much. So when Judy McGrath tapped me to step up and assume the leadership of VH1, she reminded me of a conversation we'd had a few years before. I had absolutely put my hand up. I told her I could do more. I told her I was ready, and I needed to step up to the challenge. At that point, VH1 had kind of stumbled a bit and lost its way. Ratings were down and revenue were down. The business was sort of in the doldrums. And they were searching for an identity that would kind of reconnect it with an audience and bring advertisers back. My mentors at MTV believed that I had the right kind of experience in marketing and branding and that I could help. I absolutely loved my time at VH1. It was a crash course in running a creative business and rebuilding a brand. I was getting a taste of bigger access and how I could use that to transform both the content we were making and the team that was making it. At VH1, I saw an opportunity to expand the programming filter and welcome new audiences, especially African Americans. Series like I Love the 80s featured a diverse cast of comedians, and we celebrated all of pop culture, including hip hop, by creating hip hop honors. And we produced more shows where viewers saw themselves reflected as part of the music and pop culture legacy that VH1 celebrated. In many ways, it was kind of a subversive way to do it, but subversion works a lot of times as well. We turned the network around with a diverse team and diverse programming and authentically connected with audiences and advertisers. Now, I share these accomplishments with a whole VH1 team who trusted in my vision and were ready to get on board. A team who knew their contribution was critical because they heard that from me every single day. No one wins alone, which is why my second core belief is share the glory. You absolutely have to celebrate your team because, as I said, nobody does any of this alone. Now, once you've had some real wins, kind of feels like you got a little bit of leverage, right? Well, I'd returned VH1 to solvency in ratings and revenue, taken the network from behind MTV's shadow, and earned some started to earn a reputation as a turnaround kid, which was not bad for somebody from the South Bronx. But at this point, MTV beckoned again. Now they were in need of their own refresh. Now, the possibility to lead one of the most renowned brands in media was absolutely seductive. It was the place that I'd started. I struggled mightily with the decision to leave VH1. I loved the people and I loved what we had been able to create, and it felt like we were kind of just getting started. But I ultimately returned to MTV, taking on the flagship network, along with MTV2, MTVU, and MTV.com. So while I'm proud of my accomplishments at MTV, especially launching MTV3, which was a channel aimed at a bicultural audience, it was kind of frustrating for me. I missed the entrepreneurial spirit of VH1. You know, moving back to MTV was going to the main stage. It was the big time, right? Well, maybe the better way to use my newfound access might have been to dig into VH1 for more growth and learning. I try not to spend time with regrets, but this experience helped me discover my third core belief: trust your instincts. Got to listen to that little voice inside your head, the one that says, wait, hold on, or maybe it's the one that says, dive in. Give yourself credit for what you know, for what you've honed over the years. Chances are it's a big part of why you're sitting here today. After 17 years at MTV, I was ready for something new. And I found it in Los Angeles, where I moved to head the Oprah Winfrey Network. We set out to launch a new linear network, steering through the disruption as digital platforms were rising and cable television was being completely transformed. And while my time at OWN didn't end the way I hoped, the introduction of series like Welcome to Sweetie Pies helped define the brand, refine the brand, and set the stage for its future growth. Being on top is great, but I really believe that how you carry yourself through a tough time is just as important as how you celebrate your success. Or as I read someplace, success builds character, failure reveals it. The truth is this: you're going to make mistakes. Something is not going to go your way. You might even fail. I don't want to work with anyone who hasn't. You just need to be open to the lessons from those times of challenge and make sure that you bring something along from those experiences with you to your next adventure. My career since OWN has been filled with discovery and reinvention. As the industry continued to experience change, I've been able to apply my leadership skills to a host of brands and networks looking to transform themselves, and some startups looking to claim new space. I've worked in digital media, radio, and podcasting, and have executive produced some short films. I worked with dreamers and innovators, as well as some dreamers and liars. But the spirit of discovery has helped keep me moving forward, and it's central to another one of my core beliefs: stay curious. Today, that means I'm learning about sports licensing, crypto, and NFTs, courtesy of my current role as head at the National Basketball Players Association. I'm the head of content, which has allowed me to bring together so many of my passions. At my heart, I'm a storyteller and story lover, and I'm at my best working to bring a creative vision to life. I'm proud of my ability to think creatively through a business lens and use those skills to build this new content business for the players. Since I've started, I've had the chance to executive produce documentaries and series with Vince Carter, Pau Gasol, and the Australian national basketball team. Beyond player-centric stories, I'm really excited about a slate of programming that we're creating aimed at kids and families that celebrate the values of the game: teamwork, dedication, resilience. These are things that I know will resonate with families and kids here and around the world. Who knows what kind of content we're going to be able to create inspired by the new world of NFTs that is emerging. I'm especially honored to have collaborated with the players on a film that goes inside their fight for social justice in the wake of the murder of George Floyd as the COVID-19 virus was upending our lives. We're in the marketplace with that film now, and I hope to have a distributor soon. But most of all, working for the MBPA has the added benefit of bringing together all of my core beliefs in a beautiful way. I put my hand up when approached for this incredible new opportunity. And though I'd never worked in sports, my gut sort of told me that the time was right for me to use my skills in a new way and create a revenue stream around original content about players and inspired by the game. I'm a team of one, so I depend on my colleagues in player engagement and licensing to make this vision a reality, an achievement that we will all share in. And I'm learning new things every day about emerging technology and sports licensing that expand my horizons. Which brings me to my last core belief. I love this industry and it's given me so much. I've met and worked with unbelievably talented people. I've even had dinner with Prince. I traveled the world and seen how the power of what we create inspires people and drives change. And I'm honored to have helped businesses and people become successful. But most of all, I love it because it's fun. It's a core belief that I never want to lose sight of. Sure, not every day is a party, but being able to work in an industry that I love and being a part of this constant evolution is second to none. So trust me, when this stops being fun, you're going to find me on a beach someplace writing a novel that I claim has always been inside of me and probably pitching the film rights too. So thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit about me. I'm really excited to talk about enfranchisement with Wes and to hear some of your questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Christina. Just real quick, a couple procedural things for everybody here in the room. The food has arrived, it's in the back. Please enjoy some of our continental breakfast courtesy of Launch. And to everyone streaming online, you can put your questions in the chat and Valeria and the crew will read them live from here. But those in the room who do have live questions, when the time comes, I'm going to talk to Christina for a second, and you can queue up right here and ask your questions directly for those who are here. So, Christina, thank you so much. I lost you. Can we see her?
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I don't. Yeah. I need to change. Okay. There we go. All right. Yeah. I don't need this. We can see each other. But so, thank you so much for that. First of all, and I'm a little upset because I had all these questions prepared, and then when you started talking, I kind of threw them all out. So thanks for wasting all of my prep work, but it was...
Why? I asked them.
No, because I didn't know what you were going to talk about, and this is just much better. What I came up with after listening to you are much better. Okay. So there's so much in here, but if I can talk about... it was really reassuring because a lot of stuff that you mentioned, we talk about in the BCE program. But if you can say, I want to jump on one of your key points, which was share the glory, which kind of loops into a lot of stuff of servant leadership that we talk about. But I was wondering, can you give us an example of actually doing that, right? Of maybe something where the eyes were on you, and how did you share the glory? Because it's sometimes hard, right, with our egos to sort of push ourselves out. But I just wanted to the students, like an example of doing that from your career.
Yeah, I guess for me, a lot of it happens and has to happen, every day. Yes, you're the face of things. And you've got to have a vision, and you've got to make sure that everyone gets on board with your vision. Excuse me. But at the end of the day, you also have to see and name the people that are on your teams who do things. So it literally is, and we talked about this a lot in culture, like, who gets seen, who gets called out, who gets identified. So it literally is, hey, thank you to X for doing Y. I mean, it's what happened at the beginning of this conference. All of the people from support staff to people who bring breakfast to, people who need to feel like they're part of something. Sometimes, I mean, at the time I worked in Times Square, and, the security guys were all African-American. And I was one of the only, I was the only African-American leader. So they knew me and they looked out for me, and we spoke every day. Most of my colleagues didn't know those guys' names. And, being able to sort of say, hey, what's up, Jerry? How you doing today? How's your kid? Those are the kind of things I think that help you expand who's in your circle. Those are the people who are going to be there to support you. And then those are the people you got to name when things go well, because they're also going to be the people who are there when things don't go well.
Right. Yes, indeed. My father always taught me, right? You say hi to the lunch ladies behind there. When you go for an interview, say hi to the admins, because they have way more power than sometimes people realize.
I was one of my first jobs was as a receptionist at a small production company, and it was a horrible place. People were awful, and the people who would call up would be so mean to me on the phone, and I'd be like, "You think that I'm not going to tell the boss that you were like a jerk? Like, how do you think this serves you in any way?" But people
right, it's kind of silly.
When you answer somebody's phones, you learn how to be nice to the people who are on the other end to you.
Yeah, it is sort of silly. How do you think this works? So the other thing that I want to get in, you sort of touched on it, and Valeria actually even touched on it better. What was one of my questions was this concept is like double minority, right? I talked to my wife about, not to get a little too weird, but they were all for like Mike Pence could have certified the election until they realized that the logical end of that argument is that Kamala Harris could do it the next time. And as soon as they realized that a black woman would be empowered, they were like, okay, let's pass a law to stop it.
Right.
But I wonder if you could kind of like tell us a story, dig into this sort of, and one of the things that's really impressive about you to me is you have this sort of double minority and it rolls off your back. But I know it's not that easy. But how did you sort of climb that ladder where I imagine you may be the only woman in the room or the only black person in the room, and oftentimes the only black woman in the room, and kind of blow through it and still, achieve such height?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll take on a third one because I'm also Latina, so Afro-Latina, right?
Yes, yes.
And so, I worked in places that were filled with white men, but at the time in which I started in cable, there were a lot of women in cable back in the day. And part of that was because cable paid less in the early days. So women, were used to being paid less, and they were the ones who were taking these jobs. Working at a network, like a real broadcast, those are the good jobs. So cable was like, this thing isn't going to last. Like, who's going to do this? So I did have a lot of women in the room with me, which was helpful. But I will also say that you make a lot of, I did anyway, I make a lot of bargains with myself, and a lot of moments in which you sort of have to calculate which is the best path forward. Is it better for me to address this thing now, or is it better for me to just go ahead, be subversive in what I'm gonna try and do, cast a black person in this role, and then just wait for somebody to say something to me? And, I think there's a lot of, asking for permission or asking for forgiveness. And I think I definitely approach things with, I was going to ask for forgiveness before I asked for permission. That was not always easy. And there were definitely moments in which you had to sort of pull somebody, the portrayals of African Americans on our networks at the time were sometimes awful. And you get but I also don't want to be the only black woman, angry black woman in the room, right? So how do I find ways to counter that imagery? And I was lucky enough to be in a position where through marketing messages and other things, we were able to counter that imagery. We were able to say, no, I know you want to put X person in this and show them being a fool, but we're going to show somebody else. And we're going to get people to sort of have a complete view of folks. We did a lot of what we back in the day called pro-social work. So a lot of that was around issues of hate crimes and AIDS prevention and violence prevention, and being able to show people of color as healers in those cases was another way to try and change what that perception was. I'll say another couple of things really quickly. For a lot of people who I worked with, the workforce was very young. I was in many cases their first boss and the first black person they'd ever worked for, and may still have been the only black person they ever worked for. So it was important to me to use that opportunity in a way that helped them portray to the world, like, we have this responsibility. We're putting shit on MTV that everyone is seeing. At the time, it is the pop culture guidepost, right? So how do we use this in a way that says, no, we have a responsibility to show all folks, especially Black folks, especially Black women, in a positive light. Definitely not always successful, but I think more often than not, I talk about VH1. That's a place where I think it really was important and very successful. VH1 was the land of whiteness when I went there. And there were no people of color represented, but it was this whole pop culture nostalgia. And I'm like, well, I'm nostalgic too for things. So that's why hip hop became something that we embraced in a way. And Hip Hop Honors was, yeah, why can't we celebrate what was important to me as a kid and not just what was important to you?
And that's really great, and that brings me to my next question. And I do want to shout out, yes, the Afro Latina. Hopefully you can hang on a little later. We have April Walker, who's going to come in and she talks about that the triple dip of wickedness. But so I don't mean to gloss over that, but that could be a whole nother day of discussing that.
I was just claiming what's mine. That's all.
No, I think it's amazing. But you mentioned that Hip Hop Honors was subversive when you get VH1. So, and you kind of just talked about it in your answer. Can you unpack that a little bit? Because I loved Hip Hop Honors more than you know. So I just would love to. What do you mean? How was it subversive? What did you do? How did you pull it off? I just want to hear that story.
That again goes to that, are you going to ask for permission or are you going to ask for forgiveness? And I think for us, it was about, listen, we needed a big event that was going to compete with the other kinds of award shows that were in vogue at the time. Producing another sort of like just giving out awards for nothing wasn't appealing. We actually did it one year and it was a disaster. So it was like, okay, if you're for everyone, then that doesn't work. So you have to be like, the other thing I've learned as a marketer is you have to really be for someone. All these like broad interest things don't really connect with anybody, but like, okay, who are we for? And once we decided that we'd sort of seen a lot of success with African-American audiences coming to the network after they'd seen themselves there and saw people that they recognized as celebrities, it's like, okay, so what else can we do? Yes, hip hop is the way to bring this in. Now, don't forget, VH1 still was kind of a music channel at that time. So we started playing some hip hop. And the world didn't stop spinning on its axis. So it was like, okay, we can open up. The door was cracked open. We can do more. These people, the first year we honored huge celebrities, huge icons in hip hop who showed up and were stars. So while it's subversive in the fact that like, what was this network that celebrated John Mellencamp and Sheryl Crow and the Rolling Stones having a hip hop show? We proved that we could do it. The audience would come for it. Advertisers would come for it, and it could be a success. So it was, subversive may be a strong word, but it was absolutely going against what the brand had stood for so long. And there was a lot of concern internally that, we were going out of our lane.
But that wound up being a relatively profitable.
Oh, it was huge. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So they were wrong.
Yeah. Before though, you're pitching it and people are like, no, I don't think so. Like MTV could do, like that's not. It's like, no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Yeah, I did find it when it came on VH1, but I don't want to. I thank you for that. I don't want to go too hip hop and be biased in it. The other thing I want to ask you about that you mentioned, I think I wrote this down right. You said you met a lot of dreamers and liars. Did I write that down correct? I need more. Did. I need more. You got to tell me more. Unpack that one for me.
Look, this is what's kind of great and crazy about right now. Everybody I talk to is doing something like new and exciting. And what you're doing? What with who? Like, it just sounds so cool. There's so much great that's going on right now, as opposed to the lanes that we have all been, told are the ways forward. I say this a lot too, and people used to ask me like, did you always want to have a job and like this? Did you always want to work in me? I was like, I didn't even know this was a job you could have. These were not things that we talked about around my family dinner table. So but people now are just like, they don't even care. They just will reinvent something, and some of those things from a startup perspective are, unicorns and gold and things everybody wants to be excited about. And some of these things are spun out of pure imagination and are absolute failures. but I love that people have the belief sometimes that they can pull something off and make it happen. I'm lucky enough to have a little bit of experience right now to say, I don't think that's really going to be for me, but, that's okay. I love that people are in there swinging every day. And when you think about all of the new things that have been created, I mean, you would have never thought that you could take on a broadcast network. You would never thought that somebody who was sending DVDs through the mail was going to become the behemoth in content creation globally, right? So, some of those people are liars, some of those are dreamers, and sometimes you got to play with all of them to figure out where you fit.
Yeah, I would love to have you sift through them all, but I know Valeria has some questions. I'm actually having people trying to cut the line and text me questions.
Uh-oh.
So I'm gonna ask I got one more, just one that I want to get in there, and then if anybody here wants to please line up, and then we'll go to the online questions. But I thought it was really great. We in the BC, we want to reclaim. We like to say we want to reclaim the F word, failure, right, and stop avoiding it and thinking that somehow you were lesser if you had ups and downs. And you talked about that. And I know one of the questions are about, your time at OWN and how that go, but I see that popping up, but I'll leave that for the student to ask. But what is your technique? Like, how do you deal with those ups and downs, maybe from a mental health perspective, from a wellness perspective, and a professional, because we don't talk about it enough. And then people get knocked down, they don't know how to get back up.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm a work in progress, and I think we all are. So I try and fail sometimes to give myself grace and to give myself room and permission. Some days are better than others at that, but it's really like, how do you try and find ways to look forward all the time and not look back? I can't change what happened. I can figure out maybe how it happened and what I might be able to do differently the next time. But I think the most important thing you got to do with this stuff is name it and claim it. People are terrified of talking about it. And once you do, and you find, oh, you felt that way too? I feel that way. And now I've got somebody who can say, okay, like maybe it's my moment isn't, totally healing for me, but maybe it could be healing for somebody else, and that will push them forward. So I absolutely believe in this articulation. It's really hard and shitty sometimes. It sucks to not succeed at something. For me, I'd never had a moment where I hadn't been successful at something. So that was really hard. But, using that to build something new, maybe that's the best we can do.
Great. Thank you so much. So we have a question in here. I don't know. Can Christina see her?
I don't think so.
They won't be able to see you, Lily, but they can hear it. Okay. So, Christina, this is your first question from in the house. This is Lily, one of our seniors. And when just for the record, because I'm going to blow her up, I want you two to be friends, because when we announced you in the first email, Lily emailed me and was like, Wes, what did you know? Oh, my God. And I told Lily, you better come in here and you better meet this woman, because, I want you to connect. So now that I've embarrassed you enough, Lily, ask your question, please.
Okay. I'm trying to pick which one. So you talked a lot about how you had a lot of big wins, but with those wins came a lot of losses and rejection. Can you talk about your first big career win that made you confident that you were like doing the right thing and you were in the right place in the right field?
Can you hear okay, Christy?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first big career win. I guess I would say that was, I guess it was really MTV in so many ways. I mean, let me try and figure out a way to sort of wrap this up in a concise anecdote. I really think it was about putting my hand up and being seen. So, I talk about, I was in this role in production management. I loved what I was doing, but I really wanted to contribute and do more. I was able to take on more responsibility, take on other projects, and have somebody see something in me and tap me for the next thing. That's the moment when you feel like you're on the right path. It's like, it's one thing to be like, okay, I know I can do this. This is fine. But when someone who you respect or who you look up to turns around and was like, who's that? What are they like? Hey, come talk to me for a minute. Or, why don't you try this? Or that's a good idea. Let's do it. Like, those are the moments that make you feel like, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. Like, this is something that I should be doing. And those don't always come from, sometimes they come from the people who are at your peer level, as opposed to always coming from the people that are above you. Who are the people that always want to be, because you always have good ideas. I want to be in your group. I want to hang with you. Like, maybe that's the way that you sort of know that you're on the right career path. So yeah, I hope that's helpful. I don't know if I answered that well enough for you, because I had a lot of pressure too.
No, that's extremely helpful, especially since I have one semester left, and going into that, it seems like, you always have to wait for the first big win. So yeah, thank you.
All right,
She's
thank
speaking,
you.
but
Yeah, she said it was perfect. I don't know. Yeah, you can't hear. She said the answer was perfect, just for those. So if I have one that I am going to, if I can, Valeria, skip the line, because this is actually my son Miles texted me this. This is the people who cheat because of nepotism. But he was sort of you were talking about crypto and NFTs, and we're going to talk about this later.
Yeah.
So you had to, it's actually a pretty well written question, but I'm going to try and paraphrase it. But he was very interested that you, in your job at MBPA, are thinking about crypto and NFTs was surprising. How do you see that playing in empowering players moving forward? And then the second part of that is, how do college players coming into the league with these NIL deals factor into your monetization strategy?
We should connect offside, because that's going to take us down a whole rabbit hole. So I will just say this much. One thing I'm really obsessed about right now, so there's a lot of companies that are getting into the NFT space. The league has signed a bunch of deals, most notably with Dapper Labs, right? And they've been releasing NFTs. The players are owning their images, so they're able to play in this space as well. As the MBPA holds the group licensing rights, so we're able to play in this. I don't do licensing. My colleague Josh Goodstead does that role. But the opportunity to create content around NFTs is what's interesting to me. But the one piece of caution that I want to say, and hopefully y'all will talk about this later, I think I'll be on a plane during that panel, is, I want to make sure that the people we're going to empower and enrich with NFTs are not the same people who keep getting rich and getting empowered. Because right now, I don't see any brown folks who are playing in the NFT space from an ownership perspective. Right now, we're giving our rights away. And one thing that I read yesterday, that Sting sold his music catalog for $300 million. And all the legacy artists have been doing that. One of the reasons why you don't see a lot of Black folks in that is because we didn't own those rights to sell. And that's a huge problem. So this is about creation and ownership. And that's someplace I think we really have to be able to be more effective.
Great, fantastic. So I'm going to, I think it was, Bob, was it 500 million? It was even more than that Sting. It was half a B. That's crazy. But I'm going to pass it off to Valeria. Has some questions, and I'm going to have her say it from ear so you can hear it better. So we'll swap.
Thank you.
Hi again. Can you hear me?
Hi, Valeria.
How
I can.
I've been loving it, really. It's awesome.
Okay.
So I have a question from the virtual audience. And when I read that question, I was like, okay, I'm going to ask this question. It's really good. So how, for the people that want to enter in the entertainment industry, and that speaks to me because when I graduate, I want to work there, how do you stay genuine in that industry?
Oh, that's really hard. I've spent time with more people who you have to sometimes wonder, who are you? When did you become that person? I have about 10 different core beliefs. I put it down to 5 for this one, but one of the ones that I left off for this talk was remember who you are. And, to me, remembering who I am, remembering who I came from, remembering where I came from, and that this is a privilege and not a right that I have to be here, is important. And that it's a responsibility too. We're here, we say we want to create content and stories and be in this entertainment industry. Some kid, some young somebody is watching what we make and watching what we do. And do we want them, would we like what they saw, right? So how do you sort of, keep that in mind. You know, I have 2 daughters. I want to make sure that what I do, they're proud of. One of the reasons why I left MTV, quite frankly, was because at the time, the content that we were making was embarrassing to me. And I didn't really want to be a part of that anymore. And I was like, you know what? Like, yeah, I could stay here and take a check, or I can be true to myself. And it's ultimately that was more important to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer. And I have another question here. So, and it actually has to do with MTV. So when you were running MTV and VH1, had they transitioned from the original model to the reality TV model? What was it like? If you can go deeper.
So I was there for both parts. So when I was at MTV, it was still music television. And I think we had started making some shows at that point. MTV News was still a big thing, and you know, stuff like that. Animation was a big part of some of the early programming on MTV. So that was really exciting and fun. But yeah, the transition to reality was when I was there for the most part. And you know, from a business perspective, reality television is cheap. It's easy to make. You don't have to pay the talent. So that's one of the reasons why it proliferated so much in the ways that it did. There's nothing, of course, real about it, as we all know now. And it was, at first, it felt like, you know, the first few Real worlds were real. You know, it was 7 strangers picked to live someplace and have this experience. And then it started to get, ugly a little bit. And then it started to get exploitative in my mind. I have a really hard time with it still. It's not content that I watch. And I don't know that it always serves the audiences. But it clearly still has a place and people still really like it. But I think it would be really interesting to see what real reality might be like. But I don't know if as a society we're ready. Like, we're so Instagram, you know, TikTok. Like, I don't know that we obviously we can't go back, but I don't know that how it evolves.
Okay, thank you. And you spoke a lot about collaborative, like the importance of collaboration and teamwork. Can you go deeper into that? Because I think like it's very important nowadays to work in teams. That's, I would say, the base of anything. So can you go deeper into that? Like, how do you do when you don't like your team, or probably your team is full with people that probably don't share your same ideas? How, like, what's an advice to tackle that situation?
Listen, you can find something in everybody that you connect with, everybody, right? So that's like really the base. You know, I may not like your ideas, but I like the way that you come up with them, or I like the way that you are relentless. Like, I like those qualities in you. So how do you sort of boil down to the qualities and then sort of use that to build back up? I think when you're working with people that you don't always like I work with, this is one of the, you know, I've definitely worked with people over the years who are not my friends necessarily, but that doesn't mean that we haven't been able to do good work together. So I think, how do you sort of look into, again, the qualities that person has? My old assistant used to talk about how it's not called show friends, it's called show biz. And, you know, like, this is a business. So how do we find the best collaborators for business? But I do think that understanding that you all have a shared goal as well. Like, what is that shared goal? We want to win. And you're surrounding yourself with people who want to win. And you can say, listen, my tactics may not be your tactics, but my end goal is the same as yours. And sometimes that is enough to sort of like level the playing field.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Well, we have a question from our social media manager, Eugenia Camacho. She's coming up to the audience microphone. Thank you.
Hi, Christina. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Or you can maybe come here. Come here.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hello, is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so the question is, can you talk more about some of the documentaries you have produced at the NBPA?
Sure, absolutely. So I've made 3 different films. So the first one is a film that's on Crackle right now. And I'm sorry, give me one second. And it's Vince Carter is a basketball player who actually retired during the COVID season. And he was notable because he played 17 seasons in the NBA. And so we did a sort of storytelling with him about like his career and where he was going to go next. The second piece that I worked on in collaboration with Pau Gasol, as well as a company called Respect the Game, which produces a lot of sports and basketball content, is a 4-part documentary series about Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol is a Spanish basketball player. He's a legend in Spain. And this was a series that we produced for Amazon Spain. And I love this one. It's in English and it's in Spanish. And, you know, he has had this transformation in his life. He was really good friends with Kobe Bryant. So when Kobe was killed 2 years ago, it was a devastating moment for him. He also just had his first kid and he was trying to recover from surgery. Was he going to play again? So that was really a great film. The one I talked about at the end that I'm really proud of is called Game Change Game. And it's about the summer of 2020 when, in the wake of George Floyd's murder, the players came together and they were really trying to figure out how to move forward. And, you know, they were going to play again. Were they going to play again or not? And you guys okay? What happened?
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay. And so this film is really about all the ways in which the players came together to fight for social justice, the change that they called for, what they were able to do then, how they were able to bring the country together through basketball, but also how they were able to keep the issues front and center.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for your answer. Oh.
Sorry, we were muted. Can you hear us okay?
I can.
Okay. Well, we're kind of closing up, but we have one more question from the audience. So, what was dinner like with Prince?
Oh my gosh, it was crazy. It was I was working at MTV. It was a Grammy week, and he had invited us up to. He was renting a mansion, and he invited us up to his place to talk to us. And when you first walked into the house, there was a giant marble table there. And we all had to leave our cell phones. And then we went into this dining room, and then like we kept hearing this dinging from a microwave, and like they were serving us salmon, but it was like one at a time from the microwave. It was so super weird. But after dinner was over, then we went into this big drawing room where he played his latest music for us. And he left, but we were all sitting around like looking for the cameras. We're like, we know he's watching us. Like, where could he possibly be? And I remember going into the bathroom where he had all these guest towels that had his symbol on them. It was all stitched into them. And I was trying to figure out how I could steal them without being discovered, which I was never able to do. But he was actually really hard on MTV. He was like, why don't you play music anymore? Why are you playing all those reality shows? Why have you given up on young people? So it was really a challenging conversation, which was great to have.
Well, with that, I have a follow-up question. So, how do you deal with like those like challenging conversations? How do you stay calm and like think fast? I don't know, any advice in like difficult conversations, because probably that can work for students like us. Maybe a difficult conversation can be when we're in interviews or something like that. So,
I think one thing that people don't take advantage of often enough is to say that they don't know something. You don't have to know everything. So it's like, you know what? You raise a really good point, and I need to think about that. Is as good an answer as like a bullshit kind of like, spinning sort of answer. And I think, I've learned that so much in either being in a boardroom, being quizzed by a board member who asks a question that I may not have the answer to. I'll say, you know what? I don't know that right now. Let me get the information and get back to you, which I think goes a long way towards, staying honest and truthful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to pass it on to Wes to close this amazing conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Valeria. Thanks.
So, Christina, we're about out of time. I wonder if I can take a little privilege and really quickly, and I want to give you some time to have your final thoughts. But I think working at the MBPA, you're working with labor unions now. And I think just if I could be the professor in here, when we talk about things of enfranchisement and empowerment, right, that's really the way it used to be done. So how about you going from the sort of private content how is the union and the history of unions and union breaking and Reagan, how is that playing into, as we try to move forward? How much should our students be thinking about something as, we may think is boring as the importance of union?
Listen, I mean, I think what I've really come to appreciate is the power of this collective, and that collectives do have power. They don't always have to agree. If those of you who follow sports know that not every NBA player agrees with being vaccinated, but I do think that support for each other and that willingness or that need to hold themselves accountable, but also to hold other parties accountable is really powerful. This has been an interesting time for unions. My husband's a sound man, so he's in a union. My brother's in the DGA. So entertainment unions are a big part of my life. And really seeing how that protection is important for the safety of everybody, for the future of what we do. There's nothing but opportunities for exploitation. So it's actually been great to be able to create content on behalf of a collective that is about something more.
Thank you. And I know I said it was the last one, but we just had a question come in from the live stream from Kevin Bright, one of our famous alums and one on our board of trustees. So I just wanted to throw that in here if we can take a second. And he says, wasn't part of the true genius, or was part of the true genius of the VH1 Hip Hop Awards, sort of realizing and actualizing that that true diversity could attract a predominantly white audience, right? It was more crossover than they realized.
Actually, no? I don't know that. Well, put it this way: my goal was not to attract a white audience. My goal was to put the welcome mat out for a Black audience that had not felt that this channel was for them. So that was my goal. That's what I achieved. I think being able to acknowledge, as we all knew at that point, that hip hop was more than just Black music, that it resonated with white audience as well, was the bonus. But yes, absolutely. My goal first and foremost was to make sure that Black folks knew that VH1 was for them.
Right on. So I just want to we have a couple moments left, and I just wanted to know if you had any sort of parting words of advice or thoughts. Thank you so much for this, but I want to leave the last little bit for you to talk your talk.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just going to say you and I had a great conversation early on when we were talking about this conference and about this program, which I think is so vital and so necessary. When I worked in corporate America, they would always give you these Myers-Briggs tests to find out if you were a creative person or a business person, which side of the right brain or left brain. And I was like, can I use my whole brain for something? Because that would actually be nice. And I feel like this is a whole brain kind of conversation. This allows you to bring your passion for creativity along with the experiences of business to build and grow what is how people are going to connect in the future. So this is something that I talk about all the time, whether it's strategies for businesses, who's getting into NFT space, why is Netflix succeeding, is Disney Plus have a chance, what's going to happen with Discovery? Like, I get very excited about this, and I love that there's an opportunity for kids, for young people to get this experience now so that they can contribute to this later. We talk a lot about pipeline in this business, and we're awful about building one. We want everyone to come fully, developed, or we want you to go sit and answer at a desk at an ad agency or, a talent agency for 2 years before you somehow can be in this business, which is ridiculous. So this kind of training, I think, is really going to have an impact and, put more people in seats, in different kinds of seats, in media and entertainment organizations, and really help, change how the business is run. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. You couldn't hear because I muted it, but when you said, "Can I use my whole brain?" everybody here laughed. That's literally taken out of like an admissions program. So you make me look good by saying it. So don't believe me, believe Christina, if nothing else. She's way more reputable than I am. But I just want to thank you again, Christina, for taking the time. This is a wonderful way to set the tone. I know you are no stranger to Boston. I believe BU, right? Is the BU alum?
Yep.
So
Yep.
Once all this passes next year, we're gonna have to bring you up here in real life, and we look forward to that time. So thanks again, everybody. A round of applause for Ms. Christina Norman.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't stay for the rest of the conference. I'm jumping on a plane, but
Okay,
Thank you
no
all.
worries. Thank you also for rescheduling because of the snowstorm, so we appreciate it.
All good. Thanks so much.
All right. So
Bye-bye.
thanks everybody here, just everyone in the building. You know, we're going to go right into our first panel. We have food in the back. Your questions will be up here. But with that, I want to bring in one of our other student producers, Miss Jessica Savadra.
Hi, hello. Hi, my name is Jessica Savadra. I am a sophomore BCE student, and my role for the conference was marketing director. So this first panel of the day is Street Art for Social Change. The panelists include Jeanette Beckman, a British-born photographer who began her career in the punk rock era, working for music magazines, The Bass and Melody Maker. She has shot bands from The Clash to Boy George, as well as 3 Police album covers. She has published 6 books, including The Mashup, collaboration with iconic New York graffiti artist, reinterpreting her image for hip-hop images. Her new monograph covering 40 years of photography, Rebels from Punk to Dior, was published by Drago in November 2021. Jeanette continues to chronicle subculture as well as photography campaigns for brands like Dior and Levi's. She's represented by the Hay Klein Gallery, and Jeanette's photography has influenced trends in fashion, and her courageous attitude has gained her much success. We invited Jeanette to share her journey and shed light on how she enfranchised herself through her career. Our second panelist is Roger Gassman. He's a collector, curator, graffiti historian, and urban anthropologist. He started writing graffiti as a teenager in Bethesda, Maryland, and later parlayed his love for it to a legitimate career as a trusted mediator between underground art scenes and mainstream culture. In 1997, Gassman published a graffiti magazine, While You Were Sleeping, which evolved from a DIY production in his bedroom into a full-fledged magazine, internationally distributing over 80,000 copies per month by 2021. Later, Gassman founded and co-published Swindoe magazine with artist Shepard Fairey and has since created 60 high sought-after art books with numerous international translations. Gassman co-created Art in the Streets at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles in 2011, the first international comprehensive survey of graffiti and street art with an attendance of over 250,000 people. The exhibit survey of graffiti and street art with an attendance of 250,000 people. The exhibit granted its credibility alongside other prominent genres. Roger is an excellent example of a creative who captured social movements that otherwise would have been forgotten. We invited him to share his success and enlighten us on how he enfranchised himself through his work. Our third panelist is April Walker. She's a fashion designer, culture shifter, and entrepreneur who helped create a multi-billion-dollar industry called streetwear. Her brand, Walker Wear, was one of the first to kick in distribution doors, command millions in sales, and dress icons such as Tupac, B.I.G., and Aaliyah. Walker is an author and adjunct professor at NYU's Clive Davis, is featured on Netflix, and is a recipient of several fashion awards. Her work has exhibited internationally. At 21, she opened her first custom shop called Fashion and Effect, making clothes from MC Light, Shaggy, Audio 2, and Shinehead. She also launched a styling division responsible for numerous images that have appeared in countless videos and photos, including Wu-Tang Clan, Run DMC, Queen Latifah, Aaliyah, Naughty by Nature, and more. The brand has been featured in many motion pictures and television shows. We invited April to reveal her secret to successfully enfranchising herself in the world of fashion. This panel will be moderated by Lena Giraldo, a Colombian-born, Boston-based designer, interactive media artist, and storyteller with a background in co-design, civic media, data, art, and technology. She is currently an assistant professor at Emerson in the journalism department. I am very honored to introduce the Street Art for Social Change panel.
Able to start a video because the host has stopped it. There you go.
There you go. Hey, Roger.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, April.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. You know, I follow up with Paul after 2 years of Zoom. You figure out with everything we have it already and fixed. But thank you for your patience. It is an honor to have such a distinguished speakers today in this panel. I want to introduce my name. I actually don't know if you can see me, Janet, Roger, and April. I think you can. I'm not sure. I just see you, so that's wonderful. It's so nice to have you here. You are an amazing inspiration for many generations. So it's definitely, I am humble and honored to have the opportunity to speak with you. We have a few questions. The hope and the goal of this conversation is to just really learn more about your influence with the community, what do you learn from the community, and that kind of social impact that you really have bring historically for where we are and where we stand right now. So and before we go to the questions, I don't know if you wanna introduce yourself. We know who you are, they just introduced yourself, but if you have any kind of first sentence that you wanna tell to our audience here, or anything that you wanna kind of start the conversation.
I'd like to say thank you for having us today. And I'm really excited about being on the panel with these two great human beings and these creatives. And I'm just looking forward to sharing whatever we have in terms of our experience and gems.
Thank you, April.
And I'd like to say, same thing as April, thank you for having us. And, you know, as a photographer, I'm honored to have worked with both of these guys. And April and I did a photo shoot just right before the pandemic, which was pretty awesome. And Roger and I are going to collaborate on something. I think it's happening in May. So it's really cool to have this meeting. And you know, Roger, I don't know. Over to you, Roger.
You two basically just said it all. Thank you for having us. I'm happy to be here with you all. And I've spent my life just wanting to make cool shit and put it out there and hope the world likes it and educate through it. And thankfully, we've been able to keep doing it. And we're gonna, I think, all talk about similar things like that today.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you very much. So I'm just gonna start with a few questions, but I'm gonna also have and receive questions from the audience as we go on. But one of the first questions is for all of you, and any of you are free to answer if you feel like, what is your connection to your respective communities? Is some thread that you all share? You are inspired by your community. Can you each speak as how to your community shape your work and art?
Well, I could talk. I mean, I was born in England, in London, and I came here in like 1983, and hip hop was happening all around. And the hip hop community in New York, which I didn't know anybody, they just welcomed me. And it was an amazing connection. And, you know, I got very involved with all of it, the music, the culture, the poetry, the style, everything, the streets. And I was living in New York, downtown. And I feel like as somebody from another country, you know, I was just welcomed into the community, and years later, it's led to incredible collaborations for me.
Thank you, Janet. I'm not sure, maybe April wants to follow up.
I think for me, my connection to people and community, I think the community, I connect with people. And so it's just a natural evolution, right, in my community first, and then from the art and the creative aspect is a global community. So for me, it's just been this like circle that's keeps growing and keeps growing. And I think energy feeds energy, and so we attract who we are, you know what I mean, and what we are. and where we're going. And so I think with that vision and that passion, it feeds energy, and that energy comes back to us. So I think that, I'm also a person that is spiritual. And so I believe that we're all given gifts for a reason, right? And so those gifts that we have are not to be hoarded, but to be shared. And I think that, that's what we do. I think as creators, we share. We're just pouring out what we have and sharing that with the world. So in that way, I think we connect with community, and, we're here to make each other better.
I like that. Energy feeds energy. It's true. So much of what I do and so much of the people I still work with, I was friends with when I was 14 or 15 years old, or I was aware of their work when I was 14 or 15 years old, running around in the early 90s, writing graffiti, going to punk rock and hardcore shows right up in Washington, D.C., and then all over the country very quickly after that. And I met such a great community of people through graffiti, through going to punk rock and hardcore shows, that a lot of them were a little bit older than me. A lot of them were photographers. A lot of them ended up going to become designers, fashion, in the arts world, et cetera. And I just always stayed in touch with them. That's a whole other long story of trading photos and traveling and things that a lot of people don't do anymore. But, through honestly the photo trading community of here's a few photos of what's happening in my city, I get a few from yours. I just built a huge network and friend group. And as my life continued to go on, I just became more and more interested in the history in so many of the cities, especially my city. And that led to the projects, and that kind of just led to the extended community and the community that I respected. And thankfully, I got their mutual respect back. And we worked together to make everyone's projects bigger and better, and always remembering that we have to respect the community we're working with and make sure the community we're working with sees something in a new light, or something that gives them, a great emotion, because of course, everyone in the community usually thinks they know everything. So how do you keep them excited and engaged, and at the same time, respect the general audience and the general public, because of the communities we all love here and respect and come from. I think the three of us, if we don't figure out how to reach outside of that too, we're not, we're not doing any education and anything outside of what we're doing, and it stays circular. So, my community has shaped me by continuing to kick me in the butt and honestly tell me when they don't think I'm doing something right, call me out and keep it going. And it's all just based off of, friendships or people I was aware of, from then to now, and friends of friends.
There's so many beautiful things that you have said, but just the energy feed energy, and we respect the community, and the community really, we have how we actually promote that story. And I think that's fantastic. And I want to kind of bring a little bit and bring what's happening right now in the present. We are living in a moment where marginalized communities are reclaiming their narrative. And in your work, you create narrative by amplifying and humanizing the hip hop culture. How can this apply to the current and social artistic atmosphere? I know it's a big question, but I do pretty much change a lot of the narrative. So I would love to hear some of your thoughts.
So I have this saying and this thought that I stick with, and it goes back to community. And I think that we're independent, yet we're interdependent, right? And at the same time, I strongly believe, and Jeanette is a great example of saying, like, she's collaborated with both of us, right? And I believe lateral cooperation creates vertical movement. So, if we all did that, the world would be a better place, and a chain is only as strong as its links. So, like, that's the thought process for hip hop in the work that I do. And I'm one person, but I'm not extraordinary. I'm just doing some extra work, But if we all rolled up our sleeves, like everybody on this panel is, and so many other human beings, but it takes the world right now, because the world is in shit shape.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Janet, please.
No, I was just going to say, she's right. The world is in shit shape, and, during lockdown, 20, I was lucky enough to be able to document a lot of the Black Lives Matter movement, which was just happening kind of right around my house. So it really was community, because I live in New York City and I'm sort of near Washington Square and Union Square and City Hall, where all the demonstrations were. And I think hip hop was a huge influence on Black Lives Matter. You could see it, and you could see hip hop influencing and it changing politics. I mean, those demonstrations have changed the world and the world view. And I think it's so powerful, and it's a really good example of how community got together in a time of extreme critical upheaval and just horrible things happening. They still are. I feel like that was a really good example of community. And, a lot of it came from hip hop to getting together for change, for good change. And that's a great thing.
Thank you.
I grew up listening to punk rock and hardcore. I was in Chicago in the early 90s. I'm at a late night party. Way too young to be there, and a bunch of people come up to me and ask me if I break, and I'm like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. And they're talking about breakdancing. I'm like, oh, okay, graffiti, breakdancing, this culture, I get it. Like, it didn't exist outside of like my core group of friends. So that really kicked me in the butt and made me see everything as a larger community. At that point, it just kind of clicked, and very quickly after that, I became just more aware of the general community and helping each other. And to me, hip hop has definitely not been in my studies as much as April and Jeanette, but I've come to admire more and more of it, become more and more friendly with people that have created and continue to create. And I look at it so much more than just the elements people look at. It's fashion, it's lifestyle, it's community, and it's a community and it's a lifestyle much more than you can say it's rapping, breakdancing, or anything like that. And I think that's one of the things that thankfully in the last few years, I think has come much more up, and it's gone away from more that here's a t-shirt with 4 elements, this is a community. And whenever I talk about it, because I don't feel, I'm part enough of it to be able to, speak on this or this. I mean, I know historical things and all of that, but what I've continued to admire, and when I do get asked is, hey, this isn't this element or this or this, it's a community of a lifestyle that is very important. And, I don't want to compare it to like a religion in a sense, but like it is something that is celebrated, admired, and, could be looked at in different ways by different people around the world.
Wow, what great answers. I really are inspired, and I think just really it's not a religion, but it's really something that it bring you up and it bring conversations that it needs to happen. I think this question is more for April, and I want to talk a little bit about Walker Wear. We could really describe you as a classic disruptor. And what was your intent? And if it was, do you have a strategy for doing it? You started.
I think that, I think that I probably have, looking back, I probably always had a fighting spirit, but I don't mean fighting like fighting in the streets. I mean, like, just, I grew up, I grew up post-Vietnam, like the 70s, and then going into the 80s, like we go into the crack era, we come out the Nixon era, and a lot of different things. I've seen a lot of different phases, and I grew up in New York. So I've seen a lot of disparities. I've seen a lot of inequality in the world. I've seen a lot of injustice. And then I've seen a lot of beauty. I've seen a lot of good things. I'm lucky enough to have grown up with parents who made me go to the museums on the weekend and do voice lessons and dance lessons. I can't sing a lick, but just like all of these things, modern dance and all the arts and music and fashion, my father was in that. So I grew up watching my father in the music business. He was managing jazz artists, some McCoy Tyner, and a lot of younger people won't know, but a lot of legends now, that have paved the way for a lot of jazz artists now. And I just watched him ride that roller coaster of beans and rice, to having high moments, to low moments, to high, to low, but he was doing what he loved. And so I think that, I don't know if I looked at it as disruption then, but what I did look at it as disruption was hip hop, because I was a teenager and I can remember so many things, but really when Sugar Hill Gang made the radio, like pop music, on all the national stations, and I thought like this is a real moment for us, not like a trend, but it was like a tsunami coming, and I could feel it through the energy. You could see it on the trains. I could go to the parks and dance and listen to Bobito playing in Harlem or wherever in the playgrounds. You know what I mean? It was just like this feeling of tribe members that you found that understood change needed to come, and it was coming whether you liked it or not. And I wanted to be on that train because I wanted to be part of that, So for me, it was just figuring out how I was going to be a part of it. And then at the same time, I was a hustler. Like I was selling pots and pans as a kid. I was teaching gymnastics. I was doing every and all the things, always trying to figure out how. I knew I didn't want to work for someone, but I was in college for communications and for business. So I reverse engineered. I actually can remember the moment when the light bulb went off and I was at the Apollo at amateur night and I went to Dapper Dance after. And I just saw this man who I could identify with that was making, for all of you, most of you probably know Dapper Dan, but if you don't, he is legendary. He is like everything. He's paved the way for so many of us in streetwear. And he basically was making, at that time, everything from Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and the likes, Fendi, everything, but better than them. Like he was making his own fabric, and that was like poetry, right? Because it was like, at that time, if you went in Gucci, for a lot of us, if you looked a certain way, you were being followed around the stores. You were being treated. I mean, we just saw the rant, whoever is into hip hop and saw Jim Jones rant, it's still happening, So it's like, for us, for me to see him serving the community and making those styles that spoke to our tribe members, it was a moment, and the light bulb said, you know what, at that time, you guys, the boroughs were so different. So Brooklyn was different than Harlem. Harlem was different than Queens. It was all very, very, very different. We didn't have the internet. You didn't have MTV. So I just wanted to come home and make things for my neighborhood in Brooklyn. And I wanted to speak to hip hop and pour out what we were feeling, because there was nothing in the stores that we could go and buy at that time. So I wanted to serve my tribe and really be a part of hip hop. And I knew I could make money doing that. So all those things rang true to me and were in sync. And I was like, I can do this. And so really being naive to fear really helped me and started me, and that's really how it started. I was part of that disruption because I believed in hip hop, and I really saw something that wasn't there because I felt it.
But amazing that you also start this conversation talking about love and something that you're passionate about, and how you start kind of finding this root through that passion and really finding this pain point or this need that it wasn't there at the time. So that's incredible. Thank you for sharing. This question is for Janet. And you were in places documenting people, and also you were humanizing them, and you were not asking them to pose. You were really kind of capturing those souls. But at the same time, you were documenting a billion-dollar industry when others didn't see value on them. And you mentioned in some previous interviews that I think that you were trying to getting into the advertising that they didn't see the value, so you were looking for these small places, and that's how it started. I'm curious, what do you see at that time, and what do you inspire? What do you move to keep going?
Well, you know, I came from London, and I had sort of, when I came out of art school, I always knew I wanted to be some kind of artist, and there didn't seem to be any other choice to me. And, you know, when I came out, punk was just happening, and there were all these streets that looked so different from, you know, England is very steeped in tradition, and suddenly there was this revolution going on right in front of my eyes, and I had my camera and I just started documenting it. And, you know, then I worked for music magazines and photographed the bands, but I always photographed the fans as well, because I felt like it was so much about, well, you know, the whole thing about community. You know, one minute you'd be a fan of a band, and during the punk era, you could just jump up on stage and start thrashing a guitar, and you didn't need to be an accomplished musician, you know, to do that. So, you know, you'd be a star, and the great thing about punk, and I feel like hip hop as well, you didn't have to look, you know, like a model. You could be like a chunky guy with 3 teeth missing and, you know, whatever, and bad haircut, whatever, and you could be a superstar like Shane McGowan or somebody like that. And I love that. And the same thing for the women, you know, it was very non-traditional, and it was the same thing, you know, as punk, because things were bad in London when the economy was terrible. There was no future, there was no jobs. And then I saw my first hip hop show in '82, and it was like, it was really like a Renaissance moment for me, because here were these people, instead of punk, which was in a way a bit of a kind of negative movement, everybody was like saying everything's shit and we're going to fight it. Here were all these incredible people, I didn't even know who they were, who were so positive, and they were making art, and they were dancing, and they were doing everything on stage at the same time. And the style was just amazing, and really, their attitude was so upbeat. And I moved to New York, and there was this, you know, April's right, there was this kind of energy there, that kind of, we can do anything, we're going to make change, and things are crap, but we're going to talk about it. You know, songs like The Message, where you're talking about, you know, junkies in the alley with a baseball bat. That's kind of what it was like. Rats, you know, Rats. That I was living in what's now Tribeca, and it was just a deserted warehouse area, and it was kind of dangerous, but there was this energy of change and movement, and art, like April said, art on the trains. I mean, you couldn't avoid it. It was right in your face. You take a train, there's some kid with a boom box. And me as a photographer, I think it's, you know, it was, I guess it's a compulsion, a passion, an addiction. I can't help myself. I just want to document it, whatever it is that's going on. That's kind of how I feel. I just want to record it. And you're right, I don't pose people in my pictures, because I'm all about, take me to where you're from, show me what you're about, and I'm going to try and take a picture of it. And, you know, that's kind of how it's always been for me, and it still is. I just did a photo shoot of this young guy called Jahiris. He's a jazz drummer, and he's working with, I work with this collective called Rainbow Blonde. It's a jazz collective run by Jose James and Tali Billing. And this kid's never had a photo taken before. I mean, he's not a kid. I don't know how old he's young, but we managed to get some great photos. I was just like, you just be you. You know, we walk around in the neighborhood. How do you feel about this spot? Yeah. You know, I took him to A1 Records, which is a used record store, and he was like looking through all the records. I got pictures of him. And I'm thinking, it's kind of people somehow, it's about respect. It's exactly what April said. It's about respect and gaining people's trust. And right now I'm working on a project called Women Who Rock it's going to be a TV series. I got to photograph somebody last week that I have been crazy fan of, Maida Staples, since 1972. I know. I was so I was fanning out. Let's be real. I was fanning out. And this woman is all about joy and love. And I have 5 minutes to take a picture of her and capture a portrait. And, you know, hopefully I did it. And then, you know, I just, it's that thing that you talk to somebody, you have 5 minutes to get their trust and get them to show you who they are. And you know, that's just the way I go. And I'm still super, you know, I have to take pictures. There's nothing else for me to do.
What you just said of you have 5 minutes to gain their trust and get it done. I mean, I think it's the same here, probably the same so much for April, and what you've done is as we all meet people, it's, you know, that first thing, especially in these, what were so much subcultures or subcultures of subcultures that are now these huge businesses. But, you know, as we're still so much supporting and respecting people that, you know, really got started and moving it, and the new people that are going, it's, yeah, you still are I'm still finding myself all the time. I have 5 minutes to sell it almost.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. To let someone into, you know, to allow for someone to let me into their life, like, and they've never met me before. It's a huge thing. I mean,
absolutely. It's a huge thing. Intimate. It's so intimate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a huge thing.
That connection is so important. And all your work is about that connection and trust. And you, the three of you, use different media, and you represent it throughout your years of work, which I think is quite amazing. And something that I want to kind of highlight from the last two questions is that change the movement from the messiness, find that beauty and move forward. And I think you both say something, we just have to get to it. And you have to kind of grasp the soul, and we have to really make the best of it. And we have to be part of the change. And I think that's pretty fabulous. And thank you for sharing this. Roger, we describe you as an urban anthropologist. Mm-hmm. You have done an amazing work, really, when you start documenting graffiti. You start really saying, we have to take, these are making story. The communities are telling stories, and you start documenting this. You start documenting the graffiti culture, celebrating the art and the beauty. When many of everyone, so as a vandalist, and the police were trying to track the people down, kids were going to getting arrested. So how do you make this really feasible? Like, make this is history, this is real. How do you make it valuable for the society?
How do we make it valuable for the society? I think that goes back, honestly, to some of the things I said. It's making sure you respect the community, but reach outside of the community. I knew that having 2 spray paint ads wouldn't matter, no matter if they're the first spray paint ads ever, but having 300 spray paint ads tells a story. Having 2 photos of early graffiti in the city I grew up in is great, but it doesn't do anything, you know, in the big picture. So it's being able to make friends, make acquaintances, make partners, and gain trust. And once you have that trust, you can start amassing collections. And that's one of the things I've really tried to continue to do. And continue those relationships. Because if you don't have the people inside speaking positively about you, a few people are always going to talk shit. If you're doing your job right, then there's always going to be some haters. If there's not haters, you're probably doing your job wrong. So, you know, you can't let that get you down. You just need to kind of smile and keep moving and not engage. Just keep it going. I've definitely learned. But in the end, yeah, it's amassing the collection and being excited about it, archiving it, and showing things at the right time, and not showing things at the right time, always saying, well, this is my fee. I'll give you this for this, nothing else. It's feeling people out, meeting people, understanding what the project is, and understanding that there's different ways to do things, different ways to get things out. Of course, if it's a project where someone is really going to make a lot of money, talk to them about it, because your archive's valuable and you had to spend time and energy to get your archive done. But there can be value in things for everyone that are often you don't see at the top. So I always, even experiences when I represent and manage several different artists, so many of the times, 95 out of 100 requests we get don't go anywhere, but I talk to a lot of those people at those agencies, at those brands, you name it. And I do my best to educate them too of why we're charging this for this. So next time when they reach out to an artist that might be a friend, or me again when they're at another company in 3 years, hopefully they've listened and learned something, and I hear what their objectives are, and maybe I learned something from them too. In the end, create your archive, sit on your archive, but don't sit on your archive forever. Get it out there and respect your community, but think bigger picture, or your community is just going to stay stagnant and only creating for each other.
During the last 20 years, have you seen any change in the graffiti community, or how it's being represented and accepted in society? You've been really, the beginnings, the early stages, so it would be interesting to see your perspective.
I think we can say for hip hop, punk rock, so many forms of fashion, and especially graffiti, the last 20 years has been unlike anything I'd seen before. In the early 2000s, when things were starting to really go back into the gallery and get some buzz, get some dollars, brands were looking, a lot of designers were starting to really make a name for themselves. We were like, when's this going to burst? A few years later, when's this going to burst? A few years later, when's this going to burst? And what we all started to realize was a lot of us that grew up in the 90s, in a sense, that, came up seeing tattoos everywhere, came up, being able to download music, like things like that. People in their early 30s now are creative directors at companies. They know cell phones, they know technology, they know tattoos, they know, Napster when they were kids, like everything was right there. So, graffiti and street art has exploded. Street art has become the safe word in a sense. And there's 3 pieces of the culture. There's street art, there's graffiti, and there's murals. Murals are that we see, it's a massive culture. And one of the reasons the culture has gotten so big is gentrification, developers going into neighborhoods and saying, we're going to put murals here because it's going to make everything look okay. It really does work. Then the coffee shop opens and this opens. I mean, we can name so many neighborhoods, and, we could sit here and have hours of conversation of the pros and cons of that. But in the end, there's public art, and I love public art. And so many of these muralists are taking cues from graffiti writers, and they're taking cues from street artists. And they're often just branded street artists, even when, yes, their work is in the street. So you could say that, but, to me, a street artist is someone who's put in their work illegally over time and really built it up. And a muralist is a muralist, and a graffiti artist is a graffiti artist. And now it's just kind of like this blended world. And, one of the things I want to do is continue to educate that there's differences, but at the same time, there's public art. It's everywhere. Graffiti has exploded. And right now, my job, I feel, is to try to keep the authentic graffiti, the authentic street art towards the forefront as much as I can and tell those stories. I'll never be able to tell them all. So I hope we inspire other people to get out and tell those stories.
Thank you. I do love to mention the word gentrification, because it really is becoming also a tool, and many of the places that you're coming from have changed drastically in the last 30, 40 years, and it really can define what you do now. But so that kind of lead me to the next question, which is, in a way or another, the corporate machine has co-opted to movements that you helped start. And how can see you kind of unrunning that belt that is safe and regain that control? And how can you really go back to the control of all this movement that now is being advertised, that is being included in the new language, or in the new media advertising?
Own your story and trust who you work with. I mean, it's simple as that. Don't be so sheltered and afraid of the new media. and make new friends and ask a lot of questions and get some paperwork, write it down.
Thank you. I mean, I think you're right. You know, trust who you work with is a big thing. I mean, I was lucky enough to do a worldwide campaign for Levi's in 2018, and that was like a dream for me. And that was because their creative director is this wonderful man, Chad Hinson. He loved my hip hop stuff, and he loved my street portraits, and he loved the punk stuff. I mean, he understood it, and he pretty much let me, you know, we threw block party in, we threw a block party in Bed-Stuy. We threw actually one in Jersey City too. And, you know, he brought in all the OGs. You know, he had Stretch and Bob, and he had break dancers, and everybody was just wearing Levi's t-shirts. We street cast. And I thought it was a really brilliant way to bring old school to new school. Do you know what I mean? And get the culture out there. And you're really right about sharing. Like, you should archive your stuff, but you should share it. I know a lot of photographers are really gun shy of putting their work on the internet, or they don't want to have websites in case someone steals their work. But, you know, that work belongs to the world. And you're right, educating and sharing is like one of the most important things right now. And like working with brands, if you find a good brand to work with, is a great way of sharing.
Thank you.
I think you guys have both said pretty much everything. I'll just add, for me as an independent, this word disruptors has become such a buzzword. But I think I've always lived that in the sense of living outside of my comfort zone, in a discomfort zone. So I feel like once things are getting too settled within my creative space, it's time to disrupt. I feel like that about everything. Like even I work out, like, so if I get too routine-y, I want to disrupt that and find something else, you know, to keep myself engaged, to keep myself creative. And so when I think about that as it relates to my art and my fashion and my creative helmet, so to speak, I'm always thinking about how I can storytell right now, because everything for me is storytelling through fashion. So whether it's a narrative about something I'm passionate about that's going on in the world, or whether it's about telling my legacy, or whether it's about sharing and collaborating with another artist and sharing their story, right? But alignment is so important, because I think that I've been able to go the distance because I remain true to myself. And so in that, partnering with other people that are still in the tribe. So that's if it's a person, if it's an entity, whatever it is, the mission has to be aligned with my value system, or closely enough where for this project, it would make sense for this phase of my mission right now and what my artistry is doing. I hope that makes sense, you know, and the value system, because as a brand, right, you have to protect your brand. So if you do a collaboration with another company that doesn't represent your value system and is incongruent with who you are as a brand, that's problematic, because now you're making your tribe question your value system. You know, so that's how I think of things when I think of them. I also think all opportunities aren't opportunities. And then I think some opportunities are great opportunities. So discernment is really important as well. And I think that we have to be, as creatives, willing to live in a discomfort zone, period. Like, we have never lived in a time where time is moving so fast. And if you are thinking about today, you're late already. Like, you need to be thinking about your art as it's living in the metaverse, as it's living what's coming, you know what I mean? And thinking in that space. And the older we get, I think the more challenged, or the more seasoned we get, we're challenged to stay right there, because the advantage we have is experience. the work we need to do is to still dig through the crates and stay, to keep unlearning and to keep learning, to keep learning, to keep learning, and to keep collaborating with other creatives that teach us, right? So I think that it's a mesh of all of those things. And if you can find a big brand or these big corporate brands that really are aligned with your mission, let them amplify your goals. It's about the world right now. So it's a global community. So I just think it's a mix of magic.
I wanted to add one thing. As I've gotten older, I've learned that, as I think all of us on this panel being more creatives, we've probably all learned, I know I learned the business as I went through trial and error, and I'm still making mistakes. People I work with make mistakes. People that want to use images of ours that don't credit them right make mistakes. And instead of writing people off right away for making mistakes, I've definitely learned to try to give somebody a chance to fix their errors once in a while instead of writing them off. So I think that's an important lesson I've learned in trying to move forward, because so many times we're working with people that aren't used to understanding, well, why do you need a photo credit for that? Why do you need that? Because this is so new to them, including a lot of the brands with how they treat and respect the artist, because it's not what they're always used to. They're often just used to, getting a pattern from a pattern designer and moving forward with no name attached to something. So trying not to be as hot-headed, level-headed, and listen to an apology or an understanding once in a while and give somebody another chance has been important. Of course, cut people off if they totally fuck up. But, that's an important piece of the puzzle, I think, and keeping it moving is letting people make errors.
Absolutely, because we all make them, and I think that's where that energy comes in, and having the discernment to understand that, you know what I mean? And you can feel when someone's making a mistake or when they're just being an asshole. So discernment is key.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I love what you say in the beginning of unlearning and learning and collaborating. And really, it is a global community, and we really have to understand where the values of where we sharing and how that kind of express, and how can we bring community through that as well. So that's kind of go in cycles as we started the conversation. Last, we are surrounded by creators. All the audience are people who are thinking of creating their own business. They are creating their own brands. They're creative. Like we were thinking about before, the panel before that says a whole brain. We have the ones who organize, and we have the creators. How do you advise, as we have creators in the audience and streaming, what advice do you have that can prevent disenfranchisement and strength ownership? And I think you mentioned a little bit of that in the previous question, but what will be that last advice?
Are you talking about protecting your images or your brand? Or
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big issue now, and the internet, obviously, and social media. I mean, I think that some people tend to think because they saw it on the internet, it belongs to them and it's free or whatever. And, we have to educate those people. And I think, we artists have sort of, we've come together to help protect each other. And I have personally have a lot of friends, photographer friends, who are like, hey, JB, somebody just reached out to me a couple of days ago. There's a punk picture actually I took that's on the back of a t-shirt. And I am actually good friends still with this punk kid that I photographed in, 1979. And somebody's putting his image, and it's not me, on a t-shirt. And I've got to now help track that person down. It's hard. It's very hard keeping track of it. And you don't want to go after everybody. But, I think it's interesting as artists, like you're an artist, you're making art, but you also have to have that business brain as well. Yeah. And that's always challenging. It's challenging for me. And in recent years, I've kind of realized the importance of it. And for me, the community of hip hop photographers, people like Martha Cooper and Joe Conzo and I, we share, Vicky Toback, we all share information now. Actually Contact High has been a huge instrument for collaborating. And so we've all met each other, we all know each other, we share information. And when people are, you know, for instance, as a photographer, you know, wanting to pay me $50 when it should be $500, we're like, yo, they ask, how much are you getting? And they're like, hey, JB, you should be asking for, and we share, and it's a great thing. So I think sharing information, collaborating, obviously, with your community is really good right now.
What you just said about you all sharing is right. You know, I manage several artists and I work with many others. By managing them, I get their emails from their website, I get their contracts. When someone wants to buy art, editions, you name it, we help them with everything or we advise on it. And some of it's all new to us. I've learned how to be a lawyer. I've learned when I need to call the lawyer. I've learned the 4 things I need to look for in contracts, you know, before I even waste time with the lawyer. We've learned how to price jobs, and there's definitely an inside group often of artists where we're all talking to each other, learning and asking each other what's what and why. And hey, did this brand hit you up? Or I get emails, like I said, from all these artists. So like, it'll literally be a cut and paste every other minute from the same brand asking the same question. And I know they're hitting everyone with it. So being able to share information is important. So many of the artists I know too that are successful have now built, you know, real studio practices. They've built, you know, they have managers, they have studio managers. Not everyone needs them, of course, but don't be afraid as an artist, if you're getting there, to, you know, take the chance and spend on yourself. And also don't be afraid to share what you're bringing in, because as a manager, when I'm talking to a brand for someone, the artist might be able to ask for, you know, $2. I ask for $6. I settle at $5. I'm still getting more for the artist, and I'm taking a piece of it, and I'm making their life better. So that doesn't always work like that. But, you know, as an artist, don't be afraid to share information. Just share sparingly with a trusted circle. And when someone screws up and at a brand or someone else, you know, do your best to fix it and get some paperwork. Or someone screws up at a gallery, do your best and fix it.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. I think you guys have said pretty much it all. You know, our art is a business. And what we do creatives is it's the business of fashion for me, as much as it is being creative in fashion. So this is how I eat, it's how I live, it's how I share to the world. So all of those things are important. My passion is fashion and being creative and sharing. But through experience, through time, through reverse engineering and just kind of taking the Nestle's plunge and then learning along the way, I've learned that, bro, I have to really stand on my tippy toes and get a team and treat this as a real business if I want to flourish. So, you know, having a manager, having a lawyer, having an accountant. Now, if you can't afford an accountant, you know, there's QuickBooks, there's different things, but understanding, study your money, learn your numbers, understand, like, to me, it's bullseye, like having a bullseye from the door. As artists, a lot of us don't have that. We just are free and we love what we do versus knowing what our end game goals are, you know? So I think those will change along the way as we grow and live another day, but it's good to have them, you know, because if we have these targets, we can stay focused on our business and our art form and know where we're going. And because the world as artists, we can definitely take side turns because everything is so like, oh, I want to do this and I want to do that. But if you know where you're going, you can stay on that road, you know, and then having a team helps you even more. So I think those things are very important. I mean, I'm in it's not private, it's a public knowledge. I'm in a lawsuit with another huge company now over an actual design that is, you know, I won't speak too much about it, but I decided to take a stand, you know, and it wasn't just for me as much as it was from seeing a lot of artists and particularly fashion designers, me being in fashion, this creative looting happened with drive-bys on social media and these big corporate establishments just really taking small designer stuff and winning, you know, and never crediting the other designer or even paying homage or paying them. So, Dapper Dan would be a great example of that, right? So, and we can say countless others that have come. But, I think the laws have to change. But if we don't advocate for change, it won't happen. So those are my things. Don't be afraid to take a stand. Don't be afraid to do the work and to definitely treat it as a business. And that means that a lot of times your work is going to have to be more than just a handshake. Agreements with sign on the dotted line are important unless you're really here with people that you know and you trust, But first times out, it's good to have agreements, and they could be a one pager, but it simplifies things from being like, oh, I thought this or I thought that, because that will happen if you're green and you don't know.
And what you just said about even a simple one page, that goes from a graphic designer to working with a t-shirt company to a fine artist in a gallery, who's paying to ship your work back, all these, hidden things that can happen. I guess I want to add one more thing too. It's so many times we've seen artists that we probably all feel like, wow, they succeeded. Like that's no good, or that's just repetitive of this or that. The reasons they might or probably succeeded was they were more organized. They had the infrastructure, they had the team, they knew how to work Microsoft Office and keep an Excel list of all of their contacts and who to reach out to and who to invite to things versus thinking the world will come to them. It's just as much networking and being friendly to that random person on the street that might show up to your show, or, your lawyer's son more, than anything, because it's word of mouth in the end. And that, of course, social audience that's going to change, but that's all through the word of mouth. So, being able to organize and keep people in order, keep that business card and make sure you're inviting everybody to something is almost just as important as the actual quality of the art.
Absolutely. And I want to add to what you're saying real quick, because my relationships have helped me to go the distance. So on top of those relationships, just be kind to people, because the same people you see going up in the elevator, you're going to see coming down. And it's the difference of them cushioning your fall or getting out the way. So remember that.
That's completely right. And you just never know who's going to go.
That's true.
Somebody maybe, yeah, exactly, whatever, answering the phones in an office. That person could be a creative director who could give you work in a couple of years. You just don't know. And be polite to people, treat people with respect. And you're right, Roger. You've got to keep those contacts and be out in the world, because I think, a lot of artists are, in their studios making art, and they feel like people should somehow magically come to them because they put something on Instagram. But it's really about being out there and talking to people. And obviously it's been challenging during lockdown and COVID, but I think that, that's what social media is for, and let people know what you're doing and just be out there. But, April, this is a very good point. Yeah.
Those are excellent points.
Yeah, this is great.
It's quite amazing. We keep repeating the word respect and kindness, and we go back to the same kind of values and where we are heading to. And I agree with you, Roger. We just need to be on the look, like really always be ready, and be ready to learn, and be ready to fail, and be ready to do it again. So I'm going to pass actually the microphone to Jessica, because she's going to kind of lead the questions to the students. But it's been a pleasure to meet you. It's really been a wonderful hour for me. I hope you had a great time today. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for being, to really share all your perspectives and your ideas. What a pleasure.
Thank you. You've been a wonderful moderator. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
For having us. Yeah. Great.
Hi, this is Jessica again, and I'm going to be moderating the student questions. So before we get into the questions from the YouTube Live, I'm going to ask Eugenio Camacho, one of our very own student members of our team, to come up and ask a question herself.
Hi, Jeanette, April, and Robert. So this question comes from the student team, and it's basically, we want to know that how you all three, you're all self-employed entrepreneurs. So what was that specific moment that made you know that you didn't want to work with for anyone else, that you wanted to have your own company, your own enterprise?
I don't know. I mean, for me, when I was always working. I was working in a kids' playground. I worked in a restaurant. You know, I always had side gigs to fund my art, you know, when I was first starting. And, you know, and a lot of those side gigs were not even connected with making art, but they enabled me to pay my rent. So there's it, you know. And then it just gradually happened that I could fund my own, you know, rent and all of that with photography, which was a great thing. So it wasn't really a conscious decision. It was just, I knew I wanted to do my art come what may. And you know, as a photographer, there's a lot of jobs that you take on that just will fund, you know, for instance, you know, I want to go take portraits, street portraits in East LA. So I need to figure out how I'm going to fund that. But, you know, so I go and shoot for a school school book thing, kids doing science experiments. It wasn't the most creative, but I did that for 1.5 years, and it funded a bunch of my street portrait projects. And that's how it was. Excuse me. And it turned out that the art director for the school thing turned out to be a great person, and her boyfriend was a skateboard guy. He had Acapulco Gold. I don't know if you know that brand. Really cool skate brand, Oogie. And I started working with him. So you just never know where things are going to take you. But yeah, I think, you know, if you have to do side gigs to fund your art, that's great. That's what you got to do.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. April and Roger.
I never had a straight job in a sense. Like from the time I was 15 years old, I was hustling something, whether it was spray paint caps, the tips that go on cans of paint. I was the biggest distributor of them for years, and that funded what I was doing. To, you know, sure, we would work for brands, going and doing walls and murals and things like that, but it was always, you know, working for ourselves. And it was always beg, borrow, steal, and use one job to pay for the other. You know, to go do one brand job for 3 weeks that you really like want to bang your head against the wall, but you know what, you don't necessarily have to put your name on it, and that's going to fund the next 2 months of what you want to do. And just being able to keep doing that is what led to what I do, and you know what so many of my friends do.
I think for me, I was just hustling in high school and in junior high school to make money, to have money in my pocket, because I didn't know I was going to become a fashion designer by that point. But I can remember being in college one day, and I was working at American Express part-time in customer service. And I was sitting next to a woman that I admired a lot, that was always fly from head to toe. And she was there, and she said to me, look, this guy over here, his name is so-and-so. He's been here 4 years. This one's been here 6 years. That one's been there 8 years. And if you're lucky, you know, this one, she's only been here 16 years. You could be the manager. And I just saw death, you know, for me. I was like, I am not doing this. I am not working for someone. I'm going to figure it out, because to be honest, I always saw this was me, though. This was only my perspective, and is only my perspective. It's so much scarier for me to put my whole life in someone else's hands for a career when I could build that career myself and make my own mistakes. Win or lose, I'm going to own them. But the sky is the limit, you know, in terms of what I want to do, how I want to do, my freedom, my art, my constraints, my lack of constraints, all of that. It's all got to come from here versus having someone over me or having someone tell me what can be done and what kind of budget I have and what the possibilities are. That was always scary. At that time, you guys have to think this is the 80s, working and then maybe working towards a pension or something, and 23 years out of 25, they decide to fire me. That was freaking scary to me. So those were the kind of things that made me say, no, I'm going to do this my way, you know.
Thank you guys so much. We have one more question. We only have time for one more question, and I'm going to invite Annabelle, one of the students at the conference, to ask it herself.
Hi, thank you for speaking so far. When you are in a career path that is very like creative oriented and all about like your work and your art, how do you deal with like people who have conflicting views? And it's like, this is something that comes from your heart, but it's like they're telling you that it doesn't work or it doesn't work this way. And is there like a sense of self-worth tied to your work?
I mean, a really good question. And I think you really have to follow your passion. And people, it's just an opinion. People are going to come along and go, that's not a good photo, or I wish you'd done it that way. I can't even, everybody has an opinion. And if you're passionate about something and you feel like it's the right way to go, you just got to go that way, no matter what. And it's hard sometimes, but don't be afraid.
I would say know your why too. Like what you just said is golden, Janet. And I've been on the other side where as a stylist, I've taken jobs where I've had to work with management teams and the artists. And then as the stylist and then the record company, they all have different visions sometimes. And you notice, Jeanette, being, and you're in the room and you talk to them each individually and then collectively, you have to have enough respect for your work to execute your vision, but enough respect for everyone in the room to try to be a team player and pull something together that speaks a little bit to everyone to have a happy end product. So a lot of times on collaborations and teams, you might not get 100%, but if you respect the vision, go in there with an open heart too, to say, we're gonna make something great, and I value the other person on the other side of the table. So I trust that end goal, as long as you're not giving too much of yourself where you walk away feeling like, what did I just do? And I don't feel good about this. I think it's important to have that discernment. So I think that it's a life skill that will come as you grow and as you experience things, but you have to get in it and your gut never lies. Listen to that inner voice and at least question your inner voice to why you're feeling that way and understand that.
You just said something important with you might not get 100%, but what do you really get 100% out of? You put on your own solo shows and you're probably 75% happy with what you did because you know what you could have done, but no one else knows what you didn't have time to pull off. So, I mean, so many projects I've put out through the years, I'm sure you too, well, if there would have been this one more piece in this line, or if that stitching would have been like this, no one else fucking knows other than your tight-knit group of people, and it's in your head. So if you walk away from a project and you're probably 75% happy or more, like you're winning, whether it's a collaboration or your own, because the other people, especially if it's a collaboration or a brand job, like they might not be 100% either. If everybody ends up 75% happy on a collab project, like you probably did good. Don't be known as the difficult artist in those situations. Be known as the artist that asks the right questions to get the results everyone wants.
That's really true. And I was really talking about your own practice, but when you're a work for hire, and if you're working as a stylist or I'm working for a company and they want a certain thing, that's collaborating. You can try and bring your vision and hope that they, will work with you. But you're right, don't be known as a hard artist. That's actually very true.
And on the other end, what you said is golden, because I think as creatives, we're in our own head too much, and so you have to get to that point, and that's experience too, where you realize you take yourself serious, but I don't take myself that serious, So, and at the same time, I respect what I'm doing, and I'm doing it for me. So if you don't get it, it's okay, you know what I mean? Because this is for me and whoever gets it, and I don't take it personal anymore. I'm not gonna please everyone. I know that, so trust you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
At the end of the day, everybody has rent or a mortgage or something to pay. So if it's one step closer to doing something, if it's a job, just smile and get through it. And, of course, if your integrity is totally challenged, say something to do something, but get through it. And if it's something with a friend, be more vocal.
Right.
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 Thank you.
Janet, April, and Roger, thank you so much. Thank the students for the questions. They were wonderful questions. Do you have anything, any last words before we close this panel? Anything that you want maybe to share or anything that you want to advise?
I would just say keep swinging with aim, scholars and creatives. Have faith over fear in your art, and to stay out of your head and to see that end goal and be that beam of light, and just always think more positively than negatively, because that will fuel your passion. That, like, positive thoughts and positive tribes, and find tribe members that will make you stand on your tippy toes and stretch you, versus cheerleaders that are just there to fan flame. You know, you want to be around people you can grow with and move with.
Yeah, I mean, what everything April said is like totally correct. And if you can find a group of people to hang with that, you can help each other, that's a great thing. And she's right, stay positive,
Something like graffiti, in a sense, you could look at it as a sport. You're here to compete, you're here to be the best, but at the same time, you're here to be a team player and help each other. So don't get, in today's world, it's really easy to get completely infatuated with things everyone else is doing. Of course, be aware of what other people are doing, but stay on your own, keep it moving, and you're here, for yourself. But it's a sport in a sense. Everything we're doing, we're all here to win, but you know what? We're not all going to win by ourselves. So keep your group tight and listen to them.
Thank you all. It's been, as I said before, this has been wonderful. I'm looking forward to see your collaborations. And I know there's a few things coming up, so I'm definitely gonna see this and stay attuned. Thank you so much for the audience. Thank you all. Have a wonderful time and wonderful afternoon today.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for this amazing panel, and the day is going amazing. Well, right now we're gonna go on a break. It's gonna be like a 10-15 minute break, so feel free to all of the ones that are in the room to grab some food. We have lunch there, and for the audience that is virtual, so right now you can grab something to eat, and I'm gonna announce how this break's gonna go. So it's gonna be the 10-minute break. Then we will, and during this breakout, we will announce a giveaway that we're doing on merch and one-on-ones with our speakers, with some of our speakers. And here, there's the link, and we are also going to put the link in the YouTube chat for the giveaway, and also we're gonna put it in our social media for the people in the audience to pop in there. Then we will see a video with a conversation with Kevin Wright on disenfranchisement, and then you will meet the student behind this amazing conference.
Yes, what Valeria said. So we're going to take a break now, so just take a moment to yourself to gather your thought and let these amazing conversations just sit in and let it kind of just sit in. Yes, so like Valeria also said, check out our Instagram if you want to just easily click out the link to this to win a giveaway. We recommend it. So yeah, enjoy the break.
Thank you. Enjoy the break.
Test 1 2. 4? All right, I can get 4 mics set up. Yeah. All right.
I'm kind of worried, like, if, I don't know, I think about my future, and then I think about, like my relationship with, like, my friends right now, or just how happy I am right now, and, like, I feel like I'm going somewhere new, for a new place to be, like, happier and more successful, but, like, I don't even know if that'll be better than what I am right now. That's like the other scariest part.
I think about that too, actually. Yeah.
Because like once we're there, and then we'll realize how we were right now, because we're in it.
I'll miss it.
Yeah.
bet. Hi, everybody in the room so far. So I'm glad everybody's enjoying some lunch. Eat the free food. It's been paid for already. We're going to show a video while we just continue to have a break. Kevin Bright wanted to come to LA, but he couldn't. So we recorded, Valeria and I had a little conversation with him that we're going to play while you guys finish your lunch. And then we're going to have a sort of ad hoc panel with the student producers so we can meet them, and then we'll get into the crypto panel. So just hold tight for that. And then for those who don't, I'm happy to see students who we've never seen in person, who don't know me, who came in late. I'm Wes Jackson, the director of BCE. I am going to be rolling up on you to say hello, so don't get freaked out. You know who it is already. All right, we'll be back 2 seconds. Our conference is aimed to discuss how the creative industry has excluded certain groups, particularly BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, and women in particular. And we all want to work to get them, that collective, a seat at the table. So the question is, how have you seen the industry shift from a time when these ideas were never really discussed? Mind.
Well, I'd start with a recent example about how the industry has changed. And if you watch Jeopardy and you've been watching the last 40 episodes, a trans woman has been the champion for 40 weeks. And I think that has really made an impact on the television world. I think it's an amazing thing. It's something we never would have seen in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. And now finally this breakthrough in the 2020s of really feeling like, well, maybe it's possible for everybody to get a seat at the table. And I think that, right now, there's a lot of energy and acknowledgement of a system that has been broken for way too long. And, there were policies and administration in place, people called the vice president of diversity at various networks, but there really was nothing being done. And I'm hearing now that it's not just optional, whether or not you want to run a company that's diverse. It's required. I spoke to a writer, and he was telling me that it was basically handed down from the top of the company that the writing staff had to be 60-40. 60% could be white and then 40% the other. Now, things like that are necessary because things have been out of whack for so long that you need to get specific. But I do get concerned about the creative process with this. I think it's something that we all have to be sensitive to, is while we want as many voices as possible, we always want the right voices at the table, the best voices, the most competent voices. So those two things should not be mutually exclusive of each other for any reason. But you can understand it's kind of a pressure cooker now, and everybody's adapting and figuring out how to make things change, how to make things work the best. But it's something that actually feels like it has momentum and movement now, where I have never felt that before about the film and television industry. It was all very superficial, but I think now things are really moving.
That's great. That's a perfect segue to my next thought. But so what is it that you're interesting, so in making those decisions, because someone like you with your, track record, gravitas, power, influence, right? You're the one who's going to make those decisions, the 60-40 and oftentimes hiring, the actual hiring decision. So, what can you do, as a veteran to ensure that in the boardrooms, in the writing rooms, on set, that we're getting everyone at a seat at the table. I'm just thinking about, so what are you doing, or what could you do, to use your influence to help address this issue in as granular as you care?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that I do, and hopefully, I'm doing them, not talking about the possibility of doing them, but one of them is recognizing that part of diversity is that, being shut out of a seat at the table is one aspect of it. Having more and more candidates that are eligible to take that seat at the table is the other issue, because the other end of the spectrum is, while the seats may have not been open to people of color, the educational process of getting to those seats has not been open. So that is the most important beginning of creating a pipeline of fantastic talent coming into the industry. And my role, what I see is furthering that, is being a mentor, is making myself available to give people advice, to try to overcome the barriers that have been in place for so long. And I think now, it's kind of an interesting, there's so much momentum behind diversity in Los Angeles. I think, you see a bunch of agents out there now. How can I find people, diverse talent? I'm looking for people now. So, I think, from an Emerson standpoint and from a personal standpoint, I'm very committed to making sure that pool is nice and full and has incredible candidates that have all of the advantages that have been given to other students coming out of the college before.
Oh, that's great. Perfect. All the stuff that we've been talking about. So I'm going to, Valeria's going to ask the last question. So I will toss it to our executive producer, Valeria.
Okay, Valeria.
Thank you. What advice would you give to students entering the marketplace who need to avoid having their voices and ideas sidelined by regressive people who still hold the power?
Well, Valeria, I know what you really wanted to ask me was, I can't believe this guy is shamelessly promoting his own merch on this call. And, I think thankfully Wes knows me well enough to know I would never do something like that. I just wouldn't. So, it kind of leads into the answer to this question, which is, you've got to be bold. You've got to make your voice stand out. You have to be unique. You have to think about using all of the tools at your disposal to make your voice heard. And thankfully today, there are so many tools, some of them kind of inescapable, but to use your creativity, to use these tools to make your voice heard. If you're lucky enough to get something to go viral and really make an impact, then bravo. But I think, that's what's really going to make the difference today. And I think, it's no strange coincidence that all these changes are happening in this digital age where the silos are getting broken down. The barriers of communication are broken down. The access to different groups is broken down. So all of it's coming together. In this great timing. And I think, we've talked about a lot of the past and, an era of the 50s being the golden age of television, the golden age of entertainment. I think this is the beginning of the golden age of entertainment right now. We are going to see the best representation of ourselves, of things that really matter to us. And all of that is going to be, coming to fruition if we could just get our heads a little bit more out of the Marvel universe. I think everything is going to be really okay.
Yeah, that thanks for that. And then was it Spider-Man movie is like number 7 all time now? It's sort of
it's an interesting world out there, but I think part of that is let's face it, the timing of that is no small reason of that success. People have been locked up for 2 years. They really haven't had that epic, iconic movie, during that period of time. There were several, look, West Side Story couldn't make a dent during the pandemic. And you would have thought that everybody might have been looking forward to that. But Spider-Man, boy, that's talking everybody's language at once. So yeah, it's a tremendous success. I
haven't seen it. I don't know. The more it gets big, the less for some reason I've resisted, although I love those Marvel movies.
I'm a fan of Into the Spider-Verse myself. I think that's a brilliant movie, and I'm looking forward to the next iteration of that.
Right. And listen, Miles Morales, that was all, this is the type of intentionality, right, that you're talking about, is that, the pieces are out there. Do you want to make that movie?
Mm-hmm.
To your previous point.
That's right.
If I can add 2 things. One, Kevin, I have my friend's merch like in my room. Like I have a shirt that I bought in the Warner Brothers tour that I went with my dad when I was in LA last semester. I did the ELA program. And all of my friends know that I love Friends, and like I have like a birthday present. It's like the cup of the Central Perk.
You got a mug, huh? Good.
So yeah, I got my mug. So yeah, like when you were talking about the merch, I was like, I even thought of putting that to the call, but I was like, no, I don't want to be that fan girl. And the second thing that I was going to add to what you said, to like the answer to my question, is that those words were really powerful. And like, I truly think, and I always say that to like one of my like friends when they're like, oh, I don't know if I can get this job or whatever. It's like, whatever you feel it's going to limit you for getting that job, it's truly what sets you apart from like the common, and what makes you more competitive. And you need to take that, like that makes you unique to like stand out. So yeah, thank you for those words, because they were really powerful and inspiring.
And remember, you may not get noticed the first time. That doesn't mean what you did. There's a great movie now out, Tick, Tick, Boom. And if you haven't seen that yet, it's very inspirational, because it really says in a big way, it may take years, but never give up on your dream. If you think you've got a great idea, just because one person says no to you, that's no reason to abandon it. You just got to keep going. And eventually, like that movie, hopefully it'll work out in an amazing way.
Well, thank you so much. And thanks for taking the time, Kevin. We wish we could have had you in person, but these are the gems we were hoping for.
Good. Well, my fellow Emersonians, good luck, and whatever you're doing, listen to Wes. He's going to take it there. All right.
That's good. That's the best advice all day. I know in rooms that we're in and not in, you've been a supporter of the BCE, and we recognize that, and we appreciate it. And as we try to build this pipeline, we look forward to work with you, more and more.
All right. I've got lots of pipe. Just give me a crew, okay? And we'll get it done.
Absolutely. All right. So if I can get our student producers to come up to this table, we're going to have a quick conversation before we bring our next panel. So Jess, Eugenia, Valeria, Nissim. Oops. Unmute, sorry. So I can get our student producers to come up to the front real quick. We want to have a conversation before our next panel. Where's Nissim? Valeria. And then we have Karthik on, got Karthik on the box.
Can you put the senses in one? Should we take off our mask?
Yeah.
Scoot over. No. Quítense el mask. You can take off.
Oh, Karthik. Karthik, you have no idea how you look in the room right now. You look, you're like 10 feet tall right now.
You know, I'm just happy that for once I'm above my height of 5'7", so that I appreciate that.
Yes. One time for the 5'7" in the house. I hear you. So we just want to wait. Hold on one second, you guys. I got a quick question.
There's like 150 people watching. Divided by 10.
All right, we're good. So welcome back, everybody in the room and everybody streaming online. Our next panel is going to start in about 15, 20 minutes, moderated by Professor Tyler Orm on crypto, the world of cryptocurrency and that, I guess, revolution that's unfolding. But while everyone finished up, I want to thank Kevin Bright for taking the time to record that video. And I know Kevin is checking us out on the stream. So we appreciate you taking the time. But we did want to shine a light on the student producers that I was mentioning in my opening who are really driving this force. So I'm just going to go down the line and ask everyone to introduce themselves, and then I'll throw a couple questions at you. So we'll just talk about, your name, where you're from, your role here, and, I guess anything, sort of significant that you've got out of the experience, because partly I want to shine a light on them, but we want to recruit some underclassmen as some of these folks are graduating, at least 2 of them, and encourage the rest of you students, whether they be in the BCE or not, you're welcome to be a part of this team. So let's start with Valeria on the end.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Valeria Ocando. I am a Business of Creative Enterprises major, and I'm a senior, and I'm from Caracas, Venezuela. My job at the BCE Conference was basically being the executive producer and like the student lead of this amazing team that you're gonna meet shortly. And I decided to be here in this conference because I'm truly passionate about the Business of Creative Enterprises program, and I really think that it's a major that has given me lots of opportunities, and I'm so happy that I took the decision of being part of this and being part of organizing this event. That also as well, the topic truly speaks to me, being a Latina, being international. So disenfranchisement is something that having this as a conversation, knowing how to get a seat at the table is something very inspiring and truly speaks words to when we go out and when we graduate. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Eugenia, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eugenia Camacho. I'm a junior in the Business of Creative Enterprises major as well. My role for the BCE conference was basically marketing and social media. So I worked with Chloe and Jess. Chloe made all the graphics, and Jess and I kind of collaborated to bring up ideas on what we should post and everything like that to get people excited about the conference. And yeah, it's been an amazing experience because being in this team, I have learned that everyone contributes in a special way. For example, I collaborated with Chloe doing the graphics and stuff, and it's very amazing to see how a team can do all these amazing things and bring people together to learn about disenfranchisement and like getting a seat at the table. So yeah, I'm very grateful for this experience. It's taught me a lot about like event organizing and like marketing and, you know, just bringing people together. So thank you.
Chloe?
Hi, I'm Chloe. I'm a sophomore BCE major, and for the conference, I basically, like Eugenia said, do all of the graphics and meet all the visual needs of anything. So basically, anything that you're looking at in terms of graphics, I had to do with, which has been a really awesome experience, especially working with everyone on the student team. I've learned so much in the past few months, and we've been working on this conference for so many months, so it's really awesome to see it all come together in such a great way and see everyone enjoying it and having fun and seeing everything that we've been talking about turn into a reality. So, yeah.
All right, Jess?
Hi, my name is Jessica Savadra. I am a sophomore BCE major with a minor in entrepreneurship studies, and I'm also a student athlete on the soccer team. My role for this conference was the director of marketing and just handling all social medias and all communications, all newsletters. And I collaborated with Chloe and Eugenia to do that, and all of our socials we all did together, which was really cool. I think my takeaway from this conference would be kind of like Chloe said, like the collaboration aspect and like really like honing in on working together, and it was really cool to see it live and a success because we worked so hard for this. But yes, that's what I bring to the team.
And then Nissim, please.
Hi, my name is Nissim Hershkovitz. I'm a sophomore BCE major from New York City. And my role with the conference, well, Jess and I actually work for Launch, which is Emerson's Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And we partnered with BCE, sort of merged our teams together. And I helped mostly with like guest outreach and like getting everything programmed with the panelists.
Thank you very much. And then beaming in from Los Angeles, we have Karthik.
Yes, as Wes stated earlier, I am naturally 10 feet tall, so I'm glad you guys could see me in my true form. My name is Karthik Ramaswamy. I'm a senior. I'm an IDIP, but I'm predominantly within the BCE program. I'm one of Wes's assistants along with Valeria. It's been really cool seeing how this conference has come together just from my initial joining of the team back last summer to where we are today. And it's honestly been one of the greatest experiences I've had here at Emerson. And I'm so honestly privileged and glad to wrap up my time here with such an amazing crew.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody. And I want to, if I can, Sanjay maybe can come up, who runs Launch and has also been working with us at, before we get done, please, Sanjay, come up and give us some parting words. But I do just want to point out, it is very interesting. I mentioned how Valeria basically ran up on me last summer to do this work, and then Karthik is on our team. But really, like Chloe and Eugenia did the same thing. Just said, I want to do more. I want to get more involved. And I just think about what Christina was saying about raising your hand. I don't know if you guys thought about that. I guess that's my question. And then, so that's to you two in the middle, and then to Jess and Nissim, who kind of came from us from the Launch team, maybe a little about collaboration, right? The tools on how we get a seat at the table. So maybe first to Chloe and Eugenia, when Christina was saying that, did you say to yourself, like, that's what I did? Or, I don't know, I'm just curious.
Yeah, for me, like, what Christina was saying was very relatable, because I think that when you want to involve yourself in something and like you want to do more, you have to be like proactive. So like, it's that matter of like, like raising your hand, like don't be scared to like, ask for opportunities. So I think like being proactive and like, raising your hand and like just, don't like listen to like those voices in your head that tell you like, oh, like maybe it's not like a good idea or whatever. Like, I think it's very important for you to, kind of set those thoughts aside and, just go for a, shoot your shot, like go and be proactive and like raise your hand and go look for opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just really important to emphasize how, things don't just fall into your lap. You have to stand up and take a chance on yourself, and that can be really scary at first, but you have to have that confidence in yourself and sort of trust your own ability to put yourself out there and just hope for the best. And especially in the beginning, we're all so young, we're still in school. It's so important to take those risks now. This is the best time to feel it out and see what you're good at and what you can improve in and get out there. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to add something to that. Like, based on my experience, like for me, I talked to Valeria and like I knew she was like involved with like, being Wes's assistant and everything. So I was like, okay, like maybe I can reach out to her to like see like what else they need. And there was this need of like, social media management that I honestly like didn't have like that much experience, but like I learned like throughout the process. So I feel like that's something that it's very important too. Sometimes I feel like people get very scared of like doing new things because they haven't done it before, but it's very important, to like just start somewhere and like see where that road can take you and like what new experiences you can have and, like all the things you can learn throughout the process. Because like it's not like, just like there's no like one way of learning. Like I think that if you do it throughout like this process of like, okay, like it's something new, but like if I did this maybe like, I don't know, I made this mistake, I learned from that mistake, and then like that's how you go and like you find your way through like that path.
Can I just say one quick thing before we go to the launch crew, sort of our comrades there, just to, faculty out here or any leaders or whatever, executives, people a little bit more seasoned. It's also very funny, man, as I look, we've talked a lot about, Paul and I have talked about, Valeria, your style of leadership being necessary, right? We needed that type of student leadership. But when I think about like Eugenia and Chloe, like Eugenia is somebody I've taught all three of you, and Eugenia was never afraid to talk. And I won't take it personally because I was doing the social media stuff. So when Valeria was like, I think I have somebody, you could tell me the old man needs to move, that's totally fine. So, but I think you did push me out, and I was happy to do it. So, which I'm not surprised. But I think, Chloe, I told you, Chloe was a relatively quiet student. When we put out the call, I was a little surprised that you so quickly responded. So I think it's like how people shine are very different. And we have to make sure that we're giving everyone a chance to communicate. So I just wanted to say that to you too. And I'm glad that you all raised your hand in your particular way, and you've helped us out so much. But Jess and Nissim, if you can talk a little bit about the collaborative nature of what we're doing here.
For sure. I think collaboration is so important, and being able to be on a team and work well with others is very inevitable to be successful. And I think bouncing off ideas, and I learn the most from my peers, and being able to talk to one another and bounce off ideas kind of gathers senses to what we're trying to achieve. And I think through this project and planning this conference, we as a team also got so close because we worked well together and we were able to collaborate efficiently and effectively. But I think communication and just being honest and true to what you can do and and staying kind of just like how you mentioned before, just with their question, like that they each have like a different aspect that they bring to the table. So kind of like collaborating to see what aspect you can bring to the table and finding out what your peers can bring makes the best team. And I think we did a really good job of doing that. And yeah, so if you have any adding onto that.
Yeah, also something I think that's cool about the collaboration between BCE and Launch was that it happened super naturally, and it really happened because we were both just pursuing sort of similar agendas in terms of what we were interested in. And I think that sort of ties into like in the real world of like your best collaborators are often people that you see trying to do something similar to you.
That's a great point. That's a very great point, and 1,000% accurate in my opinion. So I just, Karthik and Valeria, I want you guys to, just add on the interesting thing, because you two are the seniors and you're out of here. So I'll give you the last word from the student panel about And I would love to hear is maybe as you are thinking about the professional landscape, is there maybe some skills that you're like, I think this may make me a better candidate soon, right? Karthik, when we were in LA and we were talking about Cecil and how I thought that you could be a good agent like that. I see it. I wonder what you see in yourselves. And then we're going to invite Sanjay from Launch to take us on out. But Valeria, I don't know who wants to go first, who has some thoughts. I know it sprung it on you. But you're graduating. Give us the parting shot.
Well, I can go first. For me, honestly, this job at BC, like with working for Wes, has taught me many things. And I'm gonna give an example with a conference. It has taught me to like not be. I've been working for Wes like 2 years now, and it has taught me to not be afraid of reaching out and a lot of communication skills that I certainly have used in my interviews, like job interviews and networking, not being afraid of sharing your opinion. And for me, something new that I did this year, because last year was Kristen, last conference, was like reaching out to all the talent and maintaining communication with the talent along with Nissim. And it was like, I learned how to be a professional, reaching out to like people like them, like executives that are out there that we look up to, especially us like graduating. You look up to these executives and you one day hope to be just like them or do something similar. So for me, the conference has taught me communication, teamwork, collaboration. I am very honored to be part of this team, and I can only say thank you about like this conference, and I hope next year I can come to see it in person and with live people, not virtual. But honestly, this has been an amazing experience that I will always be grateful for. And something, as Karthik said, like I think this has been one of the best things I've done at Emerson. So I will have it forever in my life. And yeah, I'm very thankful for this.
I was not fishing for compliments, just for the boys. I'm happy. That makes me very happy to say that. But Karthik, you do not have to be that nice to us, but I hope you are. But Karthik, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think like one of the greatest things this conference has taught me, not only like with the theme, but just like what I've learned from being a part of this group and whatnot, is like learning to advocate for yourself. You know, like I think, you know, as a person of color entering media, like I think that there's not a lot of people who look like us or sound like us or who have the same ideas as us. And I think it can be really not only just frustrating, but honestly just very hard to like get your voice out there. And what I really respect about what, you know, you, Wes, and Sanjay and everyone in the BCE team, and honestly the other students have taught me, is that there is a place for my voice. And I really, really appreciate that. And also just like collaboration is just the biggest thing that I also really enjoyed about this. You know, like I think as students, we joke a lot about working in teams and how we hate group projects, but this is probably the best group project I've ever worked on in my life. And I think that like this is just a true example of, you know, coming together with a group of people with just like the same mission can go a long way. So I really, really am just honestly happy to be part of the team.
Thank you so much. Shout out to people who actually like group projects, like me. I was that guy, so group projects get a bad name. But I'm gonna ask Sanjay to come up, and while we do that, you always know you have a good conversation. You come over here, Sanjay, because it makes me think about other conversations I wanna have, right? I wanna talk about the international aspect, right? For, I know at least Eugenia and Valeria. How does that play into what we do? You know, Jess is part of a sort of a continuing tradition of women's soccer players with Amanda who graduated, and we have Megan on the team. So there's this idea of business and team sports, which is really real, that I would want to pull at that thread. And then, you know, Nissim is doing it, right? As he's studying, is really in the weeds and literally flew back from some meetings, which is really impressive. So you guys are making me think of other things. But as I welcome up Sanjay Pothan, who runs Launch, to Nissim's point, ever since I got here, we've been thinking like, why are we not doing more things together? Because the missions align so much. What we teach them, and I always view it as what we teach in the classroom they go down the block and get their hands dirty with launch. And we've been trying to do this for 3 years. And Sanjay can attest to that, but I have to think that it was you two who actually made that bridge. So I think in many ways you all made this happen. And the last thing I want to say is you also know how you have a successful event. We had a call with Paul and Valeria the other day, and Paul and I, who have done, Paul Pegger from the Dean's office, who've done this so many times and have a level of anxiety, you know, the day before or this morning, almost commented like, I'm not worried, I'm not anxious. Is that a problem? But the less that we have to do as the leaders of this, the better that it is. And that is really because of the excellence of this crew here. So I see it in real time that I've never produced something like this and been so relaxed when I woke up. So thank my therapist, thanks you for saving me. But without further ado, I want to bring it to Sanjay, who will then carry on to our next panel. Sanjay.
Okay, thank you, Wes, for giving me a few minutes here, and great for all of us to be together. As Wes mentioned, for those of you that don't know me, I oversee Launch, which is our school's startup accelerator. For any aspiring Emersonian who wants to start a company, we work with them to take their seed of an idea and launch a company. So that's kind of who we are, and as you heard from the panel, we worked really closely with the BCE team to put the conference together. From a BCE perspective, it's really fantastic to see that, you know, the seed of an idea is really resonating in the marketplace, all right? So many of the students that I talked to, so many of you here, I asked them why you came to Emerson. It's because of this program. So that's really great to hear. Second, it's really nice, as we've heard a couple times, for us to all be together for the second year in a row. And what we're building is a community. We're building a community among the BCE program. And that's fantastic to see, and all of you will continue that journey and that history as you all go forward and graduate and come back onto campus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll hear it here, you've heard it already on the panel, is when you go out there to get a seat at the table, it's really about finding your tribe. So as Wes mentioned, you know, in any organization, you'll find silos. And people are, it's not that they don't want to collaborate, but you're doing your own thing. And here, you know, Wes and I, thanks to all of you, right, really kind of tried to bring our two separate silos together. And that's what happened here. Jess and Nissim working with the rest of the team and to put it together. So as we think about getting a seat at the table, I'll leave you with that theme, which is, you know, find your tribe, reach out, collaborate, which you've heard many times, and then do the work, which is really what all of you have done. So great to be together. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And I'll turn it to Valeria to Karthik to take us into the next one. All right, thanks everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Sanjay. Yes, as Sanjay just alluded to, I will be introducing my favorite panel of this entire conference, the crypto panel. I'm really, really excited about this. So yeah, so the second panel of the day is the cryptocurrency panel. You know, cryptocurrency and blockchain technology has been all the rage these past few years, from Bitcoin booms to NFTs. However, in the heels of the 2008 worldwide recession, cryptocurrency started gaining traction to liberate individuals directly to be in charge of their banking with an electronic peer-to-peer cash system. Today, we want to go back to those empowering roots, while also acknowledging some of the current hurdles facing blockchain technology. It's become abundantly clear. Cryptocurrency is here to stay, and it's time we learn how this technology can franchise us all. Our panelist today is Shira Frank, the founder of Maiden, the world's first research lab specializing in consumer insights for emerging technologies. This includes digital currencies such as Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and central bank digital currency. Shira believes these technologies will rewrite the story of money, and when designed alongside users, also have the capacity to create a fundamentally new, more collectively intelligent financial system that can learn, adapt, and co-evolve with human needs. To advance this vision, Maiden enables its chosen partners to succeed in ways that do not extract, but rather give people greater agency over their money, data, time, and attention. In addition, Maiden marshals the best human sense making to preemptively identify the greatest social risks and benefits of emerging economic technology at scale. With an extensive background in politics and philanthropy, Shira understands how to turn entrenched ideologies and systems on their head. Previously Deputy Director for J Street, an advocacy group, she partnered with the Obama administration to transform the way the U.S. government engages in the Middle East. This panel will be moderated by Tyler Orm, Emerson College Assistant Professor of at the Marlborough Institute for Liberal Arts and Interdisciplinary Studies. His work has appeared in the Journal of Cultural Economics and has been presented at several cultural economics and industrial organization conferences. Tyler brings his economic perspective to the study of film, television, and other creative industries to the interest of Emerson students. Without further ado, I present to you all the crypto panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Karthik. I really appreciate the introduction. And first off, I just want to say welcome to everyone. I appreciate you all, taking the time to be here. And I just want to kind of lay the groundwork for what the plan is today. Basically, I want to give Shira about 10 or 15 minutes to kind of introduce herself, give you a feel for where she's coming from, how she approaches this topic. And then we're basically going to have kind of a conversation for about a half hour. And then we can open things up to conversations among the group into questions for probably the last 10 or 15 minutes of what we've got today. Last thing I want to say is I apologize for my appearance. I lost a fight with some black ice. My bad. But Shira, please take it away.
Oh my goodness. Please don't apologize. You look like a warrior. It's nice to see everybody, and thank you for the incredible introduction. It's always so interesting to hear the paragraphs about you. I'm really excited to start at a personal place. I think I'm now 37, and this is my first venture that I've ever founded. And I would really love to kind of share with you how I got here before we talk about this incredibly powerful, complex, and challenging ecosystem that I think we can shape if we choose to step into a place of curiosity and a little bit of feistiness. So I grew up, my mom was a teenager when she had me, really not a very sane person either. So I ended up growing up in a cult, actually. That was where she could get free rent. And I think that shaped me a lot because very early on, I witnessed just the outrageous abuses of power. This is, adults to children, all kinds of sexual violence, just all kinds of abuses of when the wrong rules of the game are in place for a community. And while it was very traumatic, it also made me incredibly curious about how things could be different. And I happen to have ways out, which is part of why I can sit here in front of a screen with you today and not be somewhere else, heaven forbid, not alive or whatever it could have been, which is that I had, a relative here or there that had money and that's what I learned. That was the ticket. They had some money. And so I had grandparents in particular that every time I'd visit them, it was so safe and it was so warm and it was so easy, and as a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old, I was like, wow, this doesn't make any sense. Why is this place so different than this other place I've been? And why are some children experiencing this and some children experiencing that? And this cult, I had about 18 brothers and sisters who'd all been adopted from the foster care system in Oregon. So I just had a very, very diverse kind of set of family. And so it was pretty young, like literally 12, 13, 14, that I started to get very curious about money. I was like, okay, what is this thing? How does it work? Why isn't it working, essentially? And the first introduction I had to maybe some potential answers to that question was a program at the Women's Foundation of California. They took young women and girls from all over the state, usually in pretty poor neighborhoods and cities, and said, all right, if we're going to grant money to organizations serving young women and girls, let's have young women and girls decide where the money goes. So it's a pretty awesome, empowering program. It was a whole year. So it was great because like at 13, 14, I'm like looking at financials of organizations and understanding balance sheets or trying to. And there was one moment in that program where an amazing organizer, I wish I knew their name and could thank them because they really changed my life. They drew, I'm not sure if you can see this because of all the weirdness of Zoom, but a triangle. That's it. They just drew this triangle. And they're like, okay, a lot of the money and power is located here in the world, but it could be here. We could move it. And it was like this very simple notion of concentration, right? And being, 13, 14, I was like, wow, that sounds doable. All we got to do is unlock what's at this like tiny concentrated point and move it. And I got very excited to try to figure out how to help with that, how to be an agent of moving money. And so that's what I did for kind of the next 10, 12 years, is just try to find arenas, volunteer and work where I could move money. And I kind of harnessed my love of people to become a very good fundraiser. And I became very effective at like building trust with really rich people. Again, in my case, I didn't hate them. I was kind of fascinated. I was like, who are you strange specimens of people who have all this money? So I would, I really endeared myself to them. That's my kind of personality. I was like, what is it you're doing with all this power? Like, you have so much concentrated choice capacity. Let's see what else we could do with it, right? So I got really excited and did a lot of moving of money for various causes. And then I became quite concerned that not enough was really changing in the world. And I wasn't sure I was really doing all that much good. And so then I started to ask, okay, well, maybe there's something else I should move along with this moving of money. And that's when I started to think a lot more about another passion of mine, which is politics. I'd always just been really curious about political power and political theory and kind of the rules of the social game and the rules of the power game. And so that's when I joined a lobby in Washington, D.C., J Street, and I worked on the Middle East peace conflict, which was named in my bio. I did that for about 10 years. And that I thought, oh, I've arrived. Okay, what you need to do is move money and power at the same time, right? And if you could do that within a short period of time, maybe we can change the rules of the game. And it satisfied me for a little while, and we were successful in some ways. And I'll tell you a little bit about why I care so much about Israel, and it will eventually get to crypto. Don't worry, I'm getting there. But these are important foundations, right? Because crypto isn't just in a vacuum, right? It came out of a whole history of questions about how power is organized. So anyway, so I'm in my 20s. I have this kind of very complex job, raising money for politicians, educating politicians. And then, as was mentioned, there's this Iran nuclear deal. So, there was a war with Iraq. As we know, this country went to war with Iraq. And we basically, as a lobby organization, were saying that's not going to happen again. Like, we're here now, and we're not going to let this country just go to war for all the reasons they might want to, when it's going to destroy so many people's lives and really unsettle an entire region of the world. And we won, right? Now, it's not like we ourselves as that lobby won, but the whole many year movement to create a diplomatic arrangement with Iran won. And I got to be kind of on the inside of it. So I got to see like what makes that possible. What makes it possible to go against, say, the war lobby in the US and win. And we were very small. So just for perspective, J Street, which was the lead lobby kind of getting votes for this deal, was about $7 to $10 million in size. And the lobbies against us, I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars, like easily, and decades and decades and decades of time building power. So I thought, wow, okay, cool, I figured it out. But on the other hand, is there peace in the Middle East, right? Like, so we won this deal, but are Palestinians enfranchised? Is there a state for them, or, no, right? And so I again was like, shoot, I don't know I've landed on it yet. Like, maybe even this tool, even this structure isn't enough. And I was also tired. I think someone in an earlier private conversation was talking about therapy. Mental well-being and your physical well-being and your spiritual well-being are really important when you're just in living a life, and especially if you're trying to kind of take on traumatic systemic challenges. And so I was pretty burnt out. So what I did is I quit. First of all, I just quit. I was like, I had 3 months of savings, which was amazing for me. I'd never had that kind of cushion. And I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do next, but it has to be something else, because I don't know that political change is quite moving fast enough for the kind of problems that I'm seeing everywhere in the world. And so I just want to see, is there something else? And it was in that mode of nothing, where I really literally had a blank sheet of paper in front of me. I think I wrote on a piece of paper on my first day, well, what does this mean? Am I like the CEO of my own life now or something? But that was a cool moment for me to recognize, okay, well, in this moment you are, like, you have 3 months of time. What are you going to do? And that's when I started to hear about cryptocurrency. So what happened is an old donor to one of the political campaigns I'd worked on, a young Jewish guy, I'm also Jewish, we'll get into that in a moment, told me about Bitcoin. And I kind of was like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. And this is like back in 2016, 2017, early-ish. I mean, obviously Bitcoin was invented in 2008, so not at the beginning, but early-ish. And I had no idea what he was saying, but he was so passionate. He was a really smart guy. It's like, okay, tell me more. Why are you so passionate? And he started to talk about a little experiment. He and his other kind of, again, these are very privileged kind of, political donors, young, but still very privileged, that they were doing. And what they were doing was they were working with men in a recovery program, a drug recovery program in Denver. I live in Colorado, so he was in Denver. And they were experimenting to see, there's so much homelessness in this city, and so many people are going through these churches, to get food, which is kind of odd because churches aren't really set up to provide food. It's not like a church is like this amazing, cook like mechanism or business, right? And why was that? Well, part of it is the homeless people didn't have cash, or they didn't have money to buy it elsewhere. They couldn't get into places. Even if they had the cash, they weren't willing, or, mainly it was a problem of cash, at least according to these young entrepreneurs and what they were trying to build. So they're like, what if we gave them Bitcoin, which is this digital currency? What if we could transfer money into their phones? And one of their questions is, do they have smartphones? And they found out that most of them did. Can we get them Bitcoin? And then will they use it? And so they got this like kind of circle of shops, 7-Elevens, little mom and pop grocery shops that were in the neighborhoods where a lot of people were congregating. They said, look, we are doing this experiment. We'll give you dollars at the end of it, but will you accept Bitcoin from people if they come to your store to use it? And they kind of built a little app and made sure that the transfer could happen. And it was wildly successful, right? It was just like, A, yes, they had internet access. Yes, they had smartphones. And B, they were like ecstatic to buy the things they wanted to buy, whether it was food or laundry detergent. Like I remember seeing one video of someone just saying, I can smell myself and feel good right now for the first time in months, just because I had extra cash on hand. So you can see like my brain was like, oh, whoa, this is really interesting. Like this seems to be like a whole different kind of notion of money. I was very excited about the idea of breaking down trust. I'd spent so much time raising money and like getting rich people to trust me, to then trust that their money was going to go to a good cause, to part with their money. It took a lot of energy. And here it was like, you could see it on a blockchain. You could see the software. You give them the money and it goes exactly where you think it is. There were all these ideas, right, of transparency. And so I was like, oh, maybe that's the missing piece. And as I got more and more involved in crypto, I started to realize it was so much bigger than that this was not actually just about moving money differently, or maybe break, a new form of money even, that essentially, possibly, we had a chance to literally reconstruct the entire board game and the rules of the game when it comes to financial power, which, as I've learned being in politics, was really at the bottom of it. It was kind of like, oh, you think there's power, but really under the power is a lot to do with money. And so it was like, not only do I get to change who has the money, but I could literally change what the money is, how it operates. And that was like the excitement for me. And lo and behold, I started like getting involved and learning about things happening in these 3 months I had off. And as excited as I got more terrified by the minute, because looking around, it was a bunch of white male engineers and entrepreneurs. And really that was it. I mean, it was just seriously, predominantly one kind of intelligence, one kind of perspective. And as lovely as white male engineers might be, there's no way they can effectively rewrite the rules of the game or like create intelligent new systems. And in fact, they're much more likely to recreate them or make them even worse, probably unintentionally or intentionally. So that's what brought me into crypto, was kind of this awe-inspiring curiosity of a new movement that was I started to realize was basically, it felt like I was at the dawn of the internet, but instead of being in the 80s and 90s when I would say that women and people of color had even less access to power. We still have very little access to power, but I think now we have like a modicum of access to power. And I think that's important. That tiny little bit of power is quite a high bit of leverage I'm noticing in this ecosystem. I was like, wait a minute. We're rewriting the rules of the game in a way that like we did when we founded the United States. Obviously not that that was a great moment for justice, but like it did transform the world in a lot of ways and like set in motion ideas, right? We created norms and narratives around what a political community could be and should be, how people should operate, right? And a lot of those norms still operate today, hundreds of years later, even as broken as they are. And so I started to realize we're basically at that moment again in history, but for the rules of money. And I don't think we're going to get this moment again anytime soon. And so that's what kind of prompted me to found Maiden, was to say, okay, if we are, and who knows, I don't have a crystal ball, but if we are at this place where we're kind of very deep in the stack of the rules of how society operates, we're at the lowest level of like, what is value and what does money mean and how should it operate? If we're at that level and I can get into the boardroom and I can get my colleagues and friends into the boardroom and I can get my like queer Black bull riding, like, you know, girlfriend into the boardroom, like, wow, that's interesting. When has that happened before? And what are we doing about it? And I was asking that question and noticing that very few people were, that it was basically kind of, people were talking a lot about what this technology could do. Oh, blockchain could fix that, or blockchain could do that, or blockchain could, you know, create this cool app or this cool game or whatever. And I was like, who cares about what it can do? It's so young, we don't even really know what it can do. I'm like, who's shaping it? How is it being shaped? And that kind of, that question of like, who's here and how are we designing this is what compelled the creation of Maiden. So I won't bore you with our whole trajectory, though I'm happy to answer questions about how kind of as an enterprise, you know, we spent, I think it's now 5 years. So it's had quite a wild trajectory. I never realized how non-linear forming a venture is in so many ways. But we eventually landed on user research as what we are going to do. And I will, I guess, go back to Tyler in case you wanted to ask questions before I get into kind of the business of what we do and the specifics.
Yeah, so I was actually, as you were kind of talking through this, I thought this example that you gave of, you know, having, you know, a group of, you know, people who you really wanted to help, this group of, you know, homeless people, I forget which city you said that was in.
Denver. Yeah.
Denver, yeah. And so I guess when I was thinking about that, it made me start to think about kind of the practical ways that crypto potentially works differently than traditional currency, and potentially how you would envision wanting it to work differently. So this might be a really broad question, but could you just briefly talk me through first, like what's the difference between giving people who are homeless cash versus Bitcoin, and how would you want giving people Bitcoin to work differently given the way you're now thinking about and developing kind of the edges of what a crypto can be?
Yeah, sure. And like I said, that was the early days of my discovery of crypto. So I actually don't think that's the more exciting part. Like you give people Bitcoin, you give people dollars, but I'm happy to answer the question. I think the hope or dream or fundamental desire of people who are designing cryptocurrencies is that they are changing kind of where agency is located. And what the incentives are within the financial instrument. And so as one example, just to maybe take it out of money for a moment, because I think it's important to realize this isn't just money, it's about our information exchange and our data. You know, I'm sure many of you go on the internet and have seen ads, right? This is a thing that happens. Depends on which sites you use, whether you see a lot of them or not, but you know, this is a common thing. Well, let's think about how that works, right? So whatever company's producing the ad, so let's say it's Emerson College that wants to get your attention, they're going to pay the platform. Let's pretend Zoom allowed ads. Okay, so Emerson College is going to pay Zoom in order to post ads at your face, right? You're the one getting the ad and having to consume it, but are you getting the money from Emerson College for that? No, right? Like that's going to Zoom. So a lot of the kind of ideas of blockchain and crypto are to say, wait a minute, that makes no sense. Why don't we kind of disintermediate this, take out the middle operator and have it be more direct? So if Emerson College wants your attention as the person consuming the ad, why don't you get paid for seeing the ad? You know, why don't you get 1 cent every time you happen to see that ad? Like, why not? So it's a lot of, when you ask like, what would it be different? In many ways, it's kind of about, well, who's getting value out of the transaction and changing that. making it maybe more direct. So it's more peer-to-peer, taking out some of the money that might be siphoned off for intermediaries. And also, hopefully, I don't know it's totally realized this yet, but the hope is around, again, like I said, agency, kind of like, are you able to really choose and modify the particulars of what's happening in your online interactions? I think this was always the hope of like the internet, but what ended up happening as it evolved is that that's not what happened. It didn't become this amazing peer-to-peer. I mean, there are parts of it that are amazingly empowering, but a lot of that power was captured by a few kind of core platforms. So a lot of cryptocurrency hopes is to kind of realize that dream fully, more fully, if that makes sense. In the case of the Denver example, this was purely about, like we said, so there again, it was an assumption. This was just a test. It was like, why don't we give $50 on the street to someone asking for it, right? Well, a lot of it might have to do with trust. It might be that we give the $50 maybe just because we're like, we don't care. Let's let that person decide how they're going to spend their money. But a lot of us are like, we don't know. Are they going to buy drugs? Are they going to hurt someone? I don't know. Whatever our judgments are about what they might do with that money. I just guarantee you a lot of people aren't handing out $50 like constantly, for people to, assuming they're going to buy groceries. But theoretically, with like this Bitcoin program, what they were trying to test is, well, but what if you knew it was going to go to groceries? Would you then give $50 to a woman who, or a man or whatever, who needs to like get groceries? You might be like, sure, if I can kind of track the money, and not that we want to track homeless people's spending, that's not the idea, not to scare you, but this is an early test of kind of just thinking about, and there's ways to make people's identity very private and all of this with this technology. That was the kind of idea. They were kind of trying to figure out, could we get more money to people that really need it faster because of this technology's capacity to kind of show a transparent ledger and show where the money goes, and even control in some ways that it can go right to groceries. So like in that case, the program, it was only that these like 7 stores in that neighborhood were accepting it. So it's kind of like a unique token. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the follow-up question I have then is, I think this transparency piece kind of makes a lot of sense to me. But then the other piece you're talking about, how we kind of remove intermediaries. I'm curious, how do you actually structure a currency in a way that does that? What are the actual mechanisms that y'all are thinking of to, because it seems to me as I'm an economist, I'm used to just like, okay, if we switch from one type of money to another type of money, we're just paying the intermediary something different. So how do you actually use the opportunities crypto gives you to actually make that transformative piece happen?
Yeah, well, different cryptocurrencies do it in different ways, and there are many now different blockchain technologies. I actually don't only work anymore in the decentralized forms, which is what you're mentioning. I also am very curious about centralized forms of digital currency. So for example, now we're late enough in the game that pretty much every central bank in the world, I mean, it's like 90% now of the major countries are pursuing a digital form of their national sovereign currency.
So like Bitcoin, something like that?
Yeah, like a digital form of the dollar, a digital euro, exactly. China is already testing and piloting one. I don't know if you've seen it, the Olympics. Now that is not, that is a surveillance tool. That is what I'm scared of, right? So, but we'll get to that, I'm sure. So how is it done? So hard to explain blockchain technology without a board. I wish you had a whiteboard or I had one, but I will do my best. Essentially, there's a lot of different ways to do this, but one of the primary ones that say is used by Bitcoin, the original cryptocurrency, the first cryptocurrency, is to essentially distribute data in such a way that it's copied so intensively that hacking into it's very hard. So instead of, normally we think of one central authority having the data, and then they make it very secure so that I can't say, if I give you $5, I send you $5, I can't later go in and be like, no, I sent you $500, you have way more, send it back to me or whatever, like I can't fudge that because there's just like a secure database system controlled by the Bank of America or whatever, who keeps track of the ledger and has all kinds of ways to keep that secure. Now, in some ways, we think like it's kind of wild that we let that happen, because if someone hacks into that central authority, actually that's not very secure at all. So one of the, it's a major computer science problem to figure out, okay, can you remove that central one source of knowledge and have something be not just as secure, but even more secure than that, for a common set of knowledge, like who has what amount of money at any given time. And so it's basically, imagine, thousands or millions at this point of computers around the world that choose to operate the software. So kind of the underlying thing that's happening that's unified is that every machine is operating the same bit of software. And then there's all kinds of rules and different ways they do it. I'm not going to get into it on this panel about how they keep that secure, but essentially every time at a very simple level, if I send you $50 on this network, every other computer in the network that's running the software kind of gets a copy of that fact. So it becomes almost impossible with the amount of energy we have on this planet to actually hack into then every computer running the software and change it, right? So they kind of, instead of just one computer validating that that's true, you have all the computers in the network validating that that's true. Does that make sense?
It does. I guess where I'm curious is how do you use that decentralization of the currency to then do something like you were describing, where instead of Emerson wants to advertise to Shira and so they go via Zoom, how do you use that decentralization to do, as you were saying, try to get it so that they are either paying you or at least we're cutting out that kind of intermediary?
It's all software based,
Okay.
right? So it's just so Brave would be the best example if people are really curious about that one. I think it's a compelling use case, the whole advertising thing. I mean, a part of why I launched a user research lab is that all of these ideas are like kind of in the ether and no one's using them. So it's kind of like, okay, that's a nice idea, but how is that put into practice? So we're still at this stage of a lot of experimentation, but with, say, a Brave browser, which is a kind of alternate to Chrome or Google or whatever. So they have software running, right, which would enable you to be a part of this piece of software again, which would enable the advertisers to kind of direct the funding directly to you as you confirm that you want it. And there's all kinds of cryptography and different things that go on to like protect your identity, but still allow you to access the thing, you know? So it's, I don't think until we have a whiteboard, I wouldn't want to go into the technology specifications. But in terms of if people are curious about like how this evolved, so Bitcoin realized that you can use this thing called blockchain technology, which, like I said, is a piece of it's a running software that replicates everything on all these computers. That you could use that to send receive transactions. Very simple thing. I have this, now you have that. Like that's all the software stored. It's just money is here, now money is there. How much is here? How much is there? Very simple. Then they realized with like Ethereum, for example, which is probably another large cryptocurrency you might have heard of. They said, wait, if we can do that just with value transfer, couldn't we do that with all kinds of other things? So you now have literally just this like very complex whole, almost like think of it like a global computer of possible things one could store on a system like this. Not just I have $1, you have $2, but anything. People execute these things called smart contracts. So one way to think about that is like, right now, say I pass away and I want to give my money to my daughter, but say I have an abusive partner or something who wants to lay claim to it or whatever. Often that's debated in a court, right? There's going to be all kinds of lawyers involved and all these intermediaries and With this kind of software, you could literally have it execute no matter what, right? Like, so there are people who are building tools where I can say, all right, call me 6 times. And if I don't answer within 6 months, I'm therefore dead, according to the software. And at that point of being dead, this money in this account goes directly to that person, right? And there's no legal battles and no, I'm just giving random examples, but you can see how powerful this could be, right?
Yeah. So I guess then if kind of your objective is very much to kind of use this technology and find ways of kind of taking apart structures of power and finding new ways of, kind of getting business to happen, I guess where I'm curious then with my follow-up is it seems like crypto right now is becoming just as kind of centralized in a small number of hands as everything else that we're seeing elsewhere in the economy. So how do you square that kind of social justice goal with this increasing concentration, and how do you think about trying to break that up in the future?
The best question. Thank you. It is. I mean, like I said, I got excited for 1 month and then have been terrified for the next 5 years. So, I may sound excited about this technology because I am, but I'm not excited because it's going well per se. I'm excited because it's an opportunity, like I said, to kind of change the rules of the game. So how am I doing it? One of the things I realized is that this has to scale. So right now it's very speculative, right? There's a lot of very wealthy people, and early on it didn't have the wealthiest people, right? It really was kind of crypto punks and engineers doing their thing. I mean, still very privileged people in the world, but not the Wall Streets like of the world. We're not in it now. Now they are. So like literally every major fund is invested in this. Why? Well, because they're getting amazing returns. It's like this gold rush, right, of speculative investment. So, but that can't last forever, right? Like for something to really have value, it has to actually have users. Like there has to actually be a kind of match between the offering and the need, and that's still very small. And there's still a lot of doubt about what that is. There's a lot of assumptions. Like a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, it's going to be so useful." For example, we did some research on remittance payments. So people sending money from one country to another. We were looking specifically in the US in this study, and people are like, well, they spend so much money through like Western Union and other kind of horrible exploitative banks and other kind of tools to get the money abroad. And then 30% sometimes of what they're trying to send, they have to spend on fees. And so there's a thought of, oh, well, this direct digital to digital wallet thing could take that out. And maybe you're paying a very small fee just for the electricity to send the money abroad, right? I would say that may be true, that could be realized to be a very valuable thing. But it's interesting. First of all, it's not happening at scale. Nobody's yet built these apps that are definitely, working in migrant workers in this country and like allowing them. We're not there yet. So something's off. But the other thing we found in like doing the research is, sure, fees are awful and they suck and they should be lower. But really one of the biggest problems was actually uncertainty and the kind of, is it going to take 2 days or is it going to take 2 weeks? And where is it in transit? And is it blocked by something? And this like gnawing anxiety of people who already have financial anxiety trying to complete the transaction, right? But yet nobody seemed to be talking about uncertainty as something to optimize for or a product to build around. And I'm like, this is a gold mine. Like if anyone could and this isn't the hardest problem, honestly, right? Like if even, I mean, PayPal might be slightly doing this without realizing it, but like you could rival PayPal in a minute, in my opinion, if you found out, okay, wow, uncertainty is a very real experience for most people around money, and especially the majority of people who are quite poor experiencing financial transactions. How could we optimize for alleviating uncertainty in the products that we build and the services we offer? So I bring this example up just to say what I decided to do is to say, okay, if I want the people who've been exploited by our current financial system and political system to shape our future system, like not just to have a seat at the table. I heard that phrase raised, and not to be I don't know, argumentative here, but I would say I don't want a seat at the table. I don't even know I want a goddamn table. Like I think we need a whole new ecosystem, and I think that's the answer. Like I don't want a seat at that table. I think we need to literally reconstruct the house we're living in together. And so in that regard, I was like, how do we take this reality that these new products and these new technologies will need to scale? Who do they need to scale to? Well, the majority of people have been exploited by the current system. So it's like, how do we get their needs and voices and visions being the DNA of the future system? And unfortunately, or fortunately, user research was the first thing I could figure out. Like I thought at first, oh, let's do leadership programs or education programs, or let's find a way to get, the best, like one idea we had early on was these systems need to be very secure, right? So they need to be like audited, a lot of like technical kind of auditing of the system to make sure it's not broken. Like imagine you're building a network where billions of dollars are being transferred. You need to make sure it can't be hacked, right? And I was like, wait, what if we like build training schools for Black women to be like the code auditors of blockchain? And therefore like they would just have a tremendous respect because it's like this necessary service, right? But all these ideas we like played around with. In the end, I thought, that's still not going to happen fast enough. So we don't know we're going to succeed, but what we're trying to do is take this user research bit where you say, okay, what are the actual needs of people for financial tools, for payment systems, for new forms of money? And how do we like inject that kind of in the back door into these entrepreneurial visions and these investment funds who want to capture those people's attention because they want to scale their product or their investment. And so again, I don't know it's going to fully work, but that's kind of how we're trying to do it, is essentially if we center people in the decisions that shape this industry, and if we do it early enough in the ecosystem, maybe then it's going to be shaped by those needs and will be more likely to meet them rather than exploit them.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question that I hope the answer is just yes. But you said we need to get in early enough. Given that we're 12 years into crypto, is it early enough?
Yes, okay. Deeply so. So I have two roles. So one of the things I've learned being an entrepreneur is, you often won't be able to pay yourself for a while. And so I tend to just give all the money I make for my, user research lab to the researchers and to keep it going and growing. So I also have a position at MIT as a strategic advisor to their digital currency initiative. And that's where I have a real seat at the table and why I feel like I can say yes with authority and not just with kind of, I'm on the side over here doing user research. Because it's MIT, we get everyone. So we get the biggest legacy financial companies coming to us, the biggest governments in the world coming to us, and the biggest crypto companies coming to us, right? And the best technologists. It's just kind of like a hub, right? Yeah. And what I've seen over the past 2 years is that there is a tremendous scarcity of talent. And it's not just engineering talent. So another thing I'll share is when there's a new community, and 10 years is still really new for infrastructure level technology, right? There is just desperation for nutrients and intelligence. And so it doesn't matter what skill you have, this ecosystem needs you because that's what it's literally like building its foundation, right? It's like every part of it needs to grow. And so it's definitely not too late, both from an individual perspective of like, hey, I want to find a way to have a place in this space. Without question. It doesn't matter what city you're in, like even if it's New York that has a huge crypto scene, it's still relatively small. And people get burnt out because when it's new, it's hard. And so even like you think of like, the leaders of the blockchain meetup in New York, like they're exhausted, I promise you, after a year, and are like, ooh, who's coming up? Yes, you show a little initiative, like you can suddenly become the face of the New York crypto scene, very quickly. So from an individual level, it's definitely not too late. From an investing level, I also would say, I can't give investment advice. I'm definitely not equipped to do that, but I will share with you that personally, I do believe that even though you're like, Bitcoin's no longer $5, it's now whatever it is at the moment, 50, 30,000, whatever it oscillates. But it could be 500,000 a coin, right? So I believe that basically you're investing in infrastructure layer technology for the future of data transfer and value transfer. So it's definitely not too late to invest, and you can invest $5, you can invest like anything, and then have that go up. And then from a collective perspective, is it too late? I hope to God not. That's one where I just don't know until we see. I don't think so. Because again, so many problems are unsolved. So when we're talking about, I mentioned central bank digital currency, which is where all these central banks, this is a really cool thing actually, which isn't talked about a lot, I think in the kind of social justice arena. It's awesome to build cryptocurrencies that don't rely on central banks or governments, right? That's part of the promise of this is like, you don't need a government to make money. You can just make it. Software can make it. We can make it. We as a community can decide we want a BCE coin or whatever, and then we can decide the rules of it. And it can operate based on who we are and what we believe is important.
Don't give these students ideas.
Okay, well, it's a hard thing to do. It's fun. It's really interesting to design an economic system, right? Totally. Anyway, but with central bank digital currency, what's really cool, and why, again, it's not too late, I hope, is this is actually getting at the plumbing. I'm talking the pipes of our financial system. And I have to say that's where a lot is wrong. If you're looking for source code of where things have gone wrong, these rules were set up definitely not by people that look like the leaders of this conference, okay? These rules were set up, decades, if not centuries ago, in terms of how monetary policy should operate, in terms of who has power in a financial system. This is really deeply hard-coded inequitable rules of the game, in my opinion, that are just operating all the time. It's just like the nervous system of our economy, right? And in order to create a digital form of your sovereign currency, you have to probably redesign most of those things. Like you can't, a lot of the work that's been done on financial equity has been like, okay, there's this inequitable thing that's our financial system and the way things work. Let's like put this patch over here and this patch over here. It's a lot of like trying to build on top, and they don't really interoperate well, all these good attempts at trying to help people. This is different. This is like not about building on top. This is about changing what's underneath. Yeah. And so that's what I hope is not too late. And these central banks have no idea what they're doing. I mean, besides China, they have a lot of idea what they're doing. And they're like, ooh, we get to change the plumbing and make it even more exploitative. Fantastic, let's do it. And I'm not anti-Chinese in any way, but if you look at what the system they're building is, it's very, 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 very scary. And it's again, why I'm terrified. It's like, let's not hand the rules, and key over to people who see the power of technology to just make more power for themselves, when we don't have to.
As you were answering that question, something that you said kind of jumped out at me when you were talking about how the value of these cryptocurrencies right now is so uncertain, right? We see spikes and dips and what have you. And that immediately, when you said that, it kind of pinged, well, earlier in the talk, we were talking about one of the things that's the biggest challenge with, remittance payments and other sort of things is uncertainty. So I'm curious your thoughts. How do we make crypto more stable? How do we make it less uncertain? How do we make it user-friendly enough that the people who want to use it to avoid uncertainty aren't immediately dealing with the uncertainty of how much is my money worth?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's where central bank digital currency comes in, right? This would be like, look, your nation's currency, many people in the world, and the US could become one of them, have their currency fluctuate as well, right? It's not just cryptocurrency. Argentina, Venezuela, you can just rattle off the places in the world where you wake up one day and your $100 is worth 0.1 cents, So currency does fluctuate. Money is only as valuable as the person deciding that they want that money or believe they can transact in that money. But I think one of the things that is a little hard to wrap your head around because it's new is that in the future and now, we're not going to have one kind of money. We're going to have hundreds or thousands or millions of kinds of monies, that it's not going to be that money just is one thing. I think I think there'll be a couple of things. I think there's something called stable coins, right? So there's already an attempt kind of within the cryptocurrency space to figure out how do you stop that volatility? How do you create a digital asset that has all the benefits of digital assets, the transparency, the ease of sending, the lack of middle, intermediaries, all those kinds of parts that are like taking money digital in a very profound way, while still keeping the value the same. So they end up they peg it to a basket of other currencies and kind of use different, financial tools to kind of keep the currency stable. So there's that, and stable coins are kind of trying to be used in different places for remittance payments for sure. There's also, like I said, central bank digital currencies where, again, each nation might issue a digital version of its currency, a software-based version of its currency. And then depending on how volatile that currency is, period, the rest of that currency. So if the dollar stayed stable, then the digital dollar would also stay stable. Okay. So I think that's one bit. And honestly, again, this is like all a part of why I think we need to be doing user research, because maybe there's a way to capture that volatility and the value of it for poor people. Like maybe instead of thinking volatility is bad, maybe there's some way that like people could be both investing and sending, or again, I don't know. I'm not saying that's the right answer, but I think we need to be like asking whole different questions about kind of poverty dynamics and relationship to money, because we're no longer just saying potentially, okay, it's been a broken system, let's try to like alleviate the problems of that broken system. We're saying, well, what if we designed the right system? Like, what would that look like? And I don't know the answers to that. So that's why I started a user research lab to say, well, we're surely not going to find out if we don't start asking kind of like what would work. But there are already, definitely solutions to the volatility in terms of just using digital assets without Bitcoin will be volatile, I imagine, for quite a while. The other aspect to this, for any of you that want to go more into policy and politics, is, wow, is this a fun field day for regulation and policy design? So that's another piece of lowering the volatility, is figuring out what are the laws that should exist around this currency? How do we regulate it so that it is safe for people, and maybe we kind of bound the volatility in certain domains where it should be.
Awesome. Well, we have got about 10 minutes left, so I actually want to kick it over to Karthik, who I believe has some questions from students and from the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much once again, Shira. I've really, really enjoyed hearing you talk about cryptocurrency in general. It's just honestly just a lot about the how we could empower ourselves with the cryptocurrency, amongst other things. So I'm going to start off with some questions. A lot of honestly really interesting and great questions have been coming in. Since we're sort of on the topic already about this idea of like a centralized currency and a centralized governments using cryptocurrency in a more centralized way. Obviously, at the moment, most of the cryptocurrency that's more commonly found is decentralized, Bitcoin, et cetera. So one of our teachers, Bhamati, sort of brought this up. She wants to know, as centralized banks, rush into cryptocurrency, how do decentralized organizations compete given that the central bank will be, writing these regulations? And on top of that, sort of what I want to know is there a space for both of these to coexist when the whole point of decentralized currency was to be decentralized?
Phenomenal questions. Yes, there again, from my colleagues at MIT and I, we do not look at this as a future where we have one or two kinds of currencies. We really think that it's kind of like pretending that the internet was only going to be email or something, right? And everything it's become. How could you even? So I think this kind of simple binary notion of centralized, decentralized is just a function of being early on and not quite comprehending the imaginative space of what money can become. In terms of space for them, they're so different. Decentralized currencies are trying to solve very particular problems. So for example, Bitcoin is epic from a computer science and distributed systems perspectives at solving this problem of how do you build a global system when no one trusts anyone else, when there's no real trust in the system for anyone else. And there's no central party that everyone's ceding trust to. That's a really hard problem, right? That's amazing that they've solved it. It's obviously not the problem that a central bank digital currency would need to solve because it's going to be issued by this central bank. And that's it. That's kind of the answer to that question is they don't need to decentralize trust. It's very simple, but they're solving maybe another problem, right? Which is, like I said, kind of how do we maybe move money into the internet age and actually have money move across borders in a way that makes sense and change laws like KYC and AML and figure out new ways to do things that in our financial regulatory system, whatever they've been working, but they're not great. So I really think you have to think about solving different things. And yes, there's definitely room for all of them. I don't know if it's so much competition. Frankly, one way to think about central bank digital currency, which again, these are all hypothetical, we don't know, is I am very disappointed in the cryptocurrency community, probably because it's all still a bunch of white boys mostly, that they have not solved onboarding at all. The ease of getting a wallet or buying crypto. I don't know how many of you own crypto. I hope you do. Ping me, let me know how I can help you buy some if you want to. There are tools that make it somewhat easy, but it's still really hard. And the wallet technology is so strange. And these decentralized currencies, as much as they say they want to, change the world, onboarding into it is still really, really onerous and weird and strange. And so I wonder, well, if a central bank decides to issue a digital currency and a central bank the size of the US or the Eurozone or whatever, they might have to solve the onboarding wallet challenge, right? Or they can't be doing their mandate of kind of public offering. So it could be, again, it may not be, but it could be that for some reason, the challenge in the centralized world could actually lead to the flourishing of these alternative, more radical, decentralized coins, because now the wallet technology has been figured out and the kind of privacy password issue has been figured out for the public. So I don't know, I think they're going to interact in unknown ways. I hope that central bank digital currency will actually in some ways facilitate the kind of more radical things that are possible through decentralized currencies, but who knows?
Kind of sort of stemming off of a little comment that you said there, you talked about how you're upset with the crypto community because it is still mostly already gatekept by, white finance bros, people in that space. And a lot of questions, very similar vein of, well, I guess I'll break it up. First off, we're in this sort of this sphere right now where a lot of young people are trying to learn and get into cryptocurrency. I am a huge proponent of crypto. I do own crypto thanks to Coinbase. But
and Coinbase is like this not great, cool company, really, in my opinion. But thank God for Coinbase.
Exactly. And I'm so glad you actually touched on that because that's a later question I have. But a big thing right now is NFTs. We're obviously a lot of us young kids are very, very curious about the topic. So you have people like Elon Musk and Jimmy Fallon and all that who are buying into these gorilla men and whatnot. And actually, Kevin Bright, who is one of our alumni, the creator of Friends, he actually, his question, plain and simple, that I think is sort of in the vein that a lot of us wonder is, how can we put stock into something like a bored gorilla NFT, or how can we use things like NFTs to actually empower us instead of it just being a finance bro thing, if that makes sense?
Totally. Many people have different answers to this question. I'll come back to what I said at the beginning. Like, I don't think the radical opportunity for power or wealth or transformation is in the what of this stuff yet. So I don't think the NFTs or whatever the next thing is going to be is where the outsized opportunity is. And I'll tell you what I think about NFTs in a second. I think the outsized opportunity, like I said, is in shaping the space overall. So kind of like, because the current what's are still a product, in my opinion, of the old paradigm, right? Like NFTs, that's just luxury good market. Like if you want at the moment, it could become something else and may be very, very powerful. But at the moment, I would say NFTs, like the best way to understand them is like, well, I don't know, I've never bought a pair of $1,000 sneakers, but I know $1,000 sneakers exist. And like, nobody wants the fake pair of $1,000 sneakers. They want the real pair. And how do they validate that, like, whatever, it's the brand pair of $1,000? I mean, that's what an NFT, it's a luxury goods market. It's a scarcity of a high value thing for a certain small set of people, right? I don't think NFTs are like radically empowering. I get that lots of musicians and like the entertainment community is like, and sure, a small set of designers, for example, are making money that never did, right? Like they're like, people are churning out 3-dimensional designs and all kinds of things, and there might not have been a market for that. And I'm not trying to diminish that, but I don't think that's the radical opportunity. So to me, I think the real radical opportunity is to say, wait a minute, this is not like every other place where we have been marginalized. This is a place perhaps where we're not in the back seat per se, because no one's actually in the front seat yet. It's too emergent a place. It's too new an ecosystem that we don't need to just look for like scraps or little small places. Like we could actually say, whoa. What if this space was really about empowerment and agency? And what if we were really changing the rules of that game? So yeah, I don't know. To me, NFTs, like maybe in the future, NFTs will kind of be just like ubiquitous. It'll be kind of the technology that we use to prove I have this car, or, just like a confirmation of ownership essentially for everything, instead of like all the weird documents we now need to keep that confirm something, so that technology will probably morph into something less strange and sexy in the future.
All right. So I have 2 more questions for you. One of them is sort of about the environmentalism factor of blockchain and cryptocurrency as a whole. There's been a lot of pushback from the environmentalists and stuff like that, like people being like, well, while people may be going crazy over things, like NFTs, sort of this like new hot commodity, there's limited edition, et cetera, there is a huge environmental risk with it in terms of just energy consumption, amongst other things. And the brunt of who all will end up taking that in the future are going to be marginalized communities. Can you explain a little bit about sort of like what are you all doing at Maiden in terms of research when it comes to environmental impact, but also just as a whole, what are things that we should keep in mind when we're starting to venture into this crypto space?
Yeah, we haven't done any environmental research in particular. It doesn't mean we won't, but it doesn't feel like the thing that's the most important at the moment, like in this phase of what's needed. So these are new technologies. They're going to be faulty and flawed at the beginning. They always are. If you study kind of the emergence of the car, I mean, it used to be like the most unsafe, ridiculous, strange. I mean, it still is, in fact, right? So car is actually a great example, I think, because we shouldn't have ignored the environmental threats of that technology, right? Like we should have actually asked, okay, 100 years into the future, each stage, not just the building of the kind of engine that we learned about to create a car, but the building of the road system and all that. Like at each stage, we should have said, okay, we're 100 or 200 or 300 years out. What might be the implications of this? How could this go awry? So I don't want to diminish the environmental concerns about Bitcoin and other technologies. The concern at the reason it consumes so much energy is a part of what I explained about, like, there's so much repetition and there's so much like data processing, right, that's happening to keep these networks secure. There is constant work on that to say, okay, can we still keep this software network whole without that energy consumption? So that's being worked on in different, again, I don't need to get into this, but there's things like proof of work is what costs a lot of energy. And there's things like proof of stake, which would cost a significantly less amount of energy. So I guess in this case, it's kind of, I do have a little bit of trust in the kind of technologists' natural evolution to solve that problem. Like there isn't no attention being paid to that problem. There's quite a lot of attention being paid. We haven't gotten there yet. So yes, right now, a lot of these networks consume a lot of energy, but I think that's a little bit of a distraction, honestly. Like sometimes I get nervous. I see, senators like Elizabeth Warren, who I disagree with her on some things and agree with her on other things, but whatever, she'll just like lambast the technology for being like bad for the environment. And I'm like, okay, but you're really missing the point about like financial empowerment. Then like, don't squish it and squash it before you recognize what it can become. So I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a distraction at this point. And I would imagine in a few years, you won't see environmental kind of toll coming from these networks running. I think you'll see something quite akin to whatever, the kind of basic energy that data uses to send across the world.
Yeah, for sure. And, just as a final question, you've touched on this a lot throughout this discussion today. What is sort of like the way that you think that either people in general or just marginalized communities or et cetera, like how can we reclaim this space of cryptocurrency, of blockchain technology? It is so new, like you've said, but there's so many people venturing into it. There's people who want to invest in it as if it's a stock market, like a fad, other people with NFTs. Like how can we empower ourselves right now with cryptocurrency, or is it something that we're just going to have to invest a little now and just wait and see what happens to it?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of ways. So I think first of all, I do think owning some is important. Like, I think it's not a small thing. I think it's like a really, at least for me, for example, like, this is the first time I've ever had money in the bank, like that's grown. I've just never had like, I had like a little bit of money in a 401k from a normal job I held right at that lobby, but it was like a tiny, it was like this, and then I took a risk. I pulled it all out. I put it in crypto. Again, I'm not advising you to take that risk. We're just saying I pulled it out, and now there's significant money there, right? Like, and again, it may go down, it may go to nothing, but even that has been a very empowering experience of kind of just like navigating wealth creation and disappearance and like how money operates for that very small echelon of society, right? So I think that's important, and I don't think that's small. I think ideally, I would say if you are thinking of doing anything in business or in nonprofits, building a company or an enterprise in this particular ecosystem or adjacent to it is you just have an outsized opportunity to shape something at scale, right? You just do because it is that small. And it is hungry for talent and diverse intelligence. And even though it's a bunch of white bros, it's not only that. And one of the coolest things that I've found is I've really been able to leverage my identities, whether it's my Jewish identity, my queer identity, my female identity. Like, I'm in a room full of 30 men all the time at these like big dinners or whatever. And of course, the most powerful person will always come up to me because I'm the only woman in the room, or, like there's a little bit of an interesting thing that happens being the minority in this particular space, because they talk about how much they want to empower people so much. They can't quite, even though they're probably also going to be racist and awful in all kinds of ways, they also can't at least fully show that. And they have to kind of be like, well, what are you doing? And who are you? And, they have to like become interested or seem interested. So in some ways, I think we have like this strange power in these spaces that I haven't felt in the political community, for example. It was just much older. It's not quite as stark, like that you're the only woman in the room, So yeah, in some ways I would say entering the room just by virtue of being there, you end up kind of finding the way to have a lot more power than I've had in any other space.
All right, thank you so much, Shara. I really, really appreciated you taking the time to answer our questions, and I'm going to turn it back over to Tyler.
Thank you all so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, Tyler.
Awesome. Thank you, Shira. Thank you, Karthik. I think this has been a really great conversation. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Wes, who's going to have our next panel. So thank you, Shira. I appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you. Really interesting stuff that explains a lot that I didn't get. So we're gonna take a quick break just for 2 minutes while we just sort of reset. But real quick before I bring in the next panel and explain what it is, I just want to take a moment to shout out some of our Emerson colleagues. Dr. Greg Payne from Comp Studies isn't here. A lot of the programming that we try to do at the BCE and the level of engagement is something that I sort of watched him do when I walked in here. So we're trying to do our version of this, Greg, with all due respect. But I just want to give him a little plug. On Monday, Valentine's Day at noon, the Emerson Sports Com Dialogue is having a conversation with Andy Kaufman, class of 1999, who's the owner and CEO of Zoyer Sports. So a lot of bit of the crossing of entrepreneurship and sports all through the Emerson lens. So everyone here in person or online, please support Greg and the good folks at Comp Studies. And I also want to thank the journalism department for Lena's involvement. Those are some wonderful scholars that we all share at Emerson. So we teach collaboration, we practice it. In a couple minutes, I'm gonna bring Nissim is gonna introduce our last panel of the day. Then we'll have our closing keynote. But we're gonna have a great conversation about independent music artists in this space. This is gonna be a good one. So we'll be back in 2 seconds, y'all, while we get set up.
Winters like in Boston, but I know that it's way colder than here. And normally I don't mind being snowed
for branding purposes.
Didn't think these stormy early
But then
So I closed my eyes so I could get some rest. I gave you my everything, but I guess it's not my best. But you're still in my ear at night. Next year, a flight back home is only an hour in snow and ice. One sweet goodbye, make a moment last forever.
Should I ask the best?
Longer I stare at the wall, the more I hate the person I have been. It is stained all of my clothes and won't come out. Trust me, I've rinsed all of the colors of self-hatred off my skin. The more I love, the more I'm getting. So I close my eyes so I could get some rest. I give you my everything, but I guess it's not my best. But you're still in my ear at night. Next year, a flight back home is only an hour in snow and ice. One sweet goodbye, make a moment last forever. came home, and that's just a lie we both know. 'Cause I'd give the world just to be who you hold. So use me, so use me, just use me.
Paul, can I take my mask off?
I have the time of your life, 'cause I'd give the world just to be who you like. Say we're all
No, I'm just
right,
gonna give your bio and
it's
then
fine,
hand it off
but
to
if
you.
you can't stay, maybe just spend the night. Use me,
I'm gonna read their bios and you're gonna be last. And then I'll
just
say.
use me.
And then they'll show up
Right here, I think.
right here. And all right, cool. Anything you have?
So I close my eyes so I could get some rest. And I gave you my everything, but I guess it's not my best.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nissim Hershkovitz, and I'm a sophomore in the Business of Creative Enterprises program. Our last panel of the day is the Independent Music Artist panel. Over the last few years, the music industry has evolved drastically, and now the artist has more power than ever before. This panel will explore the power of being independent. Oh, I got it. Boop, boop, boop. From the top, I was on mute. Hi, everyone. My name is Nissim Hershkovitz. I'm a sophomore in the Business of Creative Enterprises program. The last panel of the day is the Independent Music Artist panel. Over the last few years, the music industry has evolved drastically, and now the artist has more power than ever before. This panel will explore the power of being independent, the case for signing to a major label, and where the future of the music industry is headed. Before I read the bios of the speakers, I'd like to thank Belle, who's a BCE freshman who provided all of the original music for the concert. Not for the concert, for the conference. In the future, she'll be in a concert. So, our first panelist is Jonah Rappaport. Jonah is a New York City-based A&R manager for 300 Entertainment. His day-to-day involves researching new artist trends and running label relations for the company. He studied at Syracuse University's Bandier program, entering the industry as an office manager in 2018 and working his way up in a few short years. Along the way, he's worked on records by Megan Thee Stallion, Gunna, Young Thug, and Mary J. Blige. He's passionate about nurturing students and has helped the Run 300's internship program since starting at the company. Our other panelist is Rob Kenner. Rob is the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Marathon Don't Stop, The Life and Times of Nipsey Hussle. He is also a founding editor of Vibe magazine. He was the music editor of Complex. He served as executive editor of Mass Appeal and is a founder of Boomshots Media. His specialties include hip hop, reggae, dancehall, Caribbean music, African music, and social justice. The panel will be moderated by Professor Bob Lyons. Bob has over 20 years experience in media, including director of new media for radio and TV at WGBH in Boston, where he worked extensively with NPR, PBS, BBC, PRX, and other public media leaders. In addition to digital media, his professional background also includes producing national and international live radio concert broadcasts and recording/engineering. He is founder of a research and strategy consultancy, RS Lyons and Associates, which focuses on early stage entrepreneurs. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Independent Music Artist panel.
Hello, thank you for coming. Really want to thank Rob and Jonah for showing up. We have not yet met except virtually. Great to meet you guys. Welcome.
Good to meet you.
You guys all
How's it
excited?
going?
You guys all excited out there in LA about Sunday night, or not so much?
I'm in New York, so.
That solves that problem.
But I'm excited anyway. I
Very
love
good.
hip hop. I hear there's a football game on Sunday too, right?
Yeah, there's some kind of thing going on. It's actually a marketing event that there's football wrapped around.
Right. Okay.
So I thought I'd just start with Rob, and we'll get to Jonah next, and then maybe open it up to everybody. But I was thinking about your documentary about De La Soul.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was very, very, the marathon continues. Can you say just a little bit about that, recap that? Because I want to get into the legal issues that arose from that and how that might play into their revenue strategies or their legacy.
Sure. Yeah. So the De La doc is actually De La Soul is not dead, and we made that at a time when De La Soul was in the middle of putting together an album that was funded all by their fans and the Anonymous Nobody. They did, I think it was either a Kickstarter or one of those crowdsourcing fundraiser things, and they raised in the mid to high six figures just off of the love that their fans have for their music, so it was a very interesting new revenue model. But De La Soul, for those who have yet to discover their brilliance, it's crazy that a whole generation of music lovers who get all of their music through streaming really are going to discover this band for the first time this year, and one of the things that you'll learn is that De La's music, especially the classic early albums, was just this incredible mosaic of samples. Prince Paul and Mace, they put together these amazing soundscapes, and that led to legal headaches. In the documentary, there's the story of a tiny little snippet of a record by the Turtles, which had been slowed down so you could barely recognize it, but their lawyer did recognize it, and they had like a $100,000, legal case that had to be dealt with, which was a big deal. That was a lot of money, at one time. So, De La Soul's music has not been on streaming services for a variety of reasons. One of which is all the samples that need to be cleared and the concerns that there might be some uncleared ones lurking in there. But it also had to do with a breakdown of the relationship between them and Tommy Boy Records, which was the label that really brought them to prominence. So thankfully that's been sorted out, and shout out to Faith Newman, who got involved, and the Reservoir Media team, and they brokered a peace treaty. So the music will be on streaming this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing all these younger hip hop listeners discover this group, because they're one of the greatest ever.
Thank you. That brings up the whole issue of major label records and contracts and deal structures with them. And I thought that'd be a chance to ask Jonah a bit about, just recap a bit about 300 Entertainment and how it differs from that traditional structure.
Yeah, definitely. So 300 Entertainment was started about 7 or 8 years ago by heads of various major labels at the time who were looking at the music ecosystem and said, streaming is a new frontier. It's exciting. Companies aren't really focusing on this as much as they should be. Let's come together and start a company that's focused around digital and streaming, and also takes an approach of things that smaller boutique labels were doing at the time. So getting close to the artist, being hand in hand in decision making, and really forming a partnership. And that ethos of family mentality and a boutique approach to everything is, has followed through from the beginning of the company till now. And we've been really thankful to work with a handful of really, really talented artists along the way.
So this being kind of a BCE program, and we deal with the business side of this a little bit more, I'm wondering if you can get a little more granular about sort of the structures that you guys favor versus what others might, or to the extent that you're able to talk about it without talking about individual deals, but just sort of the, how that works.
Yeah. So as a record label, our income stream is based around copyrights and ownership of music that's recorded, packaged, and released in hand with artists who are signed to our label. So what happens is an artist may be independent at the time, in need of extra resources in order to grow their career, or something that they weren't able to access in the past, like a radio campaign or extra marketing spends or other various pieces of their career. A label will come in as a partner, kind of learn what they need to do in order to grow the artist, form a relationship, and use those resources to grow the career. And where the income side of that comes in is when money is made off of music that's released as a part of the joint partnership. Income gets broken down based on however the deal structure is. And as a company, we've always been an artist development company, and it's something where we want to get in early with artists and build years and years into something that, you know, flowers like a Megan Thee Stallion or a Young Thug or Amigos or Fetty Wap. And you know, that's our bread and butter, and that's the sort of thing we do. Where our deal structures change, I think, is just when we're getting in with artists. You know, some major labels have the capital to sign an artist that might be at a 4 or 5 or 6 stage in their career, spend a lot more money in order to capture that talent at that time and then really explode it. Whereas as a smaller company, we a lot of times have to get in early and bet on ourselves alongside.
Very interesting. So it's more of you guys are basically working with early stage entrepreneurs more than people that have done a lot of work and are therefore less risky, which the majors can afford.
Exactly.
So I want to go back to Rob for a second, because as long as we're talking about screw-ups by record labels, could you talk a bit about Nipsey Hussle and his dealings with record labels?
Sure. Well, Nipsey Hussle is now recognized as a visionary for his approach to the music business. And I think he came of age at a really pivotal moment. Before the panel began, me and Jonah were DMing back and forth about the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I haven't heard that mentioned in a long time. I'm not sure what stage Jonah was out. That was 1998 when that came
1998,
out. So,
yeah.
I was two.
Yeah, so right. Yeah, but at the turn of the millennium, there was a sea change in the music industry. You know, that was the moment when the Napster revolution was changing everything. And, you know, between LimeWire and Napster and sites like that allowed kids in college to download pretty much any music they wanted for free. And the record industry was freaking out. And there was no iTunes, there was no Spotify really. So it was just like a complete disaster. And the record industry was looking at their bottom line just dropping, you know? So at that moment, artists who came out around that time included Nipsey Hussle. You know, he was just getting started and paying attention in the early 2000s, right? And, you know, the first tapes that he was making, he was selling them hand to hand in the parking lot with hand, you know, like Magic Marker labels, you know, there at Slauson and Crenshaw. So it was, at that point, he was completely independent, completely unsigned. But like most young aspiring artists, he dreamed of getting a record deal. It was just like a validation that you were in the game, right? Mm-hmm. So he set up a meeting. Actually, his mentor, who is, you know, spoken of in my book, The Marathon Don't Stop, a gentleman named Dexter Brown, who was also a visionary, not really in the music industry, but he was a thinker. He was a photographer and an engineer. And he really instilled in Nip and some of the other artists that he was making a creative space for in his home that you should not be in such a hurry to sign with a label because you should control your own intellectual property. And he was just dealing with this from a, you know, ethical basis, right? He wasn't really in the music industry, but Nipsey wanted a record deal so bad. So he went up to Interscope Records. Dexter had done some photography for someone at Interscope, or he, you know, through his photography work, he had this contact. So they went in, they played Nipsey's early demos, and he was so proud of the music and believed that, you know, the label that was doing, like, at that time they were doing like 50 Cent and, you know, a lot of the music that he cared about, he thought they would recognize his brilliance, right? So he played the tape, and at the end, the executive said, well, the music's a little rough, but if you get in the gym and, you know, get some lean muscle mass and work on your choreography, maybe, you know, you could get somewhere, you know, you could be like a teen heartthrob, you know. And Nipsey was so disappointed that he just stood up and said, come on, Dexter, the meeting's over. We're out of here. And so that was you know, an early moment when he kind of realized maybe Dexter was right, and maybe these labels don't always have perfect vision of what an artist is about, right? So in the book, The Marathon Don't Stop, we hear about why Nipsey ended up signing a deal. It really had to do with the situation he was in his life where he needed some money for a lawyer. And an offer was on the table with Epic Records. So he took the deal. Didn't really want to do it, but took the deal, got the lawyer money, got himself out of the case, and, you know, continued on. But, you know, honestly, with major labels, sometimes, you know, executives move around, things change. The people that brought you in are not the people that are there at the time when it's time to pull the trigger, right? So that's what happened with Nipsey's debut album on Epic. He did the Bullets Ain't Got No Name mixtapes, which were great. And that was when I first met him, actually. He came to Vibe magazine in 2009, you know, to present those tapes and wanted to be written up as a new artist. But, you know, the big album never came out. And Nipsey made a decision to step away from the major label that he had signed with because he felt that they just, you know, the new regime there didn't understand him as an artist. And he didn't agree with all the ways that he was being marketed, the images and the ways that he was being presented were not in sync with his vision. So at that point, he pursued a strategy that he summed up as fuck the middleman. You know, I don't need anybody to be between me and my listeners. I can just go to them directly. And, you know, this was made possible because of the digital technology. We'd moved past Napster. It was now the blog era. Nipsey was heavy on Twitter. His mixtapes, he was getting all the email addresses of his fans. You would download them by submitting your email address through his ihustle.com website, and you would get a zip file. And so he was very efficient in collecting the data, building a relationship with his audience, and really doing what I think a lot of artists now are able to do with Web3. You know, it's the same kind of idea, like owning that relationship between the fan and the artist. And Nipsey did as much as he could do within that structure, but he reached a point in the late 2000s where he realized that it was not going to be possible to accomplish everything, you know, like actually, excuse me, not the late 2000s, in the 2015, 2016. That's when he realized I can't get the radio spins. I can't tour the big arenas because the system is set up in such a way to prevent an independent artist reaching that maximum saturation point. So that's when he decided to go back to the major labels and you know, had enough leverage because of the success that he had as an independent artist to negotiate better terms than he would have had had he just walked in, you know, without, you know, that much momentum.
So he early on saw that it was about owning property, having a relationship direct, and using that as leverage to get what he needed later from in terms of resources.
Yeah.
I think it reminds me of something that George Howard over at Berkeley says sometimes. He talks about you don't want to be a product for a purpose. You want to be a purpose for a product. And I think it kind of gets me into you, Jonah, talking about the 300 mission statement, which is quite powerful, quite a thing. And I'm wondering, I'm going to read a little bit of it, and then I want you to sort of comment on it. It starts out by saying 300 independence is in our DNA. Freedom to create, freedom to be an entrepreneur, freedom to write your own future. And it goes on to talk about it as a family of who empower with a purpose. Again, the idea that it's a purpose, not a product. Can you say a little bit more about sort of what the company is trying to accomplish?
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, we understand that we're not artists, right? We're there as the partner and the gasoline on the fire to grow careers. So for us, we come in to uplift artists as CEOs, as owners of their craft and of their mission. And it's about just learning exactly how an artist needs to grow and being there every day. And as a company, we're never gonna direct things in a way where it shouldn't be or push an artist somewhere where they're not comfortable. But we're gonna find the best path forward and make sure that they're still driving the ship every day. We talk about it all the time in artist meetings. We're in the passenger seat of the car, and the artist is driving the car. And we might have the GPS open in the passenger seat and help with maybe turn left or turn right, but it's the artist's neighborhood, and they know if there's a shortcut to go here and I have to make a right down this street, that's the way they're going to go. And we're going to put our hands up and say, that's fine. But, we're going to be there with the GPS and suggest things and, see if something works. And it's always an open conversation.
So our panel right before this was about crypto, and they started talking about NFTs. And Jonah, I'll ask you and then maybe Rob to comment on this, but you guys have been starting to get into that as well. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, NFTs are a really exciting space for music because it allows, like Rob was saying, artists to control the narrative around their product and really embrace that whole feedback loop between their fans, right? They're able to create something that has true ownership and they can see that out to their fans in a way where, if there are, lifetime passes for certain opportunities and certain things where you can really see who your super fans are. Obviously, like the previous panel was talking about, there's a lot of legal aspects to things that still have to be worked out around copyright and royalties and things like that. But as a way to grow an artist's career, it's really exciting. And we did something at the beginning of last year around Young Stoner Life Records release, which is a sub label of 300, where we put out NFTs commemorating each of the artists on that collective's growth and kind of the path they had taken to get to that point. So we use it as a collector's item and a way for fans to stamp their mark and say, I was here then and I'm a part of this, with future rewards down the line, whether it be exclusive merch or concert tickets or physical product like vinyl and signed pieces and things like that. So it's a really exciting way to enhance the fan experience around our artists.
How do you see that as playing into your sort of medium and long-term business strategy? What amount of the revenue pie or what amount of customer acquisition, the sort of terms we'd use around here for this, do you see that as playing?
I think it's yet to be seen. Like our bread and butter is still copyright and music, and streaming is going to be the lion's share of our revenue. I think NFTs are exciting because in ancillary income, you can see some different areas and some growth, whether it be, selling NFTs as a part of an album rollout, and there are other income streams now that previously hadn't been opened up. But it's something that we're keeping our eye on and involving in conversations around releases, but I don't know if it's become, a new venture for us where we're going to fully embrace and take it on.
Early days, that's what Shara Frank was saying as well. I want to shift a little bit now, Rob, because I wanted to touch on sort of the entrepreneurial side of Nipsey Hussle, which is, I think, worth a lot of exploration. Can you say a bit more about how innovative he was in developing new ideas for how to monetize and re-empower his community?
Definitely. And this dovetails perfectly with what you were just asking about Web3 and NFTs. Nipsey was one of the early voices encouraging other artists and just everyone who's part of his movement to look into crypto, look into using new technology to empower yourself. He was always looking for the next thing. He once mentioned to me in an interview that it was like, his career just took off at the moment that the business was changing so much. It was like repairing the jets on a plane during takeoff, like they were trying to figure out new models. And one of the models that he arrived at was what he called proud to pay. This was a real game changer, and it's been studied and imitated by the mainstream music industry since he brought it out. But everybody remembers him as if you know anything about Nipsey, you probably know that he was the guy that sold the $100 CD, right? So that was a mixtape called Crenshaw, which was available for free download on all the normal DatPiff and the streaming sites and stuff. But he asked his core supporters to do something more, that to actually give him something in return for all the free music that he'd been giving them prior to that. So he said, at midnight, the night before the tape drops, come to this store in West Hollywood, and we're going to sell physical copies, a limited run of physical copies for $100. And with that $100 investment, you're also going to get access to a concert that only my core supporters can attend. And, there was a lot of mixed opinions about that when he first announced the idea. There was a lot of people thought he was crazy, and who does this guy think he is, and all this stuff. But they sold all the CDs the first night. They sold $100,000 worth of physical CDs, and then made that, repeated it in other cities, Chicago, Brooklyn, moved around doing these Crenshaw pop-ups. On that first night, 10,000 of the $100,000 was from Jay-Z, who recognized the brilliance of this idea. And, today, if you see like a new Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber album coming out, there's usually what's called a bundle, right? That's one of the marketing strategies, which is directly, copied from Proud to Pay, from Nipsey's idea. So, you get the deluxe album that comes with tickets to the tour and maybe a t-shirt, or, it's the same concept, right? So Nipsey was a visionary, and that idea worked. And he did it again with Mailbox Money, where he sold it for $1,000 per copy and still sold like 60 of them, which was amazing. But he was, this is basically tokenomics, what we call tokenomics today, like tinkering with what is the right price point, how much do my fans, want to invest, and how much love is there. He talked about a value cloud over his head, and he was sticking a pin in it to let it rain down. And that's basically what Web3 is allowing artists to do now. I've actually been consulting with a new platform. It hasn't launched yet, but the website is up now, called EQ Exchange. And it's one of many Web3 companies that's allowing artists new ways to empower themselves and also reward their supporters. But the basic idea that there is a value cloud that an artist builds up, the love for their fans, from their fans, is a thing that can be accessed. When I started my music journey, I collected vinyl. That was how I experienced music. And I remember there were certain releases where people would line up at the record store at midnight, and just the same way they were lining up for Nipsey's pop-up shop, but with streaming, the relationship of the listener and the music is a little less passionate to me. It's like you're turning on the water or something. It's not that idea of like, I'm collecting this, I'm at the record shop, there's only one more copy of that new single from Prince, and I need that copy. And I think that NFTs bring some of that specialness back and that excitement, and allow fans to really say, I was a day one Nipsey Hussle fan, I was a day one Shy Glizzy fan, whoever the new guy is, I'm going to be one of the 1,000 people that got the first NFT drop of this record, and I'm going to be proud that it's in my wallet. And you know what I mean? And then, as you mentioned, Jonah, like, there's access that you can give for those people who support the artist in that way. So it's a very exciting moment for artists, and I think that's why this panel is a really well-timed conversation to be having, because artists have been hurting through the pandemic. It's been 2 years where tours are very difficult to put together. We're just seeing some live dates starting to be announced now, but over the past couple of years, we've seen like Versus and virtual performance things online, but the old ways of making money haven't worked, and streaming really isn't a sustainable life wage for the vast majority of musicians. The top stars have a better rate, but for a lot of the people who are just, great artists that aren't the most famous artists in the world and aren't doing sort of like the most mainstream hits, it's hard to make a living from, your Spotify check and your Apple Music check, I think that's why the whole Joe Rogan thing has been such a hot button issue, not only because of the vile things he says on his podcast, but because it highlights the fact that artists aren't getting compensated. And, this guy's getting $100 million to spout this, misinformation and racism. So it's very, it's a teachable moment, I think, and it's important to have these conversations.
Well, there's a lot there to unpack. There's, the movement from the business towards transactional, which is, the Spotify, here's my money, here's, it's like turning the water, as you say, versus relational, which is what Nipsey Hussle was doing with those drops and what it sounds like Jonah's doing as well. So, Jonah, I want to ask you, given that this is this pivotal sort of moment in time where you've got artists coming out of this desert that, where COVID shut down a mainstream of main source of income, where the streaming thing is just not sustainable in terms of being a major part of the artist revenue unless you're, one of the top ones in the spike. And you've got this new thing with NFTs, which build on that relational, connection with the fans. What advice would you give an artist or a young artist, or for that matter, anybody interested in the music business in any role for this particular point in time?
Yeah, I think right now what's most important is nurturing your fan relationship and understanding how that feedback loop works and listening to fans, understanding what they want and super serving them. Because regardless whether you're in a quarantine situation where things are mostly virtual or you're on the road playing shows every night, the people who are transacting with your business as the CEO of your artist career are your fans, and finding a way to have your fans that are already in your ecosystem want to come back and keep spending their money, and then also finding ways for those people to go tell their friends and enter into your ecosystem is still as important as it's ever been. So I think regardless of the noise and shininess of new frontiers, it's really important to keep your focus on your fans and find ways to grow that fan base.
How would someone come to your attention? What are you looking for when you're looking for new additions to the family?
I always start with the music. It's important to have a strong, musical base, to have a talent that's there to be able to, craft content that people want to gravitate towards. But I also look at the way people interact with what you're doing. I think if there's excitement around things, if there's a hysteria, if things are growing exponentially or things are going viral, I look at why those things are happening and try to understand if it's something that starts with the artist themselves, or if maybe the moment is outside of that artist and there needs to be a different conversation. But I'm always taking in different variables and trying to find artists that are true artists. We say all the time, we only have one of ones at our company, and no artist on our roster is like any other artist. And I think when you start playing the game of, oh, that's a discount version of artist A, or that person is in the same lane as artist B, it can get cluttered. And we really like to stay with one of ones and unique artists.
So you mentioned looking at different variables. I know your company has sort of leaned into analytics in a big way. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because that's outside the talent realm. That's sort of more in the in the management artist relation realm.
Yeah, like Rob was saying, where streaming nowadays is a spigot you can turn on. With that kind of access, there's so much music out there. So it's important to be able to find where the talent is, and data plays a really nice role in allowing us to filter things and determine what we're looking at and where things are coming from. So we have a really strong research A&R team that day to day is looking at charts around the globe and different DSPs, Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, and trying to see which fan bases are most engaged in unsigned artists and independent artists, and where an inflection point might be and how we can be the best partner for those artists, and then trying to get in touch and have a conversation with an artist on how we can help them and grow their career, and then hopefully get into something contractual from there.
It's kind of cool to see the overlap between data scientist and A&R kind of happening there.
Definitely.
All right, well, I want to quit hogging you to myself and share you with our audience here. I want to see if we have anybody here who might have some questions for our panelists. Great. Karthik Ramaswamy is going to join us. So hang on a second, guys. Neeson is our ringmaster here.
Hi guys, good to see both of you.
Hey.
So, one question from the audience is, if and when there is an opportunity to sign, whether it be with an indie label or a major, what should an artist factor before taking that leap of faith?
You want to go first, Jonah?
Sure. I think it's important for an artist to understand whatever the situation is they're getting into, to have an honest conversation with whoever that partner may be, and ask right questions, and understand what they're getting into, and also understand what they need. If an artist is entering into a label situation in the thought process that Nipsey had, where a label is the end all be all goal, sometimes you can get distracted, I think, by that shiny object. And understanding that as an artist and an independent artist, where you're running this business that you've created, you have to look inwards and be introspective and say, what am I missing? And how can this partner fill those voids and help me get to the next step?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Jonah. And, the bigger context is important to remember that right now in 2022, there's never been more things that an artist can do for themselves before they go into a partnership, right? So, we're in a time where you can promote your music yourself, you can release your music yourself. There's, lots of options to grow your career. And basically, there was a point where, to use Nipsey as an example, where he needed the partnership with Atlantic to accomplish certain things that were on his list of goals. But he also recognized that the ownership that he wanted to maintain was not going to be just offered to him walking in the door on day one. He had meetings with the label and knew what he wanted, but they were telling him, you're not there yet. Like, you don't have enough leverage to demand these terms. And so you're putting yourself in a better position if you can get certain things done on your own before you decide, okay, I now need a partner to get radio or to tour stadiums or whatever it is. So, just be aware that there are more tools out there than ever before. And Web3 is one of those tools. I think it's important for artists to do the homework and educate themselves before you jump in. But it's a very exciting landscape right now for independent artists.
For sure. So another question from the audience that sort of ties into that is, how do you all recommend independent artists supplement their income outside of music? And within the music industry, what are some secret streams of income, if they exist, that you all believe musicians should explore?
Secret streams of income. I've heard of artists bootlegging their own shit. Do you remember this was a thing, like, in the time when bootleggers were, this is pre-Napster, but like, if your record leaked and then people had the CDs on the blanket on the street before release date, that was a big problem. But then artists figured out, okay, I can bootleg my own shit. And that's a secret stream because, maybe they had signed a contract that was not to their advantage. And, but I don't know about secret stream, but merch and, merch is a huge part of every artist. Look at, Kanye West, Travis Scott, merchandise is like a huge part of business now. I don't know, is 300 also doing other, like, are you involved in merch when you sign an artist, or is that their own thing?
Yeah, we're involved in merch in the rollout of the process. We have a fan engagement department that focuses on, whatever an artist might be into, whether it's merch or, unique vinyl or packages and things like that. But yeah, I think like an artist isn't just a music artist, right? Like I think if artists are thinking about their business as being an artist, there are tons of different avenues, and you can put out visual content that isn't music. You can create merch. You can put up live streams and have people pay tickets and have access. So there's a lot of different ways to be a full artist in order to make some extra money. But it all comes down to convincing people to pay for a service that you're giving them.
100%.
Brand partnerships too. I just saw Megan Thee Stallion at the Coach store, like that was the latest one. But between Saweetie with the the fast food meals, and there's a lot of ways to get a bag at this point. But I guess in the early stage is what you're asking about. Right? It's the people that aren't being asked yet to do billboards for Coach. Yeah, I saw one service that is offering you can pay like $300 and an artist will sing you a Valentine's song. Like they will, like these are not super well-known artists, but a company that you can basically have them write and sing a song, put your girlfriend's name in it, and have it ready for Valentine's Day. So that could be another secret stream.
There you go. Thanks for the tip.
Maybe I'll have to use that.
So last question, this is more to Jonah. Someone from the audience asked, 300 has moved into film. What is your take on that expansion, and what is that going to look like?
Yeah, so we for those of you who don't know, we recently launched 300 Studios. The first piece of content is an upcoming Bubba Wallace Netflix documentary called Race that's premiering on February 22nd. So, music and film has always gone hand in hand. You saw it in the 90s with Def Jam, and every Billie Eilish has movies, Justin Bieber has movies. I think artists have always wanted to be movie stars, and movie stars have always wanted to be artists. So it's something that goes hand in hand. And for us, it allows us to tell stories of our artists in ways that we haven't been able to in the past, right? Whether it's more passive in a way with this documentary, where we're able to have a hand on the soundtrack and the music aspect of the project to plug our artists and highlight developing talent, and also further down the line to build out full content series around our artists and tell stories that have more of an edge than maybe just a music video or a live stream on social media.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys both. I'm going to turn it back over to Bob to close it out.
Cool.
So awesome, guys. So I think back into the idea that the music business is a business, and businesses change. And I think, if you had to make a prediction, what the music business is going to look like in 5 years from now, knowing what we know now, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to want you to do a crystal ball here. What's going to be the biggest changes 5 years from now? And I'm going to start with Rob, because you're in the bottom of my screen.
Okay, I'll take that. Well, I think everybody, we started talking about the Super Bowl in the beginning of this, right? And so on Sunday, there is a football game, and in the halftime show, the part that I think people are most excited about is, seeing the legends of, Death Row Records coming together on the 30th anniversary of Death Row Records. And, we were excited just for that alone, right? And shout out to Jay-Z for brokering the deal, getting hip hop on that big stage, the world's biggest stage that day. We knew it was going to be Dre and Snoop and Kendrick, and who else is on there? Mary, Eminem is on there too, I think. Anyway, in LA, it's great, but how much greater is it that Snoop now owns Death Row Records? Like that just happened this week. And, he had been trying to buy it for a while, apparently. There was an interview in GQ where he said he made an offer to the previous owner and they didn't let him buy it. But I think we're going to see more of that. We're going to see more artists owning their own shit. And empowering other artists in ways that maybe the old school record industry did not want to see happen. The rules of the game were not written by artists and creative people or music fans even. They were written by, very calculating business minds that were saying, look, if we can get in between this exchange, the artists do things for passion and the fans do things because they love the music. They'll do anything to get that music. The business rules were not created by people that had that same shared passion. That's just my honest belief. And companies like EQ Exchange and other Web3 companies are coming to allow artists to have the tools to empower themselves. And I think that's the direction that this whole thing is going.
Very good. Thank you. Jonah, what do you think?
I on a very similar note, I think, artists have more leverage than they ever have. And they're able to bring their full fan bases with them along the journey in a way where they maybe haven't had touch points in the past. So in the next 5 years, you're going to see artists really crafting the narrative around their career and being able to, do things wholly without labels and in a traditional setting and tap into different revenue streams and other forms of capital where they need it, whether it be a distribution partner or, just someone to do their merch or just someone to help them on touring. So, I think artists are going to be able to be in the driver's seat much more now. And in the next 5 years, you're probably going to see a shift towards more hand-in-hand approaches between labels and artists and highlighting them as the CEOs of their business. They really are.
Very good. Thank you. And I got one more audience question. Is that right? Okay, Valeria is going to get to it.
Hi, Jonah. Hi, Rob. So we got one audience question. So for us, especially the seniors going out there, how did you get where you are now? And is there any advice that you can give for us going into real jobs?
I don't know about real jobs at all. I have no knowledge of real jobs, but I got where I was by writing letters with stamps and envelopes, placing them in mailboxes. There were no emails. There was no social media. I was trying to get on it. Quincy Jones's new music magazine, Vibe. This is 1992. So the rules were quite different. But today, I would say for a writer, just write. You don't need a magazine to hire you. You can do it yourself. It's the same that we were saying about musicians. You can, create content with your phone. And if you're doing great work, be consistent, build your fan base, and someone's going to come to you if it's good. That would be my advice. But Jonah, your rules will be much more applicable to the current situation. So what do you say? The best advice I can give is to take that next step in your own hands. I think a lot of kids come out of school and have a very LinkedIn approach to the way they're trying to find a job in the music industry. And not that that's wrong in any sense, but I think people come in and say, hey, I have this experience and this piece of paper and a resume. I deserve this, like, give me this job. And I think the most successful approaches I've seen are kids who come out of school and start working and start doing what they want to do in a job, whether that's managing artists or being an A&R in their own right and finding talent and developing it and starting that work and bringing it to a company and seeing a job opening and saying, look, I'm already doing these things. I can help your company because I'm already doing them. And just having that different framing of what they're doing and coming into an environment and saying, I'm ready to go and take that next step is really successful. And really just like my day one advice is just get in the door somewhere and go from there. Don't be too picky at your first stop. Your first stop is not your last stop. Get somewhere, start working. If it doesn't work out, you can always go somewhere else. But getting that first job is definitely the most important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very helpful. I will pass it on again to Professor Bob Lyons for the closing of this amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we wrap up here, I just want to ask you guys if you have any parting thoughts, any closing thoughts, anything that you would leave folks with or that we didn't get to that maybe we should do next time. Now I
have a question. I want to ask I want to ask Jonah a question.
Sure. Yeah,
So-
yeah, absolutely.
We were talking about the analytics, and 300 really came into the space as a a more technologically savvy, social media savvy record company. So I'm curious if you saw the podcast where Q-Tip was talking with some folks, and Mecca was there, my friend Mecca. Shout out to Mecca. They were talking about Q-Tip had this young rapper, a female rapper from Texas that he thought was dope, and he was trying to get a deal for her at one of the labels he had a relationship with. And he came in and said, I'm Q-Tip and I say she's dope, you should sign her. And at that stage, even though his track record is pretty impeccable of spotting talent, the label that he approached said, well, the numbers aren't there yet, and it's not that we don't trust that you're a good judge of talent, but we're going to give her this lowball offer. And he was so insulted by the offer, he's like, just tell me you're not interested, don't even insult me with that offer. So the artist was Megan Thee Stallion, and that label at that time, despite Q-Tip's cosign, thought that her numbers weren't good enough. So why did, first of all, have you ever seen that podcast? And second, what 300 saw in the numbers that whoever, I think it was maybe Columbia, I forget what label it was, but the other people didn't see, because you made a good call.
Unfortunately, I have not seen or heard the podcast, but I am familiar with the story. And for us, right, like I was saying before, where you're taking in all these variables to make a decision. When an artist is really early, sometimes it's not the right time to enter into that partnership, because maybe an artist needs to grow a little bit more. And for us, in the time that we made that decision, in November of 2018, Megan had this record, Big Ol' Freak, that was really working in Houston. And, we saw it was a really hyper local thing at the time, but she came to New York and did a show, I think in Queens. And a couple of our staff went to the show, and, the roof was popping off the place. Her fans were lined out the door, and, you could feel the energy in the room. And, from then, we knew, and there was no doubt about it. But I think, sometimes you have to see it to believe it. And, we were just thankful to have been there at the right place at the right time. And it's been an amazing journey since then.
No doubt.
So Jonah, any last thoughts, or maybe you want to put Rob on the spot?
No, I really appreciate you having us here. Rob, it's been great to share the space with you. I'm really interested in everything you're doing in Web3, and I think you've exactly hit the nail on the head on the way it's opened up opportunities for artists these days. Do you see artists now being able to lean on Web3 as a major stream of income for their career, or is it something where you think it's just a piece of the puzzle?
Well, everything is a piece of the puzzle, but I think the potential is very much untapped at the moment. I think there's still so much education to be done around what Web3 is and what it isn't. We're seeing so much hustling and bag chasing and rug pulls and just bad actors in the space. The panel just before us was so on point about, these crypto bros that are running rampant, and, a lot of, fancy language to cloud what this is really about, and it reminds me of record label contracts from back in the day. Things are not presented in a transparent way to empower everyone with knowledge. So what NFTs can be is not what they are right now. That's what I would say. And what it really is just a way to own that relationship. It's like a, certificate of ownership for, I equate it to like the ultimate fan club, right? And getting back that kind of, passion that I was talking about earlier when you lined up at the record shop to get the record. There are people that want to be super engaged, with the artists they really care about and want to support them and have access and ways to communicate with them through membership in this elite fan club, if you will. So it doesn't have to be a ton of money either. It can be for emerging artists as well. Mostly what we've been hearing about is like super wealthy artists getting wealthier with NFT drops, and sometimes not even respecting the fans that are putting the money in to make them wealthier. But that will all get deaded, and we will see what we call at EQ Exchange, we call it a mutual exchange of gifts. So it's not like an investment scheme or a pyramid scheme. It's literally just a space to hand, I love your music. I'm going to support this music, and you're going to reward me with maybe a financial stake in the streaming, maybe access to a type of merch that nobody else has, maybe access at shows or Zoom conferences to talk about the video treatment for the next single, like having a relationship with the fans. And so I think that is potentially a huge new revenue source, and one that hasn't really been properly executed that way yet. But the rule book is still being written. It's super early, but it's going to be a new layer of income on top of the other ones. It doesn't replace, nothing replaces everything else, but it's a much needed enhancement to the toolkit for artists who are basically they're startup businesses, right? You're launching your career, it's a startup, and having ways for people to support that business. My dog agrees. So yeah,
I agree.
I think that's where we're going with this. And if you want to learn more, EQ Exchange website has a lot of educational materials, and the app will drop next month. So it's going to be a lot of excitement.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank both of you guys for a really interesting panel. And I've certainly learned a lot. I think our audience has as well. And at this point, I would thank you again and turn it over to our director of the BCE, Mr. Wes Jackson. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I just, Eugenio is doing our social media catching quotables. And I think, Jonah, I think you said to Rob, like, you signed Megan Thee Stallion, like that was a good call. I think that's like the understatement of, that might have marginally been a good idea to do. So. But thank you guys so much. And hopefully we'll be able to host you in person real soon.
Sounds good.
All right,
Looking forward to it. Bye.
So everyone, we're going to take just a 1-minute break before we bring on our closing keynote, Miss Lori Bula. Just wanted to just give people just stretch their mind. There was a lot of information right there. We want to feature our BCE artists real quick. So we'll just come back in like 2 minutes at 3:40. We're running a little bit behind, but just go get a drink of water, come right back, and then we're going to close out this wonderful day. All right? Thank you, guys.
I don't know
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Chloe. I'm a sophomore BCE major, and today I will be introducing Lori Bula. Lori Bula is a 20-plus year veteran of the music and entertainment industries. 10 years ago, she started her work in the world of street art and continued to work with musicians. She is now president and founder of Soul Kitchen Music, an artist management company that represents Chuck D, Mark Jenkins, Public Enemy, and DJ Lord, among many others. Bula created the largest street art and contemporary art festival in the U.S., featuring Shepard Fairey, Keith Haring, Space Invader, and more. Her impressive collective of experience in the music world, a highly competitive industry, proves her undeniable talent, drive, and knowledge. She persisted through and prevailed on the front line as a leader in multidisciplined creative and business spaces. Today, we invited Lori to discuss the elements of her success and give some insight into what it takes to be a successful executive and how to navigate a competitive and often predominantly white male industry. Personally, I find her career as a creative professional and as an activist very compelling and impressive. She blazed past barriers, was knocked down, and valiantly got back up again. I introduce and welcome our second keynote speaker, Lori Bula.
Hi, everyone. That was quite the introduction. Thank you so much, Chloe. I appreciate it. It's always weird doing these things, talking to your computer, but here goes. So I'm going to talk briefly about a little bit of my history. I started in the music business so long ago that there was no Spotify, there were no cell phones, there was no internet. It was a completely different business when I started, and in some ways, completely the same. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about artists and talent. But as you heard earlier in earlier's panel, now it's more about analytics and social media. Those were not the things that people thought about when they were signing artists to record labels. What they really thought about was whether or not the artist had talent or vision and a personality, which I think is still really important. But now, of course, things like metrics and data and social media plays a huge part of it. And I have mixed feelings about that, which we can certainly discuss later if anybody has questions about it. But so I actually grew up as a poor kid in the South Bronx in the 70s. And then the reason why I mention that is to show the juxtaposition of how I found myself in the music business. I wasn't even aware there was a music business when I was growing up. I had no idea there was an entertainment business or how to get into it. And sometime in my teens, my family moved to Los Angeles, and I started being exposed to this industry that seemed completely unknown and magical and as far away as Mars. And I had always been obsessed with music. And I decided that I was going to try to give it a go and work in music. And my first job, actually, because I've done almost every job in the music business, was working at a warehouse, an actual physical fulfillment center warehouse called WEA, which was Warner Electro Atlantic. And we literally boxed up vinyl cassettes and CDs and sent them to record stores around the country. And I would like to thank my friend Kim Cameron for that, for giving me the suggestion to work there. And I thought it was the coolest job ever. We could look however we wanted. We were boxing up music I loved, some music not so much, but mostly music I loved. And from there, I was able to meet a lot of record label people, and I asked questions. And I think one of my biggest pluses that has served me my whole life, and especially my career, is that I always ask questions. I never think that I'm the smartest person in the room. I never think I know everything. I want to continually learn and absorb knowledge from other people. So when I was at WEA, that's what I did. So I remember meeting the Geffen Records people. I remember meeting the Warner Records people, the Elektra Records people, and I just tons of questions. And the advice that I was given at that time, the best way to get a record label job was to either intern and or work at, believe it or not, Tower Records, which I'm sure is not something that's on most of your guys' radar, being that it went out of business long before. But so I did that. And I got a job at Tower Records as a buyer, which meant that I actually bought a lot of the imports that Tower was bringing in for its section. And then I met more label people. And then I went from there and I went on to Geffen Records, which was my first sort of big record label job. And at the time, Geffen Records was indeed Geffen Records, and David Geffen was very much in the building. And the big artist at that time was Guns N' Roses. And then a small band called Nirvana that nobody thought would do what they did, even though I was already a fan and had their Sub Pop record. And as they exploded and Sonic Youth continues to explode, my first sort of job at Geffen was to work with what were called alternative artists and to do the marketing, which was essentially records that they thought were too weird and didn't fit into the box. And believe it or not, there was a time when Nirvana was considered too weird and didn't fit into the normal top 40 box. So those were the first records that I had the privilege of working on, doing marketing and working with a great team in marketing and sales at Geffen, and got to work with those artists. And then I went from there to a relatively new label called Interscope, which was at the height of Death Row. Their big hits at that point were Dre's The Chronic. So now I'm really showing my age. I was literally 5 when I worked there. Not really, but sort of. And then there I worked with a bunch of the artists on Death Row. I also worked with 9 Inch Nails. So I worked with Snoop Dogg and 9 Inch Nails and Dr. Dre, and had like the time of my life, because it was at a time when also the record business was even more segregated than it is today. It was very uncommon for a record label to either have both hip hop and alternative music. And it was even more uncommon for people to work in both genres. But that was kind of my heaven, so to speak, because I got to work with both hip hop, and alternative artists, which to me was all just good music. And then from there, I went on to work at Warner Brothers, where I became a vice president. And I worked with a bunch of artists, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jane's Addiction, Corner Shop. I also worked on a bunch of soundtracks, the Howard Stern soundtrack, the Batman and Robin soundtrack, which is, some people think, the worst of the Batman movies. It was George Clooney as Batman. Who knew that George Clooney could almost ruin Batman? But that almost happened, even though I thought it was a pretty good movie. And I did that for about 6 or 7 years. And then as the music business was changing in the early 2000s, I just wasn't as inspired anymore. So I set out on my own. And when I first started Soul Kitchen, I was managing artists. Actually, my first artist I managed was Prince Paul, who is best known as the producer of the incredibly awesome first De La Soul albums, 3 Feet High and Rising and De La Soul is Dead. And I also did a lot of consulting, and I consulted for a bunch of people who were in the digital music space, which was a really new space at the time. And I consulted for eMusic and helped them put together their indie strategy. So at that time, literally, there was no streaming, there was no iTunes, there were no iPods. People were just starting to use MP3 players. And I consulted for a company called eMusic. And we very aggressively did licensing deals, but a lot of the record labels really didn't want to get in the digital music business and fought us. And I really found most of the record label presidents, and I'm talking about everything from Columbia and Epic and Sony to, many in the Warner system, didn't even have computers. They had no understanding of digital music. They had completely missed file sharing. They thought that if they ignored it, it would go away. Clearly it did not. So instead, we really aggressively went for indie labels, and we did deals with Matador and Touch and Go and Quantum and Def Jux and a bunch of the smaller labels who literally just gave us the ability to license their music and turn that into digital. And the irony of that is that eMusic was offering 50-50 profit splits. And had the major labels entered into those kind of deals, they'd be making literally something like 10 times what they make now through iTunes. But it took iTunes several years later and the power of Steve Jobs to sort of get the record labels on board and things like iPods. But it's funny how you see, or as I've seen, people think that they can ignore technology or ignore things changing. Things are going to change whether we ignore them or not. So we have to figure out how to embrace them and work within them. And then I went on to, manage and work with Shepard Fairey for over a decade, and to work with Raphael Sadiq, and worked with him while he was composing music for Insecure, and also worked with him to get a Grammy nomination for his song with Mary J. Blige that he did for Mudbound. And then I've worked with Chuck D and Public Enemy, as already mentioned, and also Prophets of Rage, which is Chuck D's group with the other members of Rage Against the Machine that they were doing in Be Real from Cypress Hill. So I've done a lot of different things. And in that time, I also, as mentioned, produce Art Alliance, which is one of the biggest street art festivals at the time. In 2013, we did in Chicago, and we had partnered with C3, who are the owners and producers of Lollapalooza. And since that time, I've also co-founded and started another business a couple of years ago, quietly during the pandemic, which was my pandemic pivot, called Channel Zero. And that production company, we have a new TV show that we just announced, a 4-part docuseries with the BBC in the UK and PBS here. And the tentative title is Story of Hip Hop, or I think it'll be called Fight the Power. It's a 4-part series in the history of hip hop told as revolution. And then we've also already produced several podcasts, the newest one being Songs That Shook the Planet, that's on Audible, but also produced a podcast on The Clash that was on Spotify, and a podcast on the Knicks, who have been breaking my heart since I was a child, but yet I can't walk away. So I've done a variety of different things in literally almost every job in the music business. And I hope that, I answer any of your guys' questions, but more importantly, I hope I inspire you to realize how a poor kid from the Bronx like me, who didn't know there was an entertainment business, could have had such a pretty long and in many ways, a career. I don't want to say stellar or impressive. I want to say a career that has made me really happy. And I've worked with some of what I think the most important music and art, street art artists that have existed and probably will ever exist. And I feel really blessed by that. So I think it really does go to show with, asking the right questions and working hard and just having a vision that you can do these things. So I think at this point, I'd kind of like to open it up to any questions in case you guys have any.
Sorry, hey, Lori. So, can they see me? Can you see me?
I didn't talk about the activism, should I? Or is that?
Yeah, I mean, we can happily, we can get into it together. Might be a little,
okay, great.
A little bit more fun. Hold on, I'm just gonna change this real quick. There you go, so everybody can see you. There we go. So thanks, Lori, for that intro. I would, your acumen as an executive is well documented, cannot be debated. But I would like to, poke you a little bit and talk about your activism and how you sort of use some of that influence in other spaces that maybe everybody wasn't in when you got there.
Well, the thing about, I don't think of myself as an activist, even though I guess technically I am. I just think of myself as somebody who cares and wants to make a difference. And I started doing it, I don't want to say accidentally, but almost accidentally in the mid 80s. When I was a teenager, I had a bunch of friends who died of AIDS. And it was a time when Reagan was president, and I found his stance, one of which being that he wouldn't even mention AIDS, he wouldn't acknowledge it. And I just found it unacceptable. And I somehow made my way and became friends with a bunch of ACT UP people and found myself doing stand-ins and sit-ins and things with ACT UP. And that was sort of my first. But then I also realized by doing that one person can make a difference. You think that one person can't make a difference, but one person can. And of course, then if you join with a few hundred other people, you can. And then from there, I remember, protesting everything from the first Gulf War with Bush in the early 90s, and then trying to then learn the system a little better, because I think so many of us, at least for me, think like you vote for the president and you're done. But there's a lot of things that happen on the local level that we need to get involved in, but that's not necessarily something I feel like we're taught. So I started learning about that. And by the mid 90s, I was starting to work more with, different, everything from local coalitions to causes I believed in to, even things as may not seem as important, but like, getting parking sort of zoned. So those things are important when you live in that community. And then of course, by the early 2000s, I found myself again protesting another Bush who was going to war, which was, George W. at this point. And at that point, because I'd worked in the music business so long, I started using those relationships. So in the early 2000s, before I even worked with Shepard, but we were just friends, we started putting together these gigs that were anti-war, and we would take all the money and actually just make more anti-war posters for him so he could go and fly paste, and wheat paste whatever city he was in. We literally took the money from that and did that. And all of the artists were cool, not only cool with it, they were happy. And then of course we had, voter registration at those shows. So we did it in a very grassroots way. I mean, I had no idea, I just thought, even if we're only raising $10,000, that's what we did. And then from there, it just sort of snowballed and kept growing. And by the time that I started working with Shepherd, and I've heard the Hope poster story told many times, mostly wrong. I mean, what really happened was Shepherd was really early on Obama and he believed in him. He was not commissioned by the Obama administration. It was something he truly just believed in. So he made this poster. And at that point, the best thing that I could do was get out of the way. He then gave it away as a free download. And literally the image, literally broke the internet. Well before Kim Kardashian's behind ever thought to break the internet, the Hope image totally did. And people were just passing it around. It was completely viral. And by the way, Obama didn't even have the nomination yet. That's how early Shepherd was. It was still a two-person race between Hillary and Obama. And to be honest, I wasn't sure about Obama because I didn't know if he could win. Anyway, so what ended up happening with the Hope poster is, Shepherd and I talked a lot about it, but it was really Shepherd driving it and me staying out of the way and helping him and amplify, which is sometimes what a manager does. A manager can sometimes kill a good idea an artist has by having them sort of either overthink it or talking them out of it. But sometimes you stay out of the way and just amplify. And that's what I did with the Hope poster. So Shepherd continued to make a ton of posters, and he would take the money and put it back into the machine and make more posters. So literally anyone could hit him up. Anyone could call us and say they were doing a cocktail party in the middle of Minnesota, and we would ship them posters. And all of that was funded by prior poster sales. So that was really what happened with the Obama Hope poster. And at some point, our good friend Yossi Sargent, who was Shepherd's publicist, had a relationship with somebody in the campaign, and then they started adopting the image officially. But there was a ton of grassroots that happened before them, but that also shows the power of one person. Literally Shepherd making the poster, having no commission, us having no relationship to the campaign, and him just doing him and me helping amplify it, and the rest of the team who were amazing that work at Obey. And that's what that became. And then of course we started working a little bit more closely with them later when he got in, but with all things in politics is, it can be heartbreaking because you think change doesn't happen overnight. Change is incremental. Things are difficult. The president is not the emperor. He cannot just make things happen. There's a whole system, and, we can talk about that legacy, but that's a whole thing. And then most recently in 2020, I jokingly said, I put the band back together again, but it was a bunch of other people Eugene Jarecki and Amber Fry McReynolds, who were amazing thinkers. And we started thinking, what can we do? Because we can't have 4 more years of Trump. We just couldn't take 4 more years of the hatred and the intolerance. So we came together and they came up with the good idea, and I just helped give it wings, which was we were going to reach out to arenas, which nobody had ever done, and try to turn arenas into polling places. Because one of the big problems with our democracy is there aren't enough opportunities or places for people to vote. And so we came up with doing that. And by the end, we had about 35 arenas around the country, who were on board. But again, that was just some people who were civilians, not in politics, having this idea, trying to figure out how we could get to people. Doc Williams was one of the first people who sort of unofficially joined our board to help us. But we did meetings throughout all of it with everyone from LeBron James to, at the end of it, everyone from Leonardo DiCaprio to Eminem were helping even talk about the messaging on social media, because the first challenge was, okay, we have the Atlanta Hawks arena on board, but how do we now tell people they can go vote there? So it was just really a lot of, it was like my second job for the longest time. And something tells me I'll be doing a second job again in a couple of years because we have some real problems. But, I also want to say as well, if you think your vote doesn't make a difference, I understand that, but it really does make a difference. And I can tell you that while some of us sometimes overthink what our vote does or are disappointed, the people who want to take away everything from gay rights to women's rights to people of color's rights, they're the most active voting pool ever, which is why we keep having these problems. I think I was muted. I don't know if that matters, but.
No, we got you.
Okay, so that was a long, short answer. I just wanted to cover it all just in case. So I'm sure I missed some things. I apologize if I was long-winded.
No, don't apologize. It's fantastic. So I have a question, but I'm going to jump to, there's a student question, and Jess is going to come up later with a bunch more. But this question here asks, does your creativity fuel the activism, or does the activism fuel the creativity? So I'm just curious, is like the chicken or the egg with you?
It depends. I mean, sometimes like when I first started doing these, like, I guess these events to raise money for Shepherd to make posters and us to do the anti-war stuff, it really came about identifying the problem, which was the war, and what can we do using our network? And that's when it got sort of the creative part. Obviously with Shepherd and the Obama Hope thing, obviously that's what he does. He's a creative person. So for him, it was the creativity first, and then me figuring out how to, alongside him and the rest of the Obey team, how we amplified it and what we did to try to make a difference.
Thanks, Grace. I want to pivot to a little bit of industry stuff, and I see more questions popping in about the activism, but we can get back to that. One of the things that I admired, we were talking about this yesterday, is really just your tenure, how long you've survived and how many people have not survived, in the business. But you are in spaces where oftentimes people do not look like you. Maybe they're not from the Bronx, or they're not women, or they don't identify as white, whatever the case may be. But I've seen you move effortlessly and gain the respect of all these sort of different groups. So I'd ask for you to speak to that, because we try to teach that as best as we can, this be comfortable being uncomfortable, learn how to, communicate and do that very much. So I wonder if you could kind of look back at yourself and talk us through, how did you develop those skills, and, how useful they have been?
Well, I think you said something really important. I think a big part of it is you have to be uncomfortable. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. You have to have, and I feel really lucky, or maybe lucky is not the right word. There's certainly many things I don't have, but I've always had a really strong sense of self. And I think if you can really get right with yourself and where you're trying to go, and you look at everything else as a distraction or how you have to navigate it, I think that's really helpful. So, when I started in the music business, it was 1988. There weren't really even women, I shouldn't say really, there weren't women presidents of record labels. Like, that didn't happen. There was no one I had to mentor me. There was no one I had to sort of reach out. Women were, secretaries, and they were called secretaries, and they weren't even called assistants. And that's kind of what you did. And it was really, it's still a pretty male dominated and predominantly white industry, but then it was like the women were secretaries and the dudes were everyone else. And I just thought, okay, that's cool, but I'm not going to settle for that. And I proceeded to just work really hard. But it also means, and this is the truth, women and people of color have to work twice as hard and usually for half as much. And I don't think that that's, and I'm just being truthful, but I don't think that that's something that should prevent us from doing it. I think when I look back and I see how many women are presidents now, or senior vice presidents, or vice presidents even, I feel really happy that I was part of the sea change. And I've also worked really hard to lift other women and people of color up into positions and open doorways for them and make recommendations, because if I want it to change, I have to work towards changing it. And it's an ever evolving thing.
So you probably didn't hear our very first speaker, and I think it's great to bookend it. Christina Norman sort of made the opposite comment when she rose through the ranks of VH1 and MTV, that at that time, cable in those early days, that sort of patriarchy didn't want to go over there. So there were a lot of women doing this quote unquote new thing. So that played an advantage. But there is there is a sort of, the sort of gender brutality that happens, in our business. But you were talking to me yesterday about how that potentially can be spun around and used as an asset. Can you speak to that thought?
Yeah, sure. Look, I think that one of the things that has benefited me and still benefits me, even though I have to be honest, I get cranky about what I'm about to say, is people will often underestimate a female. People will often underestimate a person of color. People will often underestimate, someone for their age. And good or bad, I think it's good that I look younger than my years. So people don't know that I've been in the business as long, whatever. There's also that. So people are also ageist is my point. So, right, you have all these things working against you, but I actually look at it as an advantage, because if you underestimate me, that just lets me sort of navigate you better. And that's how I use it. And I have to also be honest that there's times when I don't want to say I play up being stupid, but I've been known to sort of go along with it. If someone thinks it, go for it. Like, after I take your wallet and all your shit, you're going to know I'm not. It's all good. Like, I'm not worried about it, It's a little Bronx in me. Sorry, guys.
That's that South Bronx stuff.
Yeah, little South Bronx. Sorry, but it's okay.
I mean, no, it's true. I mean, there's a little bit of art of war in there, right? As when you're strong appear to be weak, and then catch them on the back end. So if I can also to think about trying to connect the curriculum to your career, we also like to talk about teach our students to be industry agnostic, right? To be able to move through the creative industries wherever, whatever that may be. And again, you got label work, you got talent, artist management, talent representation, event production, tour management. You do the things that we try to talk about. How do you do that? Where did you learn those skills? And how do you, talk to Chuck about, the Prophets of Rage tour, in the beginning of the meeting, and BBC and Audible, at 1:45. How do you switch your brain on and off?
Well,
for success?
My brain, probably like many of people's, is nonlinear, so it's kind of a little all over the place anyway. But a lot of the things that I learned from doing, I wasn't kidding, and this one of the reasons why I gave such a sort of long-winded intro. I've literally done almost every job in the music business, and the way I learned to do it was by doing it, and also by asking a ton of questions. Like, I really feel like, and I said this in the beginning, one of my biggest strengths is I love learning, and I'm not put off by new things. So whether that new thing is an NFT or crypto that I've been in the space for several years now, or the new thing is streaming at the time, or it's how we pivot during the pandemic and actually make the content, which, technically I had been executive producing music videos when I was at Warner's. So you learn how to do it. And the only difference was at Warner's, we were making throwaway videos for $300,000 each. And now you make a video for like $10,000 and you think like, wow, that's a big budget. So, it's just kind of learning and asking questions and being in the environment,
Yes, absolutely. This concept of asking questions, I'm sure the people streaming and checking us out are like, yeah, that's the fourth person to say that, right? And it's sometimes hard to ask that. So in that spirit, if people have questions, drop it in the chat streaming and people can come up here and ask them live before we get out of here. But, again, like Laura, you being it's relatively effortless, and you are a humble person. But what advice maybe could you give to a student, a graduate student or undergraduate student who may even be hesitant to stick their hand up and say, I don't know something? How did you get over that hump? Or was that never a problem for you to speak up in the middle of a meeting?
No, it was something that I've never been good at being sort of like quiet and invisible, which is what women are supposed to be. I've never been good at that. So I've totally failed at that, which has served me. But I have to also say that, I really believe, and maybe it was a lot of my parents, even my mom used to always say, there's no stupid question. And I think that served me, because I'm going to tell you, and I've been in the room and had meetings with some of the smartest people in the bit, like in not just in our business. I've worked for David Geffen, I worked for Jimmy Iovine, I worked for Steve Berman was my direct boss, but Jimmy was in the office every day yelling at us, like it was a real thing. And then I worked with Mo Austin, then Stephen Baker at Warner Brothers. But the thing too is, even those guys, I don't care if it's, and I'm not sure how familiar students are with David Geffen. If you're not, you should Google him and watch the Netflix doc. It's really great. But, David used to say, if you're the smartest person in the room, get out of the room. And he gave me that advice really early. And then Steve Berman gave me some other advice I thought, which was great, which is when I was doing marketing, I didn't want to work on a record, which sort of relates to this, but I think is really interesting. and I was kind of being fussy about it. And he said, if you really want to be a great marketing person and a better record label executive, you learn how to work every kind of music, whether you like it or not. And I was like, and those are words that stayed with me. But really, the smartest people, Steve Jobs, David Geffen, I don't care, Tim Cook, those are people who are asking questions. Because if you go into it with an arrogance, like you know everything, you're never going to learn. And not only are you not going to learn, we use the word learn, and I think sometimes it feels like, ignorance the opposite, and that's bad. But learning never ends. So all of these things are experiential and experienced. Everything we do, speaking is learned. Speaking another language is learned. Driving a car is learned. So you have to think of it in that way and get out of yourself, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, that's that thing about if you're the smartest person in the room, that I said that in the meeting yesterday. And then if everybody's thinking that, then we're all looking at each other of saying, well, I don't know this, you know that, and then we get into collaboration. But before I get off on that tangent, I want to bring you kind of teed up the question I want to have before Jess comes in with some of the student questions, was this breaking down of genre walls. Like, I don't know, I know who you work with and the music you love, but the idea of like, Lori is a hip hop or an alternative, it's like, yes. So you have somebody even like a Chuck with the Clash podcast, which I highly recommend, whether you're a Clash fan or a PE fan, you will learn something. But this breaking down of these genre walls, not easy. When you say it, it'll feel like it was easy, but I know it was a big lift at the labels, or maybe it's a big lift to make sure people understand how to market like a Chuck or Zach who have, cross races and genders and international. But what's the secret or the magic to, allowing your clients to appeal to different audiences or breaking down these genre walls that were meant to keep us separate? Why are you so good at sort of jumping over them, to butcher the metaphor?
I think I'm good at jumping over them because I don't think they exist. They've been made up, and it's something we all deal with. And, it's actually a lot better now than it used to be, as we know, but it used to be even worse. But I've always loved music, and, hip hop is my first love because growing up in the South Bronx, but certainly I was as much a punk rock or an alternative music kid as anything else. And to me, those things didn't compete. They lived on the same plane. And so I think that, because of things like Spotify and even iPods, which I know no longer really exist, but because of things like playlists and Spotify, the genres have gotten more crossed. But even at some radio formats, they're not as crossed as they, people don't really know how to kind of make it work. But I also think that there's a lot of preconceived notion of race that goes into the genres that, oftentimes you will see that, ridiculously smart, talented Black executives are allowed to work on hip hop records, but a lot of times they're not allowed to work on rock or alternative records. And no one says it, but it's said, and that's always really disturbed me. And it's just the same way as though, Black rock bands have really struggled, whether that was, you go all the way back in the day to Bad Brains, which I think were one of my favorite groups ever, to, even King's X in the 90s. And, it was funny because we were talking about Hootie and the Blowfish recently, like what an aberration they were. But I just think they were so corny that white people were like, okay, cool, whatever. No disrespect if you're a Hootie fan. But so often Black fronted rock bands were treated horribly at the rock formats too. And it's just this, it's this underlying expectation. And I don't want to say everyone's racist, but I'm sure that's part of it. But I think there's more of like an expectation of what people should listen to. Like Black folks listen to hip hop, white folks listen to, rock music and corny country music, and like never the two should meet, but that's not reality. So I don't know if I answered the question, but.
No, it was. I guess the thing is, it's never been true. So you never indulged the fantasy in a sense.
No. And I think also the fact that I could also speak to the music and speak to the genre when I was in those rooms, I think, being informed, whether it was, when I was, working on the Death Row stuff, in addition to the Interscope stuff, I was also, there were times I remember And I didn't know Tupac well, but I certainly worked with him a little bit. And Tupac would want me to tell Bronx stories because he had lived in the Bronx for a short period of time. And I remember like at one point he had walked out of the room and we were doing this thing and somebody said, "I can't believe Tupac's nice to you." And I was like, why wouldn't he be nice? Like, I work at his record label, and it was like this kind of uptight white guy. And I wasn't sure what he was saying. Like, I didn't think he was racist, but he was also intimidated by Tupac. And the other thing is like, I'm not intimidated by gangsters, whether that's good or bad. So like, just who I am, I'm sure that also helped me navigate the space, you know, like, oh, you have a gun, that's cool. Like, whatever, you know, like I've seen guns before, you know what I mean? It doesn't bother me because of who I am. Not that I'm saying it's a great thing. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not intimidated by it.
Yeah. I think that guy was definitely racist, by the way. Who said that about
Well, probably. He had a lot of problems. He had many problems. So let's give him racist as well. He was also misogynistic. He was a bit of an idiot. He wore Dockers. He was just a problem overall.
He wore Dockers. I have khakis on right now, Lori. Be nice to me. All right.
Well, I can't see them, so it's all good.
But no, there is, I mean, all jokes aside, there is this sort of that stereotype of that you're this damsel in distress. He's this hypersexualized, you know, inhuman, and really you're an anti-racist intellectual, and Tupac is a, you know, politically educated, you know, advocate. It's just not what it is. They think of what it is.
I will say Pac was a crazy flirt, but he flirted with every female. So I did not take it personally. And I will also say this just as a footnote, because I think it's really important, that in my experience, and it's documented, there are more female managers in hip hop than there are in rock or alternative music. And I have a whole theory about that, but I'm not actually an anthropologist. But really part of my theory is a lot of white males have been raised in a white male patriarchy, and they're just, whether or not they realize it, I don't know if that makes them sexist. I don't think they're as comfortable with a woman being in power. And a lot of people of color are raised in a matriarchy, and they are just comfortable with it. So when people talk about sexism in hip hop, I get a little upset because I've actually been more respected in hip hop than in a lot of rock and alternative spaces, to be honest. So, you know, it's like, again, these sort of preconceived nonsense notions that people have.
I'm with you on that. I'm going to bring Jess up to get some of our student questions before we get out of here. But I do have a theory. I mean, you know Ebony, who ran the festival with us. She was way more effective as stage manager, being face-to-face with talent, than I ever was. There is this sort of feminine energy that I've literally seen, not to be too simple, it just cuts through the noise in ways that sometimes men can get, like, you know, bone on bone. So there, we should get.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't even just mean the pissing contest. I mean, yes, men do a pissing contest for sure, but I'm telling you that there are more female managers, and I don't mean day-to-day manager in hip hop, than in, I can literally name one female manager in rock and alternative at this moment. Maybe two if Susan Silver is still in the business. I don't know if she is. And literally, I can name 5 or 6 without trying very hard in hip hop. And that's the way it's always been. Yeah. So there's some other thing of, like, you know, people talk a lot about the misogyny in hip hop. And look, there's a lot of, obviously there is that, and there's a lot of, you know, sexism in that behavior, but there's also tons of it in rock music. Let's not kid ourselves. So it's not worse than hip hop, but I'm telling you, there's more women in power in Black music spaces. So I hate when people talk to me about, you know, how horribly women are treated in that space, because it's not 100, you know?
No doubt. So listen, Lori, I'm gonna pass you off to Jess, our marketing manager, and you don't have to look at my face, but I'll be back at the end. But Jess, please.
I'll see you in your khakis later.
Yes, the khakis moment.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I will be
nice to meet you.
Likewise, I will be asking you the student question. So the first question is from Michael. What does your day-to-day from project to project look like?
You know, it's a really hard question to answer, because the thing about being a manager is it doesn't matter what I think my day is going to be. It's probably not going to be that. And what I mean by that is, you know, I can plan it out and think I'm going to just respond to a bunch of emails and we're going to get X, Y, Z done. And then, you know, one of the biggest things about being a manager is, you know, spinning plates or juggling chainsaws in real time. There's always new things coming in. So it's hard for me to answer, but I would say, you know, my day-to-day, every day, the one constant is that it's there's usually a lot going on and there's multiple things always going on. I just got to figure out how to sort of juggle them and not let them, hit the ground kind of thing.
For sure, for sure. Thank you so much for that one. Our second question is from Sophia. What is your take on Spotify, Joe Rogan, Neil Young, India Airy drama?
Well, I think that this goes back to even what I was talking about a little bit in activism, whether you agree with it or not. Neil Young has an opinion, and he's an artist, and he can have a say in how he wants his art delivered, and so does India Airy. And as for Joe Rogan, I think this is kind of the funny thing about the internet sometimes. Joe Rogan's always been Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not. He didn't just suddenly become a bit of a misogynistic racist. He's that guy. So, in one hand, I wish Spotify would do more. On the other hand, they have quietly taken down over 100 of his shows, which I don't think they've been really public about on purpose, maybe. But I think that, as an artist or a human being, even if you believe in something, you should take a stand.
I love that. That was awesome. The next question is from Rachel. It seems like your experience in business acumen feed your activism, or is it the other way around?
I think my activism really, because it started in the way it did, just came really from a place of, again, being a human being, where I was losing friends as a teenager to AIDS. And at that time, AIDS was a huge crisis in this country. And it wasn't even something the president would utter the words. Like, he wouldn't acknowledge it. It was a huge problem. So I just started doing it. And then I've been able to use my, entertainment business relationships to help feed the activism. But certainly I think my activism comes from wanting to make the world a better place and trying to do that.
Oh, that's beautifully said. The last question I have from you is from Christina. What is it like on tour with icons like Public Enemy and Rage Against the Machine?
Well, I haven't technically toured with Rage Against the Machine, even though they are friends of mine. I toured with Prophets of Rage, which is a little bit different, and it's most of the members, I guess, of Rage Against the Machine besides Zach De La Rocha. Tour is, we all have a joke, people who've especially done this for a while. There's what people think tour is, which is like rah, rah, and people like partying in dressing rooms. That's not really what's happening. What's happening is literally, it's a bunch of tired people, whether they're in their 20s or not in their 20s like us, who are getting on a plane or getting on a bus and going to the next city. And what you literally see on tour is you see the venue, the hotel. If there's a hotel, there's not always a hotel. And then you see the bus or the plane again, and then the next venue. A lot of times you don't even see more than like a block around the venue. So it's kind of this it's completely not fun like you would think. And so whenever you hear your favorite artist, they don't want to tour, I understand as a fan, but give them a break. It's actually really hard. But they're all really awesome people. So when we're having downtime, we're doing really not crazy things like partying in the dressing room, but doing things like, what books are you guys reading, and sharing like books we're reading and talking about Netflix. So it's like, it's kind of like how you are hanging out with your friends, but we're like trapped together for 6 weeks sometimes, and, good or bad, and learning about people's bodily functions, which is part of the bad part. But, there's a lot of stuff that happens.
Well, thank you so much. Those are all the student questions we have from the YouTube Live. I'm going to pass it back to Wes.
Great. Thank you so much, Jessica. Nice to meet you.
I hated going on tour back in the day. It's the worst.
And everyone thinks it's glamorous. It's just not.
Especially for the manager, because there's no relief. You're just advancing, collecting. Anyway, we could go on and on about that.
Yeah, we go on and on.
Well, Lori, listen. Thanks again for taking the time. To take us out of here. I want to ask you, if you have sort of any parting shots or thoughts, because you are literally the last voice, that's going to wrap up our this year's conference, which is kind of cool for me. But as we think about documenting disenfranchisement and moving forward to enfranchising, you've talked a lot about it, but I wonder if there is maybe one parting shot or maybe a thought you didn't get to before we say goodbye.
Look, the thing I really want to say to people is, People will try to put you in a box. People will try to limit you. You're only as limited by what you believe in and who you are. Now, sometimes these people will present challenges. That's going to happen. But if you look at it more like a hurdle and something to navigate around or through, as opposed to stopping you, that's going to be the thing that serves you. And I do also understand that at times it's really difficult, and it can be, and it can really also be a little bit, I don't want to say depressing, but it can be a little bit depressing at times. So you have to sort of think about what you're trying to accomplish and where you're trying to go. And the truth is, whether it's the entertainment business or working at the, Clinique counter at the mall, there's always going to be idiots or people who present challenges to you, and you have to just figure out how to navigate it and not be stopped. Believe in yourself, believe what you're trying to do, and find also those people who will encourage you, because you will find them along the way. And not only make friends with them, but make sure you ask lots of questions and then also be a resource for the people who are coming behind you.
Thank you so much, Lori. And can I just add one more thing to that? One, I've known Lori for long time. We won't date ourselves too much, but I think you called me. It's like, oh, can I talk to you real quick about tomorrow? And 45 minutes later, I'm standing on the corner. Just sort of riffing. So I know we could go on, but you did talk about the need to respect incremental change and one thing at a time. And I just want to share with you the thought that I went home was, Chuck D, who's one of the most important people in hip hop. I think he's one of the most important people on the planet in terms of same thing to give a kid from the Southeast Bronx like myself, this courage that, knowledge of self and understanding really who I was in a world that was trying to suppress it is now why I'm here right now. So one song, right? You make Fight the Power or Bum Rush, Yo Bum Rush the Show, and bing, bing, bing. A couple years later, we're in a room full of people and broadcasting all over the world. So I just wanted to, you didn't say it, I wanted to say it, that's thought has influenced me, and the work that you have done is actively, what did you say last night? Putting the water on rock, I think was the metaphor.
Oh, yeah. I was saying that, the thing about change, or even like these hurdles that I was talking about, change happens incrementally. It doesn't happen overnight. Yes, we hear the headlines of like a law or a bill was passed. That happens, and that can happen overnight. But change is normally slow, and it's one little thing at a time. And what I always like to think of is the metaphor that I used yesterday, and the one that I use a lot is, nothing is stronger than water. And not to be all Bruce Lee about it, but you have to be like water sometimes. And water not only it does wear down rock. Water will wear down rock by just doing it a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. And that's how change, and that's how careers, especially careers that, have a little bit more obstacles, like when you're a woman or, you're a person of color, it just does. So you have to just be sort of steadfast and know that if you are tenacious and just keep going. That's also the advice that Shepard always gives. Shepard says, as an artist, tenacity is more important than talent, because you have a lot of rejection. There's a ton of rejection in this business and world. You have to just keep going.
Tenacity is more important than talent. You got that. We got to write that one down to tweet it out. So listen, Lori, thank you so much. I want to just give us a round of applause for Miss Lori Bula.
Thank you. Applaud yourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Hopefully we'll see you in person real soon, but take care. I'm sure I'll talk to you real soon.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, folks, we're at the end of the show, which to the producers are very happy to never have to see this logo again, but also a little bit bittersweet. So I want to bring back up our executive producer to take us on home.
Well, our last thoughts is I want to thank Wes, I want to thank Sanjay, I want to thank Paul, all the team of Emerson Productions, the marketing team at Emerson, and the amazing students behind this as well, Nissim, Chloe, Jess, Eugenia, Karthik back in LA. I also want to thank Paul, Brent, the dean, and anyone involved, like everyone that helped us, the BCE students as the future leaders of the creative industry. we want to continue this legacy that we started today. Not only we learn how to get a seat at the table, but also how to give a seat at the table when we become these leaders. And a big takeaway from the last week conference, and I want to put it again today, is exclusion is not profitable, and this is the start of a new beginning. So thank you so much for being part of this, for all the audience today and our virtual audience to be part of this amazing experience. Thank you.
That's it. Well said. I'm not even going to try and come after that. Again, thank you all for who hung in there all day, either here in person. Again, thanks to the students. And to anybody who didn't get a sweatshirt, you guys make sure you get a sweatshirt before you get out of here. All right. We appreciate you. Thank you, Emerson Productions. We'll see y'all next year, y'all. Peace. Yes. Yep.